BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
1-2 again. Fastball hit high and deep right center. And off the wall, and the Blue Jays win it. Alejandro Kirk has done it again.
Oh, Alejandro Kirk, a big game today, to say the least, in all Canada, as the Blue Jays are getting it done. And a perfect segue for us is we're going to talk a little Major League Baseball in another edition of Better Up. We're going to be breaking down some of the series that are about to get underway ahead of the weekend action. You can bet on those right now at BetMGM or any other futures that may have grabbed our attention. We have no late night baseball tonight. Unfortunately, Crew to Cash did not cash in last night, but remember earlier this week we hit a parlay at nearly 3-1, so we're still up units so far on the week. Right now, game one of the NBA Finals, 8 and change remaining in the first quarter. PJ really sweating this thing out. He's got the race to 10. I love how much of a degenerate you are betting a race to 10 game one of the NBA Finals. OKC up 7-3 right now on the Sirs. Under looking pretty good. Let me go ahead and pull up right now the live line to give you an idea of where things are at. I believe live total close at 230.5. It's down to 223.5. Right now, OKC on the live line laying 11.5. If you believe Indiana's going to come back and win. PJ, what was the number that you grabbed the money line at on Indiana to take this game?
Plus 375. So I got that. I think close plus 400. So, yeah, we're rooting for that home. Sweating out this first 10, Brad. First to 10. Indiana's getting stops. I mean, OKC's missing some shots. They just forced a turnover. But, I mean, this Oklahoma City defense is just, it's as advertised. It's really strong. But Siakam with the field goal, Brad, 7-5. Let's chip away, huh? We're getting closer.
Yeah, you're getting closer. It is plus 380 right now for Indiana live money line. So a little bit of increased value there. Line still sitting at 11.5. The total has moved slightly up to 226.5, but down 4 as it closed. Remember, close at 230.5. PJ again sweating out this race to 10. I'm watching it real time right now. SGA with the ball. SGA pulls it from 3. Oh, bottoms. That's a dagger. Oklahoma City scored the first 10.
They did.
Sorry, PJ.
Sorry,
PJ. You went with the value. You went with the smart play.
Right.
There was no value there on the race with OKC.
You know what the worst part is, too, is Indiana just got to 10 themselves. If SGA didn't hit that 3, it's all tied up at 10. I mean, that was it, Brad. That was it. 10-7. We were so close. Almost had it. But it's all right. Pacers are battling back. It's good for the money line. They're settling in. Offense is starting to find their groove. So let's hope the Sirs are on their way. Big Pacers rooting section, Brad, here in the D.C. studio tonight with our guy War Daddy over there.
Yeah, and I am there in spirit right now. In body, I'm in Champaign, Illinois, but I am pulling for Indiana as well. That might be the first time recorded in history I'm actually pulling from a team from Indiana, being a diehard University of Illinois fan. Anyway, we'll keep you up to date on everything game one of the NBA Finals. Friendly reminder, if you want to talk some live action NBA Finals game number 1, you want to talk the Stanley Cup playoffs, you want to talk the NFL futures market, college football futures, maybe MLB, and the betting market there, or some fantasy football. Of course you do. Easy way to contact PG and I. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: fantasy football, folks, what Buffalo Bill would you target most at his current overall average draft position? Your options are Josh Allen at pick number 24 flat, James Cook at number 40.51 overall, Khalil Shakir at pick number 112.01 overall, or Keon Coleman at pick number 148.44 overall. Nearly 200 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep firing off your votes and give us your 2 cents. We're going to read your comments a little bit later on the show. So keep bringing the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight, on X at BetMGM tonight. We're going to talk some baseball right now in another edition of Better Up.
Let's cash in on the diamond. Ryan Harvard and Brad Evans are swinging for profits. It's Better Up on BetMGM tonight.
Yes. PJ and I are going to be looking ahead at the futures market, and some of them could cash in the near term by the end of the weekend. I got nothing but series props, and I'm curious to see what PJ's got. I think he's got a few of those as well. He's even looking at some college baseball World Series action, which is outstanding. So PJ, he is always our leadoff man. He's like the Juan Pierre of this show. That's a throwback, and that was a guy that was a fine source for you fantasy baseball fans in stolen bases when he was with the Florida Marlins. Of course, now they're the Miami Marlins back in the day. So PJ is going to step to the dish. He's going to take his hacks, hopefully going to make some contact, get on base, and hopefully steal a couple of those bags and score us some cash and maybe a run as well. So he'll be up first, going to give you his initial batter up, and then give you the reasons behind it. Then when he is done, he's going to drop a little baseball phrase. That'll be the cue for Kenny to hit the sounder of whatever he wants to listen to, maybe a famous call, maybe a movie reference. That'll be my cue to take it from there and do the same dang thing. We're going to squeeze in as many of these baseball plays as we possibly can in this segment. So step to the plate, my man PJ. What is your first Better Up?
Well, Brad, you mentioned the college baseball. We got some of the super regionals starting tomorrow. We got 4 of them, including Miami and Louisville. And I'm taking the Canes plus 135 to get the win to win the super regional against the Ville. They're going to be the road team. Both of these teams, Brad, had some big upsets in the round of 64. Miami came out of the Southern Miss Regional, who was the number 16 overall seed. And then Louisville came out of the Vanderbilt Regional, who was the number 1 overall seed in the tournament. So a surprise that both of these teams are here. But I think Miami's the better team. They have the better pitching, but more importantly, they have the better bullpen, and they have the better closer. And how often do we see in this day and age in baseball, when we get into the postseason in these big games, managers obviously love going to their bullpen. They love going to their closers to not only throw one inning, but maybe multiple. So I think that's a big advantage for the Canes in this regional, Brad. I'm going with the U to win the Super Regional at plus 135. Kenny, it's out of here.
You can put it on the board. Yes.
Oh, shout out to Hawk Harrelson as the White Sox got sold, kind of. Ryan Store's still going to be in control, I think, until 2030 something. And then the guy that's going to be taking over has the potentially to buy full ownership in 2032, 2033. So a lot of White Sox fans are like, okay, a half a victory, we'll take it. But there you go. A little reference to Hawk Harrelson. All right, my selection, no, it has nothing to do with the White Sox. It has everything to do with a team that is white hot right now in baseball. Is the Milwaukee Brewers. We're going to do it for the costume sausages. I say the Brew Crew win the series against the San Diego Padres at a minus 115 juice right now at BetMGM. I don't know who's going to start in this series at all for San Diego. When I was doing my research earlier today, it had not been announced yet. We know that Patrick's going to get the initial start in Game 1, Jose Quintana for Milwaukee in Game 2, and Savale in Game 3. And Quintana's been pretty consistent, a number of quality starts. Savale's been overachieving. Patrick, it could be a long story there, but even if I win 2 out of the 3, that still takes the series. Milwaukee is 18-10 at home over the last couple of weeks. They're number 4 in WRC Plus in Major League Baseball. San Diego, 500, 15-15. That is it on the road this season. Not terrible, but not great either. And they're only number 26 in WRC Plus over the last couple of weeks. Number 19 on the road. So Fernando Tatis, Manny Machado, Jackson Merrill, they've just been subpar away from SoCal. I think Milwaukee gets it done. They're going to win this series yet again and stay hot and in that race there in the NL Central as they're chasing the Cubs. I like Milwaukee to take it at a minus 115 juice. Kenny, let's book it out of the box.
Just a bit outside. He tried the corner and missed.
All right, Brad, let's go with the Houston Astros to win the AL West at -105. Mariners got swept by the Orioles here the last 3 days, and it's just the same old story with Seattle. The pitching's elite, offense is up and down. Outside of Cal Raleigh, they really don't have anybody providing any power numbers. I know a lot of people beginning of the year like Julio Rodriguez to win AL MVP. Hasn't put together that kind of season yet. Texas, I keep waiting for them to turn the corner. It never happens. You know the Angels and the A's, you can throw them out of there. It's pretty much between Seattle and Houston. And how many years do we have to see this year after year after year? So just keep betting Houston and winning money. Give me the Stros and win the AL West at -105. Kenny, she is gone.
Ball 4. Ball 8. Boy, how can these guys lay off pitches that close?
All right, now I'm going to zip through this one. Give me the Cubs. My Chicago Cubs just get it done. They're up 5-0 bottom of the 7th against the Washington Nationals. They're going to carry the momentum from this series and the next one, going to the Motor City, taking on Detroit, and they're going to take the Tigers down. And the Cubs are going to win yet another series at +145. Yeah, I got seduced by the juice. And yeah, I'm trying to bury the bias and be as objective as I possibly can. Cubs have not named a single starter in this 3-game series. We know Detroit's going to bring the A crew. With Tariq Skubal get the mound in game 1. Montero was vulnerable at 4+ ERA in game 2. And then Jack Flaherty, the former Cardinal, now a member of the Tigers, 3.72 ERA in game 3. I think the Cubs may not win against Skubal, who's been brilliant this year, but I think they're going to take games 2 and 3. Yes, Detroit, 21-8 at home, but only number 21 WRC plus the last 14. Plus the Cubs about to extend the record at 19-12 away from Wrigley. They are also number 6 in WRC plus over the last 14 days, and on the road, they're number 2 in all of Major League Baseball in WRC plus. I'll say the Cubs win the series in Detroit at a +145. Love the value there. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight from the Diamond. We're going to the Gridiron. We're going to talk another round of NFL exotics. A whole lot of player props all the time. You don't want to miss, especially if you're a fantasy fan. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Let's get it going. It is the Friday Morning Good Time edition on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. My partner in crime is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, we'll go into last night's incredible game, one of the NBA Finals. The Pacers with a stunner at the buzzer over the Thunder. We will get into all of that in 20 minutes. You knew the NFL would drop in and not let the NBA have its moment. So Aaron Rodgers is now a Pittsburgh Steeler, or is going to be a Steeler. We'll talk about that as well. In 6:40, we'll tell you why one candidate has no intention of coaching the New York Knicks. And then at 7 o'clock, back to basketball. More from today's slate in baseball as Patrick Corbin makes his way back to D.C. Tariq Skubal on the mound for the Tigers as well. We've got our show parlay lined up and ready to go. Then at 8 o'clock, we bring you Chris Mack from the Kaboli and Mac podcast to give us his thoughts on Rodgers in the black and yellow. Sean Devaney from Heavy.com will talk NBA and Game 1 of the Finals at 8:20, and Best Bets, the Donkster, come your way at 8:40. Chelsea, how you doing this morning?
Yeah, good morning. I love how we're in the thick of the NBA Finals, but yet the hot button issue for our show staff is where we can find free donuts. I am doing a lot of research on this right now, and I understand that I probably should be handicapping some of my plays for today, but listen, Jenks, if we can get ourselves a free donut, I feel like this is doing the Lord's work. So I'm going to continue doing that.
It's National Donut Day. It is National Donut Day. Go to Dunkin' right now if there's a Dunkin' in your area, because you will get a free donut, a free classic donut. All you have to do is order like a small coffee or something. And then if there's a Krispy Kreme around, you get a dozen donuts for the regular price, but then you can get an extra dozen for only $2. We're looking around at all the national chains. Tim Hortons, oh my, order in the app, get a drink, get a free donut. Plenty of options out there. Treat yourself on a Friday, get a free donut. We get nothing. We're just here for the people.
Ah, well, speak for yourself. I will definitely be going to Dunkin' later today because Mama wants her free donut. I feel like we talk about this on the show all the time when it comes to bets. Always take advantage of the promos. Why would you not do this with donuts? It feels like an easy move for me. But the problem here in Hendersonville, Tennessee, is that if you go to Dunkin' like after 10 a.m., they're like, we don't have any donuts. Can you make some more? Like, it's in your name. Like, go to the oven. Put some donuts in. I don't even know how donuts are made, but make some more. And those high schoolers they have the worst attitudes ever. So maybe I'll go to Krispy Kreme.
Yeah, get yourself 2 dozen. Save yourself a few bucks. Mama bringing home breakfast for the whole family.
Yes, 12 donuts, a part of this balanced breakfast.
You bring home 24? I mean, that's 8 for each of you. That's a hell of a deal. Why not? You spread that out over a couple days, you'd be good to go.
Oh, yes. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Just donuts. That's it. It's the summer. Who cares?
Well, Chelsea, you can afford it now because you got a win last night on your Pacers bet.
Yeah. So this was a wild ride. So I was watching this game for like most of the first half thinking, Chelsea, what are you doing? You knew the Thunder were going to beat the brakes off them. Of course, the second you play an NBA bet, it's going to be wrong. Because the Pacers were losing by like 12 points for like most of the first half. But what do you know? The Pacers had another comeback in the tank for this one. And of course, if you saw the ending of this game, you didn't need the points. I had the Pacers plus 9.5 against the Thunder. The Pacers win it outright on more Tyrese Halliburton heroics. They win 111 to 110. So that was a nice little win.
Nice job. Great job. We've been talking about how good the Pacers are. I am still upset about my losses yesterday. One loss, all right, I took it out, right? Astros, Pirates, under 8. Astros went 8-2. I had the Braves on the money line against the Diamondbacks yesterday. This is beyond a bad beat. The Braves had a monster lead, had a 6-run lead in the 9th with 1 out. The Diamondbacks get 7 runs in the top of the 9th. Listen to this. Before yesterday's game, this is according to ESPN, the Diamondbacks were 0-4-1-8, 0-418 when trailing by 6 runs in the 9th. On the flip side, the Braves had won 766 consecutive games when leading by 6 or more runs in the 9th inning. The last time the Braves failed to hold a lead of that size, July 17th, 1973. That's before I was born, and I'm old. More than 51 years ago, across all of baseball, teams had lost 1,461 consecutive games when trailing by 6 or more runs entering the 9th inning. First time anything like this has happened since May the 9th, 2022, when the Guardians beat the White Sox. The Braves had a 99.9% chance of winning this game, and they blew it. I thought the Rockies were embarrassing. No. The Braves, you are embarrassing. I lost my bet because of that. You blew it! Nonsense.
Well, Jenks, please tell me you saw the name of the reliever who gave up these runs. Please tell me you saw it. Did you see it? His name? Scott Blewett.
Yeah, Blewett.
I'm not even kidding. Like, how does that... Like, you're a pitcher and your last name's Blewett, and you put him in a save situation? Oh my gosh, like, you can't make this stuff up in Hollywood. Scott Blewett is his actual name, and he gave up 5 earned runs.
I was yelling at my screen. I was watching the MLB app. I was like, take him out! Like, take him out! It's like mound visit. I'm like, all right, take him out. Nope. Next thing I see, another double, home run, whatever it was. Worst beat I've ever had. Oh my God, terrible.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's fine. I'll get a free donut today. It'll be okay. Yankees on the run line. That was a call for the Dogster yesterday. Yankees win 4-0. So for the week, you are 2-2. I am 5-3. The Dogster 3-1 on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Yes, we have to talk about what we saw last night in Oklahoma City. The Pacers edging the Thunder 111-110. The Pacers getting 9.5. They're plus 340 on the money line. Total set at 230 and a hook. The over hits. The Pacers had 20 turnovers in the first half, most in the NBA since 1998. That struggle continues into the fourth quarter. Thunder up by as many as 15 until the Pacers come roaring back.
Nimhard and Wallace. Step back, three-pointer. Short, rebound, the follow. Siakam puts it in. 1-point game.
That's your Eastern Conference Finals MVP call courtesy of ABC. Then, seconds to play. The Thunder lead by a point. It's 110-109. Indiana with a chance to steal game 1.
Final seconds, no fouls to give. Halliburton looking. Halliburton driving, pulls off, jump shot. It's good! It's good! With 0.3 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Halliburton does it again.
He certainly does. Halliburton, 14 points, including his game winner. Siakam with 19. Obi Toppin, 17. Miles Turner with 15. Had a three-pointer that glanced in off the glass. Before this game, the Thunder were 36-1 with 15-point leads at home, but not last night. The Pacers getting it done again with a Game 1 stunner, Chelsea.
Oh, absolutely. And doesn't it feel like the Pacers are a part of a lot of these statistics where it's like, this team was 422-1 winning this situation. But the Pacers are, it feels like, the best full game team in basketball. It feels like you can never count them out. You have to keep your foot on the gas pedal. It's wild to me that they had 25 turnovers in this game and still managed to squeak out a win. And it just shows the resolve of this team. And the fact that, you know, these are young guys where we talked about this X factor going in is that it feels like they have nothing to lose. So maybe the pressure doesn't feel quite as hot on Indiana, and it doesn't feel like there's ever any pressure on Tyrese Halliburton because he continues time and time again to deliver these clutch moments as time expires. And we do need to give some credit to Rick Carlisle in this one because the adjustments were made at halftime. And this looked like a much different Pacers team after the half. They really turned it on. And of course, they made their threes, which we talked about this before the game, is kind of a key hallmark on things that you got to do if you want to beat a team like the Thunder. Shot 46% from the three-point line, including really good numbers in the fourth quarter as well. What a complete win for the Pacers, a team that was not leading this game, I think, until they made that final shot.
I'll tell you one thing. You hear phrases like this all the time. You can never count out this team. But really, you can never count out the Pacers. You talk about resilience. This goes back through the entire playoffs. Look at this. We saw this against the Bucks. Down 6 points in overtime, the Pacers were. With 34 seconds to play, they win by a point. Rallied from 7 points down, 48 seconds to play against the Cavs, win by a point. Rallied from 9 points down, 51 seconds to play against the Knicks, they win by 3 in overtime. Then in this game, down by 15 points, they rally, they win at the buzzer. Like the Pacers just have done this over and over and over again. So when you see these guys say, look, we never really feel like we're out of it. They are so resilient and always in any game, and they're just not going to go away. Like even at the end of the game with a minute or so to play, it looked like the Thunder were kind of going to march ahead, taking control. But their defense at the end, as good as the Thunder defense has been throughout the postseason, like the Pacers defense in critical spots last night was unbelievable. So full credit to Indiana, man. Those guys are, and I mean this as a compliment, they are pests. They aren't going anywhere.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too, because remember we had this long conversation about bugs yesterday? I was like, the Pacers have to be cockroaches, right? You can't kill them. You can't get away from them. They just keep coming back, even though everybody counts them out. And speaking of counting them out, when is the market going to catch up to the Pacers? How many times are we going to have this conversation where it feels like the Pacers are getting too many points? And you can even throw the points out the window and say the points don't matter because they've been so good outright as underdogs this year. Now they improved to 8-3 straight up this year in the postseason when getting points. This feels like a bettor's dream, and I am glad that nobody woke me up last night because obviously I was on them, so that was nice for me. But from a betting standpoint, Jenks, do you think we start to see these numbers go down? Like, I understand this game was in Oklahoma City, but it feels like there was not 9.5 points of difference between these two teams. Obviously, hindsight is 20/20. But do you think we see these numbers go down?
No, because they're not going down. Like, that's the wild thing. The Thunder are 11.5-point favorites in game 2. Like, I was for sure, oh, okay. Now we'll see the numbers tighten up because we keep seeing these monster spreads. Oklahoma City covered at an incredible rate during the regular season. And I thought, well, I'll make sure I look at the game 2 line. Game 2 set for Sunday night in Oklahoma City. And I'm sure we'll see a shorter line. Now the odds makers will finally say, okay, we get it, Pacers. You guys are resilient. You're very good. You keep winning outright, if not covering numbers. We'll shorten the number. No, it's Thunder minus 11.5. And I don't know what to think about that because I feel like, isn't that screaming, take Indiana, take Indiana, take Indiana? And then the other part of me thinks, well, maybe Vegas knows something. This is how Vegas makes money. But I'm not laying 11.5 in the NBA Finals. I won't play this game at all. But if we expected the number to go in a different direction because how the Pacers looked last night, because they stole that win, no, it's going the other way.
Yeah, I was wondering if this number would be bought down. Is that, like, obviously it opens at 11.5. I wonder if the public's going to jump on board because I feel like I'm overthinking this. You know, I say to myself, like, maybe I'm being too simple, I guess is maybe what I should be saying, because if you like the Pacers at 9.5, wouldn't you like them at 11.5? Like, nobody got hurt in this game, to my knowledge. There is no, like, clear-cut factor to where the Pacers would be much worse in this one. Hell, they had 25 turnovers. That's what I'm saying. Like, this was a first half from hell, offensively speaking, for the Pacers, to where they couldn't get much going and they couldn't control the basketball. So if they can clean some of that up for a full game, feels like the Pacers should stand another chance in this game. But you're right. The odds makers are just like, no, we're going to go to 11.5. How do you like that?
I don't get it. What in the world am I missing? 11.5 points? This is like scrambling my brain. Why is the line? Because I thought that as we went deeper into the playoffs, specifically as the Pacers went deeper into the playoffs, like at some point What do they need to do to convince you that they belong? Like, what else do you need to see? It's the finals. There's not another step. There's not another team to play. They won outright. They've been winning outright all postseason long. They've had comeback after comeback after comeback. Like, if you're not convinced, if you're not a believer in the Indiana Pacers now, point spread or no, like, I don't know what to tell you. I guess you're just never going to respect Indiana, and you might just lose along the way because all they do is keep getting it done. Man, we wanted a good finals. I think we're going to get one now. I don't think anybody expect. Covering's one thing. Winning outright, man, well done by Hallie and the Pacers last night in OKC. Coming up next on the show, the Steelers get the quarterback news they've been looking for, but not the Colts. We're going to the NFL next on the Daily Tip. It is on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. It is a Friday morning good time edition. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Got the whole crew here. Great to be with you live across the country. Coming up on the show, Aaron makes his decision, and it's not a surprise at all. Here's a surprise we were talking about at the top of the show. It's National Donut Day. I mean, this is your day if you love donuts. You want to go somewhere and get yourself a free donut? Knock yourself out. All sorts of places around the country you can do so. What's your favorite flavor, favorite type of donut, Chelsea?
Ooh, I like the original kind with chocolate icing. That's my favorite.
Oh, okay. I like the chocolate cake donut. So it has the regular glaze, but it's chocolate cake. I could crush those. Oh my gosh, so good. They're not far off from the
cake
chocolate
donuts?
glaze. Yeah. I don't like cake donuts in general, but the chocolate cake with the glaze, delicious. Every time. Gets me.
I feel like it's too heavy. Like, I'm not a fan of cake donuts. Like, I'll eat them if they're in front of me, and especially if they're free, but I would never choose a cake donut. Like, my husband loves the old-fashioned type, which like no frosting or anything. It's just like, I don't know, cake shaped like a donut.
Yeah.
So I don't understand that. Like, they're still good, but again, it's like, I don't know. It's like pizza, where it's like, it's hard to mess it up, but it's like, I'm not going to choose that flavor.
Oh, I like your husband's old school. Jake, classic donut, pours himself a cup of black coffee, pops open the Wall Street Journal and says, man, you just dollar cost average into Exxon. That's the way you make yourself some money. He goes old school.
You had it until the end. He's definitely not reading the Wall Street Journal. Like, are we watching golf's greatest rounds? Absolutely.
Oh.
But reading is not in the mix for Jake. Like, he's not a school guy.
He doesn't read. He doesn't read.
No.
Just watch us, okay? I'm ready for some cake. And Catherine's going to make a cake. I'm very excited. When we finally ordered groceries. I mean, it took months. We got some groceries, and I noticed there was a cake mix and frosting. And so she goes, did you see the cake that I got? I was like, I saw the cake mix. She goes, yeah, I've been craving cake. I'm making us cake. I was like, okay, that sounds good. I'm not a big cake person, but I'll eat cake if someone's going to make some cake. So, I mean, I like cake donuts, but I'm not a big cake person. Are you a big cake person?
I mean, I'll eat it if it's in front of me. Like, if somebody was like, there's cake in the break room, I would definitely, march down there and get myself a piece. I'm not making myself cakes every week. Can I ask you something about Catherine?
Sure.
Is she somebody who leans into being a homemaker? I feel like she maybe isn't, but I can see that maybe she's stepping, maybe dipping a toe in from like the conversations that I've had with her.
I think she definitely has those sensibilities. Like we're trying to figure out where we want to go from here because we both work. We are in that definite city, work hard, play hard. Like, we work our butts off and then we hit the weekends hard. It's like, oh my God, we got some time together. Let's go crazy. We're probably going to do that tonight. And we have a great time. But I think both of us are like, okay, this is great. But at some point we want to pivot away from this because Catherine is Southern. She's from South Carolina. Yeah. I mean, you've been around Catherine, so she definitely has those sensibilities where, like, I wouldn't mind cooking some meals or, doing some things that are maybe more traditional. I mean, I certainly don't have any expectation there, but I think she definitely would lean into that in a different situation. So we've always talked about, well, do we want to be in a situation where maybe we move out to the suburbs and maybe we calm things down a little bit and maybe she does some things that are more domestic leaning because I think she wants that and maybe wants to lean into that, but now isn't our time for that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, she's a corporate baddie, I think is like how the kids describe him, where it's like she's really good at her job and she makes a lot of money and she's very successful in her own right. But I used to think that like homemaking was this skill that you were like born with and like some girls have it and some girls don't. But I do think that like anything in life, if you practice enough and you like research enough, you can like improve that skill. Because like I was somebody for the longest time where, I was traveling around with Jake. He was playing baseball and I was like out of the casino until 5 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. But I used to think it was like one of those things like, well, I'm just not good at cooking. I do think if you really put your mind to it, you can probably improve the things. And maybe it was just me saying, I wasn't born with it, so I don't want to do it. Because like who wants to say like they're good at cleaning? Like that's not like a fun hobby. But I have been practicing, and now that I have my own home, I feel like it's something that I've gotten a lot better at.
Oh, cooking is absolutely a learned skill. I'm not sure that you can be born. I mean, maybe you have a sense of sort of what goes together. You know, some people who are like, I have this, I've got some milk, and I've got some paprika, and I'll take those chicken tenders, and I'll fillet those, and I'll put them inside a turnover. I can make something out of this. And you're like, what? What are you talking about? And then it's like delicious. Like, how are you doing that? And I'm going to be over here eating my Fruit Loops. Some people kind of have a knack for that, but you can definitely learn. I mean, Denton was talking about that, watching YouTube, different instructional ways or recipes, things you can put together. So definitely something you can get better at. Maybe, just maybe, the Steelers will make a big yellow cake. Welcome to Pittsburgh, Aaron. And they'll give it to Aaron Rodgers once he arrives in the Steel City. Oh, yeah, finally made that decision. We thought this was coming. I mean, it felt like the Steelers were the only place left for Aaron to go. So Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network breaking this news yesterday. He says this is why the black and yellow were the choice for Aaron Rodgers.
Well, you're right, Omar. This is something that the Steelers had been focused on for months. And as much as Aaron Rodgers mulled his options, including retirement, including potential other playing options, it had been apparent for a couple months that if he was going to play, it was going to be in Pittsburgh. So what I can tell you today is that Aaron Rodgers now plans to fly on Friday to Pittsburgh, finalize and sign his contract, and be on the field for next week's mandatory minicamp. Now, obviously, the fact that Rodgers is not currently under contract means that he would not have had to show up for minicamp. But by coming in now, it accomplishes a couple of different things. One, it removes all the uncertainty that then would have lingered for the next 5 to 6 weeks before training camp began in Latrobe. The second part is he gets a little bit of time around the facility, in the locker room, on the field with his teammates, getting to know a bunch of players who he has never met before. He has been throwing out in California with DK Metcalf. We saw some photos of that several weeks ago. He's been in communication with Mike Tomlin and other members of the coaching staff, now pending the finalizing of what is expected to be a one-year contract. Aaron Rodgers, at age 41, is set to play his 21st NFL season in the black and gold.
So it's interesting that, and maybe not surprising that the Steelers have kind of known about this but haven't said anything. I just wonder why there was a wait. That's what I'm curious about. Like, I'm not really stunned at the news. I'm stunned that it's coming now. This is probably some move to satiate Aaron Rodgers and his ego. Regardless, do you think this makes the Steelers appreciably better? The lines really didn't move. The numbers didn't move a whole lot. Right now, Steelers are 6-1 to win the AFC North. To make the playoffs, yes, is plus 150. So they are favored to not make the playoffs. That's minus 185. How much better does this truly make Pittsburgh?
Well, I think if you look at the quarterback room, it does improve them, because you look at the long resume of Aaron Rodgers, and the Steelers were sure to put all of the accomplishments on the press release. Hey, remember this guy's a 4-time MVP. Hey, remember this guy's won a Super Bowl. So I do think it makes them better. I think the problem is they just play in a really tough division, and they play in the AFC. Like, if this was any other division, and maybe if he played in the NFC, which I know the Eagles are looming there too, but it's just, even in the AFC North, you have two of the best quarterbacks in all of football. You have Lamar Jackson and you have Joe Burrow. And, like, obviously we don't really need to mention the Browns too much, but you get what I'm saying. Like, even when you look at further down the road in the postseason, because isn't this what the Steelers want? Like, the Steelers are not sitting there saying, hey, I hope we get a quarterback that leads us to another 9-8 season. That's not the goal when you play in Pittsburgh. But it just, you look down further the road and you say, hey, who are the other teams in the AFC? Like, do you think Aaron Rodgers can go toe-to-toe with Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, and the reigning MVP and Josh Allen? It just feels like a loaded deck. So no matter how you feel about Aaron Rodgers, even if you skew towards the positive side of things, it just feels like it's still going to be an uphill climb for somebody who's north of 40.
Yeah, I have to say that maybe it's because we've been talking about this for so long, but I was just totally underwhelmed when I heard this news. I think maybe it's because it was expected. Like, this has been dragging on and on and on. And while Aaron Rodgers is a very good quarterback, he's not the Aaron Rodgers of old. He will come in, and he's obviously an upgrade over Mason Rudolph, whoever else is in that quarterback room. There's no question about that. Does he make the Steelers better? Sure, but how much better? because this is Aaron Rodgers at 41. This is not Aaron Rodgers at 31. And when you look at the offensive players on that team, sure, DK Metcalf is there. Freiermuth is there. They have some talent, but the Steelers always win with defense. And the numbers are telling you they're not favored to make the playoffs. And ultimately, as you touched on, this is about playing in the AFC and specifically in that division. Like, good for you. You got an upgrade, Pittsburgh, but also good luck against Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson. So ultimately, this is a move that does make the Steelers better, but how much better? This doesn't move the needle like I thought it would.
Yeah, well, because we had the breadcrumbs, and a lot of this maybe was strategic. That's what I keep coming back to with the timing. Like, Aaron Rodgers feels like somebody who doesn't do things for, like, no reason. He wasn't just like, today's a fun day. Maybe I'll sign with the Steelers. No, there was definitely something behind it. And maybe it's just as simple as, hey, he's an older player and he doesn't want to go to, like, OTAs and he doesn't want to do all this extra stuff, because we've seen him kind of skip out on this stuff in previous years. He wants his off time, and he is entitled to that. Jenks, how much strategy do you think was involved in this decision? I almost feel like he's like a character on Game of Thrones. Like, I feel like he's like Littlefinger, and he's over there like strategizing, like, if I sign on this day, I'll get enough attention, and people are just tired of me, but I'll bring it back, and I'll say, hey, I'm signing today. There's your story.
I think this is a lot of that. I think ultimately, at the end of the day, and we saw this last year with the Jets, Aaron Rodgers is going to do what Aaron Rodgers wants, whether you like that or not. Like with the Jets last year, they're working out. Where is he? In Egypt. Hanging out.
I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
Egypt.
You know, so
Egypt.
Here, hey, do you want to come? This has been in the works for months. You want to come work out with the team at OTAs? Nah. I'm going to stay out here in California. And then once those are over, once you get those practices that I don't want to attend, when those are over, then I know we've been talking for months. We got this worked out. Let me get past those, and then I'll show up. Which leads to what I think is interesting, which is, how is Mike Tomlin going to coexist with Aaron Rodgers? Because, look, I don't know these guys personally, but from what we've seen, I can't imagine two guys who are more diametrically opposite. Like, Aaron Rodgers is going to be smoking his ayahuasca, and then Mike Tomlin's going to be having his third cup of coffee, being like, what's this freak doing? He better throw 3 touchdown passes today. I mean, I already had enough of George Pickens' nonsense. Now I got this guy here skipping OTAs coming in here, probably going to stay for a year. That's going to be fascinating, especially if things take a wrong turn.
Well, Mike Tomlin has coexisted with crazy personalities before. Like, Antonio Brown was on his team, and Antonio Brown was actually productive when he's with the Steelers. So, like, if anybody can go toe-to-toe with Aaron Rodgers, I think it's a good thing that they have a veteran head coach. Like, if Aaron Rodgers was going to somewhere with, like, a first-year head coach, the power balance would definitely be skewed towards Aaron Rodgers. But, Jenks, what about Terry Bradshaw? Like, is that going to be super awkward? Remember what Terry Bradshaw was saying about Aaron Rodgers? They were not nice comments.
Well, I think I'm not quite so sure that Steelers fans are jacked about this. We'll talk with Chris Mack during the 8 o'clock hour. We'll ask Andrew, our boss. He's a huge Steelers fan. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like the thought is, okay, fine. I think there's a frustration that Mike Tomlin is still there, and I think there's a frustration that, okay, this is nice. It's an upgrade. But again, this is not prime Aaron Rodgers. So it's sort of like what the Steelers have done, which is kind of just maybe be good enough to go 500. That's kind of what they continue to do. And when you have a tradition like the Pittsburgh Steelers, as strong as any in the NFL, I feel like that has to be frustrating. Also frustrating, before we go to break, we should mention Anthony Richardson and the Colts, again, having their injury issues together. Richardson has re-aggravated the right shoulder joint, the AC joint, that he injured during his rookie season. So he missed all the practices this week in Indy, and now he should be ready for the season, but is going to miss a lot of the offseason workouts, which means, like we've talked about, don't you just know it's going to be Danny Dimes with the Colts?
I mean, especially if Anthony Richardson isn't even on the field, that makes it easy, doesn't it? And somebody who has already struggled with being on the football field in general. He's already missed 50% of the games that he could have been playing in at this early stage in his career, and also somebody who's taken himself off the playing field. in the middle of a drive. So it's just one of those things where it's a combination of everything that is not so good. And especially to have all these problems early in your career, it is not a sign of great things to come for Anthony Richardson.
It's not. 11 games last year, 8 touchdowns, 12 picks. Who knew when we talked about Danny Dimes being in Big Blue? And that blue would be the Colts. Not sure the way it is trending right now. Coming up next here on the show, the Knicks need a new head coach, and one potential candidate says no thank you. That is coming up next from the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Great to have you along with us on a Friday morning. Got Dylan here. Denton's here. Double D hanging out as well. Coming up on the show, we will discuss the Knicks and one man who has no interest in taking that job. Is there ever a job you took that you are glad you didn't take? Or maybe one you regretted not taking when you look back now?
Okay, so I think based on the phrasing of this question, here's how I'm going to spin it. So there was a job that I accepted and I was hired for, but I didn't pass the driving test. And I don't mean like it was like a road test where it's like, make a right-hand turn. No, it was something to do with my driving record. Apparently I had like 3 tickets within the span of like 2 years, and I had too many like points on my driving record. And they said, hey, we can't insure you. We cannot hire you for this job because obviously you have to drive a station car if you are a sports or news reporter for a TV station. And I was devastated. I already had the car parked. I had gotten snow tires on my car because this was a job in Grand Junction, Colorado, which if you've never heard of it, join the rest of the club. I think it's market number like 189 or something. They were going to pay me a rich $18,000 to move out there. But I was somebody who was looking for a job in TV. This would have been my first one out of college. So like I was just hungry for a job in general because everybody has to start somewhere. And I think starting is, it's not that it becomes easier as you progress in the ranks. It's just that first job is really hard to get. I think for even like the best of people in this business. So I was heartbroken, but luckily the next job that I actually landed was in Columbus, Georgia. I got to cover Auburn. I got to cover Georgia. I got to cover Alabama because all of them were within 3 hours of the station. So instead of covering God knows what in Grand Junction, Colorado, I got to cover SEC football, and I went to 2 national championships for college football. So I feel like it ended up in a better situation.
That's good. That's the way it should turn out. I've had this happen to me numerous times in my career, but the funniest one, I was just thinking about this. I'd forgotten about it. When I was in graduate school in Texas, and I was still applying for TV jobs. I wanted to finish my degree, but I was getting close to being able to work on my thesis, which I didn't necessarily have to do in Austin. And I interviewed for a job in Odessa, Texas. If you want to know how far Odessa is from Austin, just take a look on a map. I drove for, oh God, what was it, 6-7 hours one way. I mean, nothing, just on and on and on. And I get there, and it was for, I think, the weekend sports anchor job. I remember I walked in, and this is small market TV, and the sports director was a guy close to my age, and he had worked. He was like, hey, man, I really hope you take this job. I really hope you take this job. I've worked 32 days straight. I was like, 32 days straight? And he was just like, man, I hope you like it here. I mean, it's not easy, but it's a good job. Like, he was dying for me to take it. And I'll never forget, he was telling me about one of my responsibilities. And he goes, now, this is the country, West Texas. And he goes, now, every Wednesday is Lusky's Western Wear Wednesday. So, we'll put you in a pair of like Wranglers and a brush popper shirt, some sort of cowboy shirt, probably a hat, and then you'll go report from like a softball game or something. And I was like, wait a second. You're going to dress me up like a cowboy every Wednesday on Lusky's Western Wear Wednesday, and I do a live report in a cowboy hat? I mean, I don't mind a cowboy hat, but I feel like if I'm trying to advance my broadcasting career, dressing like Garth Brooks back in the day and reporting on a high school softball game would not have been my best choice.
Well, we could bring it back. If you want to do Western Wear Wednesday, we can do it, Jenks. It's definitely like a trend now. People like want to cosplay as like cowboys, especially here in Nashville. Yeah. Like downtown Nashville, if you live in downtown Nashville, like you probably don't own a farm, but like this is where you see the highest concentration of like Carhartt. So Jenks, maybe lean into it. It's a trend now. let me get you some Carhartt overalls or coveralls and a cowboy hat.
I mean, don't I just look like a country boy? Look at this guy.
You're from Texas. You could pull
I
it
am from
off.
Texas. I mean, I am from the sticks. I mean, I am. I used to tell people that at my old job, and they'd be like, you're from here. They would look at, like, Google Maps, and look at the street view. They're like, you grew up here. I was like, yes. Like, you went to this restaurant. I was like, yes, we have 3 in town. You went to Ken's Chicken and Fish. I was like, yeah, if we wanted chicken or fish, we went to Ken's. Still around, by the way. And my producer just couldn't believe it. He's like, you lived here. I was like, yes. So it was a long time ago. But, man, West Texas, it's a different place. So is New York City compared to West Texas. I mean, some people don't make the transition. Some people do. Rick Pitino has been there before, of course. Head coach of the Knicks back in the 80s from 1987 to 1989. Now back in the city as head coach of St. John's. So Coach Tibbs fired as head coach of the Knicks. They're still waiting on a new head coach. There has been some speculation. Maybe it's Rick Pitino. Maybe he's the guy. So during a Yankees-Guardians broadcast on Prime a couple days ago, Pitino was in the booth, and they asked him about his interest in the Knicks job.
Knick job is open. Do you want it?
Absolutely not. I think whoever comes in, if he doesn't get to the finals, it's going to be deemed an unsuccessful season. So whoever comes in has got so much pressure on them to take this team to the next level, because that's why they're doing it, obviously, in their minds.
I mean, I don't blame him. He's been there, and he knows, obviously. And I think it's a very good point about, look, they just fired a guy that got you to the Eastern Conference Finals. So the pressure, I mean, it's already a pressure cooker. It's the Knicks. It's New York City. And now you know where the expectations are because they've already set that bar this high. I mean, if you take that job, you know going in, hey, you like pressure? Welcome to the Knicks.
Yeah, it's going to be such a short leash. And think about, like, if you don't make it to the NBA Finals, you're going to be labeled as a failure. And I understand that there were other things that went into Tibbs firing. You know, maybe some of the adjustments he could have made, maybe the fact that he played all of his starters a ton of minutes throughout the regular season. But still, it's an excellent point. Because if you're a coach, and I understand, like, these coaching jobs are hard to get, on the surface, it looks like a great job. You want to coach for the Knicks, a big market team, a team that has a lot of luster, and certainly has a good roster of players. But it's just like, well, what's the long-term plan? You know, if you don't reach a certain level in 2 years, it just feels like the leash is so short that maybe it's not a good job, or at least not as good of a job as people probably think on the surface.
I agree. I also, man, I mean, look, it's a marquee job. There's no question about it. There is the talent there to compete for a championship. But ultimately, if you're going to take that job, you better be ready because, again, the expectations are through the roof. And if you're Rick Pitino, I totally understand. Why would you give away a good thing that he's got going right now at St. John's? He's been active in the portal as well. The Johnnies 16-1 to win the national championship after he led St. John's to a 31-5 record last year. In the NBA, and we're going to talk more about Pacers Thunder here in just moments, ESPN, big coverage of the NBA all season long. They continue to do so. But now it looks like they're going to switch up their broadcast teams. So we're seeing right now Mike Breen, Richard Jefferson, Doris Burke. But Jefferson's contract is expiring soon. Amazon Prime might be interested in him. ESPN doesn't necessarily like the chemistry between Mike Breen and Jefferson and Doris. So there's other guys, other people, broadcasters who might be considered in the mix. Tim Legler, Jay Billis, Corey Alexander. So this begs the question, do you care about broadcast teams? Do you notice them? Is it something that stands out to you when you're listening to a broadcast?
I think I notice it, but also you've got to remember we're in the broadcasting world. So like maybe we're not the right people to ask. But the first thing I thought of when I saw this headline was, man, cruel world. If you're Doris Burke and people are saying like, hey, yeah, maybe she doesn't deserve to be on this broadcast team, because I am somebody personally who's always been blown away by Doris Burke. She knows ball and she's really good at her job. So I'm thinking, you know, from a personal standpoint, if she can't keep a job, good God, what am I going to do, you know, in 10 years? It just feels like one of those things where there are so many really talented people. And maybe this is a little in the weeds for people who aren't in the industry. It's just, I think she's really good. I don't know what your take is on her, but maybe it's something to do with, like you said, the chemistry. And sometimes certain people just don't work out together.
Yeah.
It's not that they are not talented. It's just, it's a personality job where it's like actors, where you have, a romantic comedy, and sometimes there's just no chemistry there. And you're like, these people don't even look like they like each other.
Yeah.
So maybe there's some of that goes into it, but I personally did not see this coming.
I didn't either, and I'm a huge fan of Doris Burke. I'm someone who, I feel like I can generally suss out exceptional teams. They're not doing a bad job. You know what I mean? Like, they're all professionals. They're working at ESPN. All of them individually are very talented. So this isn't about them doing a bad job. It's about ESPN trying to find that elite level team. And it's just that it's exceptionally difficult to do. And I will say that broadcast organizations, sometimes they don't give the time needed for that chemistry to develop. Because we've all worked with people where you work with someone and I have this great individual talent, but if I'm going to work as part of a team, I need someone to help me unlock that. And finding someone to unlock the best of you is a difficult thing to do. Monday Night Football is a perfect example of this, because now this is going back a long way, but when ABC had the original of Howard Cosell and Don Meredith and Frank Gifford, and I know you're like, Jinx, you're being so old, but they were so revered and so good that forever, ABC, now ESPN, how many teams did they go through over the years? I mean, it was just one team after the other, a two-man booth, a three-man booth. Let's switch it up. Let's add this person on the sideline, because they were trying to recapture that magic. That's how difficult it is to do. Inside the NBA, that's why it's so revered. Now going to ESPN, because they've been so great for so long. You notice the exceptional ones, but those are hard to come by.
I think it's one of those things that you know it when you see it. Like, it's hard to describe chemistry, but when you're watching, you say, hey, that team has it. And like you said, inside the NBA is the clearest and easy example to point out, because all of the guys play to each other so well, because they know each other. They all have the resume, and they can even trade those barbs without somebody getting their feelings hurt. And it's actually really funny. So one of those things, it's hard to identify, but when you see it, you absolutely know it.
No, I think that's a really good point. So we'll see what ESPN does. They have options, but I'm like you. I'm such a huge Doris Burke fan. I would hate for her not to do anything she doesn't want to do. Coming up next on the show, we will keep things going with more from last night's game, one of the NBA Finals. Maybe we'll talk some hockey as well. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Network. It's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Good morning and happy Friday. It's time for hour 2 of the Daily Tip, and it starts right now on the BetMGM Network. We'll kick the hour off with breaking down the biggest takeaways from last night's incredible win for the Pacers in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Are we still making excuses for why the Pacers continue to win big games as underdogs? We'll dive into all the narratives in this segment. Then at 7:20, we go on to our daily baseball bets, including a suspicious line on one game. In my opinion, I'll ask Jenks' opinion on that one. Then at 7:40, it's time to shoot for the moon. Going into the weekend, it's our show parlay. And if you tune into this segment, at least do it for one reason. Dylan has been extremely hot on his UFC picks. It looks like he has another one for us. So even if you don't play our show parlay, at least play as a UFC plays when it comes to your bets for the weekend. So Jenks, I'm feeling a little shaky this morning, which is crazy. I thought that I was at a stage with my relationship with caffeine to where it didn't affect me anymore. Like, do you ever get this feeling? Like, sometimes I get this with betting where I'm like, I can't feel anymore. I've been doing this for so long. Nothing's going to rattle me. And then you have a bad beat and the fire is reignited. So that's how I am with the caffeine content in this Ensure, which I thought was for old people. So I don't know who's walking around drinking this, but I'm imagining like people at a retirement home playing like shuffleboard, just like shaking with the shakes. They're ready to go because all this caffeine.
Yeah, I just got a text. Is Chelsea headed to hospice? I'm like, she's not that old yet. No, she's okay. And sure, it's for everyone now. This is the first time I feel like that I have one thing where I'm a little younger than you. One thing, because I haven't had Ensure yet. But even though I'm old. But I feel like there's a lot in there that's beneficial.
Barrel.
What's that? Well, that's true.
I do go to Cracker Barrel as well. So, like, there are a couple areas I'm a little ahead of you. But I was going to ask you if you felt this way with betting, but I heard you at the top of the show. It does feel like betting still riles up some emotion in you. And maybe it takes a really historical bad beat. But do you ever have this feeling where you're like, I bet so much that, like, you know, on the whole, it's not really going to rattle me?
That's the first time I've legitimately been rattled and pissed off in a long time.
Yeah, I could tell.
Like, I 99 I was like the Thunder most of the time. You know, 99.9% chance of not getting bothered by a loss because I'm like, it's betting. That's why I always say when people give us a hard time for losing at bets, I'm like, you must not bet. Like, it happens all the time. So anyone that says they're not losing, I'm like, then you don't really bet because it happens that's part of it. So normally losses don't bother me. I'm like, for example, I had the under in the Astros-Pirates game. I lost that bet, but you know what? I lost. That's betting. It happens. But this one game in particular, when I look up and I've been following, imagine looking up and being like, I have a 6-run lead with an out in the 9th. I'm just fine. The money line is like minus 10,000. Like, I'm winning this bet. And then watching my phone and just continuing being like, are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? This guy's name's Blewett. Are you serious? And then losing that way. And then I look at all the numbers like, wow, the Braves haven't done this since 1973. I'm like, before I was born? And you're blowing it? Oh, yeah, even now. I had to walk around yesterday. One bet.
Oh, no.
One bet. But that has not happened to me before yesterday in like a couple years. I've learned to like let it go. It's betting, that's the way it is, but that one in particular got to me.
I think it especially gets to me when you are on the wrong side of it. Like if this happened in the flip, in the reverse, I would say, I won that bet. Nice. But you have much a more like extreme reaction, I think, when you lose things. Are you like this, or am I just a negative person to where like it bothers me to my core when I like lose something, or, you know, like even in like the realm of life, if it's a negative outcome for me, as opposed to like when you win or you do something right, it's just, it almost feels like relief, or it's just like expected. It's like, oh, I did this thing. That's what I'm supposed to do. Oh, I won this bet. That's what I'm supposed to do. As opposed to when you lose a bet, you're like, I'm such an idiot. Like it skews on the negative side for me.
Yeah, I'm trying to work on this actively. I'm not even kidding. Like my self-talk is terrible. Serious. So it's like, which goes into, hey, if you do something good, it's like, that's what you should be doing. So, move forward. And then if something bad happens, I'm like, you suck, you're terrible, I can't believe you did this, can't believe you said this, you stumbled on that wasn't good. It's like you just like beat yourself up, and that's not a positive way to go. And your body is always like listening to you, right? Like things that you tell yourself, you act like, oh, it's not that big a deal. It really is a big deal. So it's something I've been reading about and studying. So trying to shift the way that I like talk to myself, but I can totally relate in you have to not crush yourself when things don't go well and give yourself a little more credit, maybe a lot more credit when things actually go in a positive direction or you do something that is worthy of that.
I feel like we're really similar in this regard because I am trying actively to appreciate my wins more. And I'm not talking about in betting. I'm talking about the days where I could accomplish everything that I need to do because, you know, as you get older and you have more responsibilities, you know, day-to-day life can be challenging. So I think we both need to, you know, put that on our mantra list is that we need to appreciate the things that we've done positively a little bit more. And it's easy to say for the Indiana Pacers because once again, Tyrese Halliburton pulling out all the stops and delivering once again in the clutch with the game-winning shot for the Pacers to upend the Thunder 111 to 110. The Pacers come through as 9.5-point dogs. And if you had them on the money line, big win for you last night. They were plus 340 on the money line. As far as the total goes, under 230.5 hits. And so I see this as the discussion point. Was this game one luck, or did we disrespect the Pacers too much? Jenks, can we even use the word luck when it comes to the Pacers anymore? Like, how many times do they have to do this before we believe, hey, maybe they're a good team? Because it feels like deja vu all over again, where we were saying this in the series against the Knicks. And now they stand in the NBA Finals. At some point, I think we need to throw that out of the discussion entirely and just say, hey, this was a battle between two really good teams. And hey, the Pacers absolutely belong to be here.
Yes. Like, I don't know what more needs to be said. I've never seen a team in recent history in the NBA just not get any credit whatsoever for what they've done. It's remarkable. They knocked out the Celtics, and they were going to knock out the Celtics, the defending world champions, with or without Jason Tatum. He played the majority of that series. They were going to win that final game. Then he didn't play in the next game. They were going to win that series. Period. They beat the Knicks. They owned the Knicks, okay? They dominated a series, I think, pretty much. I know it was in 6 games, but they handled the Knicks. And a lot. They beat the Cavaliers. Like it's remarkable. At every step, they've beaten great teams, and here they are against another great team and playing well and winning, and it's just like, wow, man, it's Pacers, guys. Huh? Luck? Like, no, they had 20 turnovers in the first half. I think what's scary, if you want to give some credit to the Pacers, even more credit, is that imagine having 20 turnovers in a half of a game. We haven't seen that since 1998 when they started tracking such things in, like, halves. So we haven't seen this in decades, and they still found a way to rally from 15 points down and win this game. What's going to happen if they don't turn the ball over like that? What's going to happen if they don't fall behind and they stay in a game, like from start to finish, as opposed to playing catch-up? Like, the Pacers played far from their best game. If this were a situation where the Pacers played way above their heads and the Thunder had struggled, maybe you could say, that's one of those games. We see the NCAA tournament, right? Some team shoots 62% and another team shoots 28%. You're like, okay. That's an anomaly. This was not an anomaly.
Well, especially even if you look at the shooting splits, and maybe there's some detractors that would say, hey, the Pacers shot 46% from the three-point line. Maybe they're not going to do that again. But there's even ammo behind that argument.
Mm-hmm.
You say the Pacers have the best 3-point percentage throughout the entire postseason, shooting over 40% from the 3-point line. And it feels like that is the formula. If you want to, go toe-to-toe with the Thunder, is that you have to be able to knock down those outside shots. So the Pacers do look like they have what it takes to go toe-to-toe with the Thunder, and we absolutely saw that last night. But I think the biggest takeaway for me is that it never feels like the Pacers are out of the game. Because for most of the first half, it looked like the Thunder were going to cruise to an easy win. And as somebody who was on the Pacers plus 9.5, like the Pacers kept getting down by like 12 points. And I was like, all right, Pacers, like let's make a bucket here. Let's make it interesting. And then the Thunder would just keep pouring it on. So you say to yourself, okay, this is, the best team in the regular season in the Thunder. They're playing at home. They've got a raucous environment. There's no way that the Pacers are going to come back and win this game. But they've done it before. They played at Madison Square Garden, who a lot of people say is probably the toughest place to play in all of the NBA. Maybe you go down the path of when the Warriors were great, like obviously the Oracle was rocking. But still, my point being is that this is such a resilient team, and this has become part of their identity, to where we have seen it so many times that it's not an anomaly. Because normally you say, somebody hit a game winner. That's something we're not going to see again. But we keep seeing it, and we keep seeing it from Tyrese Halliburton.
And not only that, like Pascal Siakam led the team in scoring. Halliburton, of course, clutch. But the reason why I say that is that I think some of the thought was going into this series was, okay, Halliburton's going to have to step it up, and he's going to have to drop maybe 30 or something for the Pacers to hang with the Thunder. So, once again, it's the Pacers that had multiple players in double figures, whether it was Siakam, Halliburton, Miles Turner, Obi Toppin stepped up. Like, we keep talking about the depth of the Pacers. We saw it again in last night's game. And also, their defense was pretty spectacular in spots. I know SGA went off, but ultimately, this was a lower scoring game. I expected this to be an over game. It was not. And part of that was the Pacers turning over the basketball, but also it was the Pacers critically late in games. Was it Nembhard who had that great stop on SGA late to give the Pacers the ball back for a chance to win it? So even though the Thunder are known for their sort of frenetic defense and how well they play the perimeter, it was the Pacers matching them in every aspect and kind of slowing the game down a little bit. But ultimately, Indiana got everything they wanted out of this game. And they didn't even play their best game. To me, if I'm the Pacers, I have to be ecstatic right now that we played very poorly in the first half, found a way to win. They had no business winning this game, but they just don't give up.
Well, and this is a trend that we continue to see throughout the postseason as well, is that the Pacers are really good in the first 2 games of the series. Like, maybe the questions start to arise if, they build a 2-0 series lead, and we've seen them let other teams kind of creep back into it. Because I'm far from saying that this series is over and it's like going to be the Pacers the whole way. No, the Thunder are still a really good team as well. And obviously this one could have gone either direction when you're talking about a game-winning shot. But then you look at the line for the next game, James, it's 11.5. The Thunder are laying 11.5 points against a team that just beat them. And for the people, they're like, oh, well, it's a one-time thing. No, from a betting standpoint, the Pacers continue to be one of the best bets as underdogs. They improved to 8-3 outright in this year's postseason when getting points. So how many times can we say it? It feels like an auto bet at this point where you just take the points with the Pacers.
I'm not laying 11.5 with the Thunder. Like, what is going on? I mean, it makes me think the Thunder are the right side because I might be missing something, But, I think Sammy P said something on our show last week where sometimes everyone is on one side. Maybe Vegas is on, one side and everyone else is on the other side. And he's like, sometimes everyone is right. Sometimes the public is right. And so not all the time, clearly, but there are times when Vegas is wrong. And I feel like a lot of times, especially when it comes to the Pacers during the playoffs, Vegas has been wrong. Now, if you're betting that, good for you. It doesn't mean that everyone's been betting and cashing. But I don't understand these numbers, and I'm not trying to imply for one second I know more than odds makers. I don't. They're infinitely smarter than I do. I need someone to explain to me what's going on here with this number because I don't understand.
Yeah, I need that soundbite from Michael Scott saying, Explain this to me like I'm 5.
Yeah.
So when it comes to this number, I think maybe the sabotage factor is if you're on the Pacers that we see this in NBA games is sometimes they just kind of get out of hand in the final minutes. Like if somebody's winning, they'll run away with it. It just doesn't feel like it's the case with the Pacers. And I think these lines are based on a lot of regular season metrics and home court advantage. But it feels like the Pacers, like when they go on the road, they're almost better.
Yeah. And not only that, the total has dropped. The total is 227.5. So generally, if you see a large spread, you want to see a high total as well because those correlate. This is still a high total, but the total has dropped down 3 points. So the total has dropped, but the spread has increased. And maybe this is just some sort of algorithm based on what we saw early in the season. But if we're looking at what we've seen late, I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it either. So, all right, coming up next, we switch gears to baseball. Our favorite plays on the diamond come your way next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. Off and running. It's a Friday, and we have a full, fabulous slate in Major League Baseball to get to in mere minutes here on this show. So the latest injury news in Major League Baseball is Francisco Lindor is now out for the Mets with a fractured toe. And as soon as I saw this story, Jenks, I said, his right pinky toe? Like, come on, man. How much do you actually need your right pinky toe? But then I was thinking about it. Like, you think you don't need things until you probably have to go about life without them. Because I was just thinking, I'm going to ask Jenks, like, if he had to sacrifice one of his digits, which one would it be? And I thought that this was way more of a deep question than I thought initially. Because, like, at first I was like, oh, just a toe, right? But, like, women wear way more open-toed shoes. And I think that there is something in the effect of, like, balance in there. Because there's a reason that we have, like, 5 fingers and 5 toes. I wonder if you had to go without a pinky toe, if it would affect the way you walk, the way that you run. And, of course, we know in, like, baseball, or if you're a professional athlete, that, like, even the smallest tweaks can have a big effect if you're somebody who is, tweaked their swing to perfection, or somebody who runs, a 4.2 40 or something. So let me ask you, if you had to sacrifice one digit, which digit would it be?
You can just cut off my pinky toe. I mean, I'm not going
the
around.
Favorite.
Yeah. You can still walk without a pinky toe. You'll be fine. I don't wear a lot of open-toed shoes. I mean, maybe I'll put on some flip-flops.
And we're thankful for that.
And yes, the world is thankful for that. Yeah, I'll throw on some flip-flops and walk around shirtless during the summer. A lot. Like, nobody wants to see that. But I'll be just fine wearing tennis shoes, wearing boat shoes, whatever, not wearing flip-flops, and not walking around with, like imagine me talking on the air, and I'm like, no, hey, what? And you're like, what in the hell's going on with his fingers? Like, don't you watch, like, it's funny to watch, like, Michael Strahan, for example, or these old football players when we're talking, and they'll be like, when I played, and you're like, oh my God, because they were just sitting there just like,
McFarland?
Yeah, Booger McFarland, yeah, it's like,
do not show me his hands.
On the defensive line, it's like, yeah. It's like, you guys from the trenches, breaking fingers, turning your fingers this way and that. I don't want people to stare. It's the shame that I'm worried about. Because you know how people are. People are so judgmental. I don't want to be sitting anywhere at a restaurant, bar, in a social setting, and I'm talking, and people are like, hey, is he missing, like, does he have, like, half an index finger? Then people start talking, whispering. I can hide it. I can hide the pinky toe. I'll be just fine. So I would go pinky toe. What about you? Take it off a couple fingers?
I think pinky toe definitely was the favorite in this discussion. I think that's like minus 210. I think next down the list would be whatever hand that you are dominant in, the opposite hand, and the pinky finger. Like, I think I could still get through life pretty well without my left pinky.
Okay.
Because you can still, like, grab things.
Yeah.
Like, what would be the obvious pitfall? Like, just the way that it looks?
Holding hands with someone and feel that nub rubbing up against you.
Hold my strong hand.
Hold my strong hand. I told you not to hold my weak hand. Get on the other side, And also, I feel like that for some people, I could be wrong, but if you're in a relationship, all right, you lose a finger. It's like, whatever. I love you. I'm with you no matter what. But if you're on a date or something, and, it's already tough enough meeting people and you're out there and they look down and they see that nub. There are some people that wouldn't be able to get past that.
That nub.
That old nub.
Yeah, there's definite proof of what you're saying. And the fact that, I don't know if you've ever looked this up before, but I think Megan Fox has like a weird thumb or something. It's either her thumb or her toes. That's like weird. And people on the internet are like, ew, Megan Fox has a weird toe. I'm like, you would marry her in an instant if she asked. You would probably eat your own boogers if she asked you to. Megan Fox is not somebody you're going to say no to. I don't care how ugly her feet are.
No, I'm not worried about your feet. You have weird fingers. Oh, okay. Come on. Let's go down the aisle. Yeah, I would not. I'd be like, and plus I have to say, like, everyone, I mean, there are extreme examples, obviously, but everybody I feel like has some sort of weird quirk or whatever. I mean, I don't know. I'm not thinking anything in particular. Some are worse than others, but I People are just too judgmental. Oh, yeah, Megan Fox, real unattractive. Come on, get out of town.
Well, if you thought this discussion was not going to go in the way of eating your own boogers and Megan Fox's toes, back to the Francisco Lindor news. So he's not on the injured list, though. The Mets are actually considering him day to day, but it does feel like one of those things where when I saw this, I was like, uh-oh, here come the Mets. They're about to start Metting. It's June 6th. And here's the stretch, but I don't think that's the case. The Mets are doing pretty well. Right now, the favorites to win the National League East, and I feel like it's one of those things where you have to have a bigger grouping of like bad news for the Mets or just any team in general. Yeah. One injury usually does not damn a team. It's the accumulation. Like we're starting to see that with teams like the Dodgers and their pitching staff. So I don't think this is a huge deal. Obviously, it's not great news, but it's not something I'm going to panic over.
No, and it's a long season, and they're going to be fine. And, you know, I'm the same way. I think you have to sort of, like, take the hit. Like, you're like, wait a second. Oh, my God. Hey, we still got a lot of baseball left. It's one guy. They're going to be okay. So as long as it's not season ending, as long as it's, you know, nothing that's going to jeopardize them long term, then you take a breath. You say, could be a lot worse. We're going to be fine.
Yeah, you look at the overall picture. Yeah. Like Megan Fox, you're not going to throw her in the garbage can because she has one weird toe. All right, so back to baseball. All right, so today we have a big slate, a ton of games to choose from. And Jinx, I want to start with this one because I thought the line was kind of strange to me. Okay. So last night when I checked this at first, the Phillies were minus 140. Now I think it's gone down to minus 135 in some shops, which means the Pirates are getting some money. The Pirates are plus 115. Bailey Falter gets the ball for the Buccos. He's 4-3 with a 3.14 ERA. Joe Ross is starting for the Phillies and a total of 9. So, Jenks, I know Joe Ross is not the best starter for the Phillies and Bailey Falter has good numbers, but am I supposed to trust this Pirates offense? I feel like this is a pretty good number on a good Phillies team. Am I wrong?
Yeah. No, I saw this too. I'm like, wait, what? And now you're right. I mean, you can still get it at minus 135. I'm trying to figure out what in the world's going on here. And this is a bullpen game. You got Joe Ross. I mean, Joe Ross pitched here in D.C. for a while. And so I'm like, okay, this is a bullpen game for Philadelphia. How has their bullpen looked over the past couple weeks, past week? I mean, it's been okay. But ultimately, when you're talking about the Pirates, will they be able to hit? Like that's, I mean, as you know, that's sort of the big bugaboo with Pittsburgh. A lot of times when I see stuff like this, I think, and look, the Pirates bullpen over the past week has been one of the worst in baseball. So, yeah, the Phillies bullpen isn't great either. Both of these pens have struggled recently. So all things being equal, I'm not saying handicaps are this simple, but wouldn't you just go with the Phillies bats here, especially if you can get it at minus 135, which you still can?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking to myself. Or sometimes we see this in baseball and all sports where we see a fishy line and then the game happens. You're like, wow, that's why the line was fishy. The odds makers knew something. I'm trying to poke hole in the Phillies right now. And maybe you could say, hey, this Phillies offense has not been great at scoring runs. Over the last 4 games, they've scored 2 runs or fewer in 3 of those 4 games. Just dropped a couple games to the Blue Jays. But I would think that, you know, if you're looking at the larger sample size, that eventually the Phillies are going to hit. And if you're looking at the larger sample size, eventually the Pirates are not going to hit because they are not a good offense. And we've seen this over the course of the year. I mean, look at Paul Skeen's win-loss record. The guy is putting up like incredible numbers and still can't register wins because this offense and the run support is so terrible. So I would lean towards the Phillies, but maybe it's not going to make the card for me because it does feel a little fishy. All right, so I see this one on the card, the Rangers and the Nationals, and this one is labeled as the Patrick Corbin revenge game. Because obviously Patrick Corbin used to play for the Nationals, won a World Series with them, which, Jenks, I'm sure you were present for. Texas minus 130 here, Washington plus 110 at home. Mike Soroka gets the ball for the Nats. But is this really a revenge game? Patrick Corbin had some great times with the Nats, and didn't they pay him a lot of money?
Oh, God. I mean, look, he was good until he wasn't, you know? He was awesome until all of a sudden he just wasn't, and he got paid. There's no question about it. So he got a lot of derision towards the end of his career, but there was also some appreciation. How do you feel? Because I don't want to speak for all Nationals fans. I mean, you know as well as I do.
Yeah, so this is not a revenge game for Patrick Corbin. This is a revenge game for the Nationals. Hey, we gave you 6 years, $142 million. Thanks for that World Series, but God, those other 5 years stunk, and we're about to take it out on you, buddy.
Oh, okay. I like it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Revenge
Patrick
game for
Corbin
the
has not
Nats.
been terrible this year, though.
No, he
You
hasn't.
know?
He hasn't been bad. He'll give up some runs. Mike Soroka, I would probably look at the over. I'm going to find some way to play this. I'm just, whatever, Braves. I'm still from yesterday's loss. I know we're not talking about the Braves. Sorry, I've been having flashbacks, PTSD from yesterday's bad beat, terrible beat. I would look at the over here. I mean, Patrick Corbin, I'm not saying he's been better. He has been better this year. There's no question. He's also not the innings eater that he was at the end of his career last year here in D.C. Revenge game for the Nats. And look, the Nats are a really young team, but some of these batters know him. So I think I would look. The Rangers don't hit a lot, but they can hit Soroka. I mean, he's a guy who, you know, he's 2-3 with a 5.81 ERA, giving up at least 3 runs in 5 of his last 6 starts. So I think you find some way to play a lot of runs being scored.
I think the Nationals qualify as one of those teams in Major League Baseball that I'm kind of afraid to fade. Like, there's maybe not a great reason behind it, but do you get what I'm saying? Like, there are certain teams that are pesky. I think maybe that's the adjective that I'm searching for here. And I was just looking at the numbers. Jenks, did you know that the Nationals have a winning record as underdogs this year? They're 26-25. So maybe that goes to my point in that they're a team that, you know, they're not going to probably be anything in the postseason, and they don't have a winning record overall. But I do think they're a pesky team that does have some good young talent, guys like James Wood. And, you know, so I think they're one of those teams that I am very cautious when I say, oh, this is a bad team, straight fade. It doesn't feel that way to me for the Nationals this year.
No, this is the most profitable underdog in Major League Baseball this season. If you bet the Nats on the money line all season long, you'd be up a lot of money. They're a live dog in a lot of games, and especially a game like this because, like, I don't want to pick a side. I would look at a total, but I totally hear you because the Nationals bullpen is always, you know, kind of a roll of the dice, but ultimately they have some decent starting pitching. They can hit, they can get hot, and the Rangers don't hit. And we've talked about that all season. Maybe at some point they start living up to the names on the back of their jerseys, but the Rangers aren't exactly a team that is they're not going to slug it out with you. So if you like the Nationals here with Patrick Corbin coming back to D.C., I'm not going to talk you off of it. You could have made a lot of money betting on the Nats as dogs this year.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to bet against him in that spot, especially because we know that it's not going to be shocking if Patrick Corbin gives up some runs because that's kind of what he's been doing over the last few years, even though this year he has looked a little bit better. Let me ask you about this game because when I was looking at the slate initially, I look at MLB.com, and so I see the games before the lines come out. And I said, hey, I like the Tigers today. What's not to like about Tariq Skubal? Somebody who's one of the favorites to win the Cy Young. But then I saw the price. The Tigers are minus 200 against the Cubs. Cubs have been one of the best teams in all of baseball today. So I think the price makes me say, see you later, Tigers. I don't think I'm going to be playing that. Did you expect this line to be so high? Like, the Tigers are really good, and Tariq Skubal, obviously one of the best pitchers in baseball. But the Cubs are no slouch. Like, is this just a straight fade of Ben Brown?
I think it is. So I would, if you're going to play this game, just play the Tigers on the run line. You can still get the Tigers at plus money on the run line at plus 115. But I'm like you. I mean, the Cubs are live. I mean, when you get the Cubs at plus 165, I mean, that's not a bad price on Chicago. But ultimately, you're just paying the Skubal price here, right? Like, he started 11 games for the Tigers this season. They've won 8 of those, and that included a run of 6 straight until they lost to the Royals last time out, 1-0. So the only time he's losing games, I mean, he's losing by a score of 1-0 or 3-2. Like, every single game that he pitches in, it's mega close because nobody can touch him. All he needs to do is get some run support. So then you say, well, he should be able to get run support if the Cubs are trotting out Ben Brown, ERA that's starting to inch towards 6. So I understand why the Tigers are a favorite. I think this is too much of a favorite. So we're going to play Detroit, and I thought about doing it when I was handicapping this game yesterday. I'm like, I can get a decent price of the Tigers on the money line. And then I woke up this morning, I was like, oh, no, I can't. So I guess Tigers run line. It is. I don't think I'm going to play it, but that's the only way I would look at it.
I know. That was disappointing to see that minus 200 in front of the Tigers. All right, we have a minute left, and I've kind of steered you towards some games. What's a game that you like today, or a game that you just want to talk about?
I'll just say it outright. I'll give a bigger handicap at the end of the show. I am angry. Well, I'm angry at the Braves. And that comes off of being angry at the Rockies. I'm going to fade the Rockies again today against the Braves. because I said out of spite I'm going to do it. You can't lay a 1.5 run line. That's -220, but you can lay 2.5. I'm going to lay 2.5 with the Mets because I am very angry right now at the Rockies having won 3 straight. Get out of town. This is going to be a spite bet. So yeah, I'm doing that. I'm fading the Rockies. Mets -2.5. They're playing in Colorado. Kodasinga's on the mound for the Mets. Let's go Mets.
Yeah, and now they're trying to like trade barbs with Scotty Scheffler. Like, what are you doing, man? Ooh, their wins since June 3rd. We have 3. Scotty Scheffler 0. Stop talking about Scotty Scheffler. Good things do not happen when you besmirch his name. All right, coming up next, it's time for the show parlay. See if we can win some big plus money heading into the weekend. That's next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back. And it's time for some big plus money. None of this minus 140 and minus 155 nonsense. We're going to go for some big plus money with our show parlay that's coming up in mere moments here on the show on a Friday. So, Jenks, I was thinking about putting a play in the finals game that's going to be on Sunday, I believe. But here's the thing. When I am crafting parlays, I absolutely hate it when it's spread out over multiple days. Do you do this? Like, does this go into your parlays where you're like, I don't want to have to wait. I don't want to have like one play on a Thursday and then the rest of the plays on the weekend. Because like, what if you go into the weekend and it doesn't even survive the Thursday leg of the parlay? So I think for that reason, I'm going to stick to baseball. But I feel like it's one of those X factors in parlays that, I don't know, for some reason or another, I hate having it over multiple days.
I mean, I hate it, but also if you really like it, it's worth the wait. Like, I generally, if it's just like, hey, I'm putting another parlay, then no, I don't want to wait. But if you have a very strong feeling about something and you're willing to look ahead, then I don't want to let the wait deter from something that could potentially hit. I mean, it's hard to hit a parlay anyway. But on principle, no. Generally, I wouldn't. But every now and then there's an exception where I'm like, I'm going to have to wait, but I feel really, really good about this.
Also, when other people are involved. Because, like, in this situation, it's like, okay, what if everybody hits their bet? And then we have to wait till Sunday. And all of the pressure is on me, you know, at the time, because everybody's eyes are going to be on my bet. It's like, Chelsea, you blew it. Like Scott blew it for the Braves. I'm sorry, Jenks. That was probably a dagger straight to your PTSD for last night's Braves game. But it's one of those things where I just don't want that pressure.
No, I get that. I mean, that makes sense to me. Sometimes when you want to get paid, I mean, a lot of the reasons why people bet is it's not just the bet, it's the in the moment action, right? You want some action right then. So it's a combination. Of course you want to win, but also like this will make this game more interesting, or I want that rush. So having to postpone that rush is not something that most people I think are interested in.
That's why I feel like the casual bettor, like I never hear him talking about futures bets. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it skew like in the other direction? People don't want to wait 9 months for their bet to pay off. They want to play the Nerfy and the Yerfy and the first basket props. So please, you know, direct me if I'm wrong, but like, have you ever heard somebody at the gym like talking about like, oh, I got 7 futures bets in my portfolio that I'm going to be No, casual bettors never talk about this, at least to me.
I hardly ever talk to. I mean, I'll talk to bettors when I pop into my little watering hole around the corner. We'll talk a little betting, but it's always very just, you know. It's like I always say, people don't put in the work that you might assume they put in. It's just very surface level, which is not a knock. I think it's how most people bet. It's why you see, like, of course, what is the surprise college football? What is the one team that has the most over bets in college football this season? Take a wild guess. No, it's not Texas. It's Colorado. I wish it was Texas. But it's because of Deion. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's everyone believes so much in Colorado, and maybe they'll have a fine season. It's just the casual bettors are like, oh, Deion, Colorado? Sure, I'll bet the over. Like, that's the level of thought that is put into a lot of these bets. So if that's the level of thought, which is not a criticism, I just think a lot of people don't want to spend 30 minutes handicapping a game. Like, where's the fun in that? So they think, this is what I think is going to happen. This seems like a bet I'd want to make. I'll make it. And so if you're willing to be that quick with placing a bet, then why would you want to wait at all?
Yeah, like I'm a casual, you know, college football fan at the time. I've not done my deep dive. And that's why I just said Texas, because you're like, oh, Arch Manning's good. Texas is good. I mean, obviously, a very difficult handicap and a difficult jump to make. But you're right. I think for a lot of people, it's like playing slots. Like, there's just not a lot of thought put into it. And listen, you can bet that way if you want to. In fact, sometimes I feel like I put all this time and effort into my handicaps, and sometimes my gut instinct was just right, and I shouldn't have done any research, and I should have just been like, trust me, bro. Just play the game.
Just trust me, bro. All right, you should just have a trust me, bro segment. It's like, what's my handicap? My handicap is I've been on this show for a long time. Trust me, bro.
Yeah, I've been betting a long time. Just trust me. It's like we were going to do like a casual NHL segment, and I was talking with Jake about this, my husband, last night. I was like, I got to come up with like some casual bets for the Stanley Cup final. He's like, oh, just play the Panthers. I'm like, why? He's like, I don't know. It feels like they're going to win this one. End of sentence.
Exactly. I'm telling you, that's the way most people look at things. So, don't kill yourself with the over-analysis when most people aren't thinking that way in the first place. And I don't think any of us has ever said on this show that we're sharp bettors or anything like that.
Well, if you're like my husband and you do want to bet on the Stanley Cup final, stay on the power play with a Stanley Cup final odds boost token. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning bet. Of course, it's only at BetMGM for that odds boost token. Why not use it? All right, now we've talked about it. It's time to be about it and shoot for the moon and go for the show parlay.
Ladies and gentlemen, adults of all ages, it's time for the show parlay.
All right, step right up and try your hand at 45-1. I think that's our odds. Maybe it's even longer than that. Maybe I did the math wrong, which is a theme for me. All right, so what we're going to do is each member of our show staff is going to put in a leg. We're going to combine them together and hopefully take home a big payday after the weekend. So, Jenks, we're going to have you lead off here. What is your contribution to the show parlay this week?
I'm taking the Mets on the run line. 2.5 runs against the Rockies. So you got Kodai Senga on the mound for the Mets. He has been unbelievable this season. He's going to miss a ton of Rockies bats because they can't hit. I don't care about that sweep over the Marlins. And then conversely, who is on the mound for the Rockies? How about this? Our good buddy, Antonio Senzatella. The last time he pitched, it was against these very same Mets. He lost 8-2. He's lost 7 straight games. 6 of those games, the last 6, 5 of those have been by 3 runs or more. And this game is in the Mile High City. So we're going to fade the Rockies. They're due to get blown out, and they're going to get blown out today. So let's go Mets.
Yeah, I think we have correlating bets, which is a good thing when you're doing a parlay. So for me, a very similar handicap, but I'm honing in on Kodai Senga. I'm going to go under 2.5 earned runs for Kodai Senga, the starting pitcher for the Mets against the Rockies today. He's been incredibly consistent this year. He's only gone over 2 earned runs twice this season. And he just faced the Rockies, which normally I would say, okay, if they're familiar bats, sometimes the advantage goes to the hitters. But can you really give the advantage to the hitters who have the worst team OPS in all of baseball? No. I will say this. In 6 1/3 last time around against the Rockies, Kodai Senga gave up 2 earned runs. So he would have gone under this number of 2.5 for -140. But he only gave up 2 hits. It was not a hit parade. It was solo shots. And so it wasn't like the Rockies lineup overall was really getting good connection on him. He had 7 strikeouts in this game. And again, only gave up 2 hits. So I think it's more the same in this one, even though this one is on the road. But when you have good strikeout pitches, the altitude matters a little bit less because obviously you have to make connection with the ball if you want to put it over the fence and take advantage of playing in a hitter's park. So let's go under 2.5 earned runs for Kodai Senga against the Rockies today. All right, next up, Dylan. We are waiting with bated breath for your fight picks because they have been so good. I am assuming this is UFC, but listen, I have no idea. Who are these people? I'm seeing the names, and it looks like the names of people who, like, Shohei Ohtani has broken records from in, like, 1919. So lay it on us.
So I'm going Patchy Mix and Chaos Williams to both win, just outright. No specialty in this one. To give you a little background, Patchy was a Bellator champ. That's one of the best organizations outside of the UFC, so he has some validation there. And then Chaos Williams, 2 of his last 3 wins are by knockout. And I just think he's had tougher competition than his opponent. So to keep it short and sweet, I put them together so we could get some plus money on this.
Ooh, Patchy Mix. Patchy plus Chaos, we're hoping, comes through for the parlay. All right, Double D, you're next.
I am homering all over this. I'm taking the Phillies -1.5 run line at +115, I believe. Anemic offense for the Pirates. one of the most prolific and run-scoring offenses from the Phillies. Yes, they just did come back from Toronto and did not play well, but I blame that on the Joe Carter curse. So I think it's a bounce back here. I think the Phillies win by more than 2.
And you get plus 115 on that. All right, Denton, time to anchor the ship here. Who do you like, or what do you like?
All right, so we're rounding this one out, and Chelsea, Jake and I are on the same page. Edmonton took game number 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals. I think Florida takes game number 2 tonight, and I think they get that there because of a Matthew Tkachuk anytime goal. So I got that in our parlay. Matthew Tkachuk anytime score at plus 210 to give us a little bit of a boost in those odds.
I love how the other people on the show, other than me and Jenks, like go for plus money. And me and Jenks are like, we're going with the dependable plays at minus money. So here's the parlay if you are interested and you have your pen and paper. We're going with the Mets on the run line, minus 2.5 over the Rockies. Kodai Senga under 2.5 earned runs. Patchy Mix plus Chaos Williams to win their fights, plus 132. Phillies on the run line, plus 115. Matthew Tkachuk anytime goal. If you play those all parlayed together, it is plus 45.41. $10 on this bet returns you $454.16 if the bet comes through. So now it's time to stir the pot. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Who ruins the parlay for us?
Patchy.
Patchy Mix.
Patchy. It's gonna be Patchy. Chaos will get it done, but Patchy's gonna be the one.
Honestly, that's not even a bad take because Mario Bautista ruined everything last time he beat Jose Aldo. So we as UFC fans on this show hate that.
And when you say we mean you.
All of us are worried about Patchy based on past performances.
But listen, we can't doubt you, Dylan. You've given us some good winners in fighting. I still don't know if this is UFC. You mentioned some other like regulation. I don't know, but just bet on Patchy and Chaos. That's all I'm remembering. All right, coming up next, it's time to break down Chris Mack and his insight into the Steelers and what Aaron Rodgers brings to the table. That's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
And we are off and running. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Friday morning good time edition. Coming up in our final hour. Oh, finally. The wait is over. Aaron Rodgers will suit up for the Steelers this season. But how do our friends in Pittsburgh feel about that? We'll bring in Chris Mack, host of the Caboli and Mack podcast, to tell us what he thinks. In 20 minutes, it is back to basketball with Sean Devaney, the NBA insider and content editor for Heavy.com, with the Pacers winning at the buzzer last night. And then we will bring you our best bets at 8:40. Chelsea, before we get to our good friend Chris Mack, did you see Derrick Henry and his interaction with Dan Patrick on the Dan Patrick Show, where Dan Patrick was wrapping up the interview, and Derrick Henry said, "Oh, I really like your sweatshirt, your hoodie," and Dan Patrick said, "Well, this is from Happy Gilmore too." And Derrick Henry lost his mind. He's like, "Oh my God, I love Adam Sandler. If you see him, will you tell him hello?" And Dan Patrick said, "I'll do you one better. I'll get you a video from him, and I'll tell you what, if you rush for 2,000 yards, I will text the Sandman. I will text Adam Sandler, and I will get you in a movie." And Derrick Henry was so excited. He's like, "Say no more. Say no more." He was so legitimately excited at the possibility of maybe being in an Adam Sandler movie. I don't know if you put that in a handicap, but the guy was jacked yesterday.
I feel like if I was a star athlete, I would use this card all the time. Like, this would be the coolest thing to pull out of your back pocket and say, "Hey, I'm a famous athlete. How can I use this to meet all the people that I want to meet?" Because I think the same applies to me. If I was like a famous celebrity, I would do this to go to like marquee sports games. Like, I would be like Ben Stiller. I would always be like sticking my nose in the sports world, even though maybe it doesn't belong there. But since we're talking about Aaron Rodgers here in a second, Aaron Rodgers has done this. He was an extra in Game of Thrones, which we were just talking about. So he's already played this card before, which I think if I had the choice of Game of Thrones or Adam Sandler movie, I would still definitely choose Adam Sandler movie. Like Game of Thrones, I think Aaron Rodgers was like battle person number 76.
Well, and also, wouldn't you have so much more fun on an Adam Sandler movie? It feels like it would just be hijinks the entire time.
Right. Like on Game of Thrones, you can't be cutting up.
No,
like,
no
you're
cutting
supposed
up.
to be dying.
Guys, we don't play grab ass here on Game of Thrones, okay? We just don't do it.
Which
it's
sounds
Game
like
of
Aaron
Thrones.
Rodgers.
And they probably said something like, "This isn't an Adam Sandler movie, guys. It's Game of Thrones." Also, hello to our audience on Stadium during our final hour. Thanks for streaming us on the Bally Sports Live app, along with the website, BallySportsLive.com. Well, let's bring in our expert on all things sports, and specifically Steelers football. Of course, I'm talking about Chris Mack, host of the Caboli and Mack podcast, and a host on Y108 in Pittsburgh. Chris, good morning. And let me start by asking you a therapist question, which is, are you happy right now? How are you feeling after this sign?
Yeah, because I'm picturing backstage blooper reels from Game of Thrones and wondering what they would look like. Like, that's not happening. You're right. Much more fun on a Sandler set. That big noise you heard coming from the direction of every Steelers fan yesterday afternoon around 3-4 o'clock was not necessarily, I don't think, a roar of jubilation, maybe not even a groan of disgust, although there were plenty of those rolled in. I think it was more just a giant sigh of relief. Our long national nightmare is over, and Aaron Rodgers will officially be the quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So the feeling among Steeler fans is, okay, There's not any great excitement. I mean, look, there's a small percentage of the fan base that is excited. I guess I'd use that word. And like I said, a certain percentage of the fan base is looking at it as, okay, this guy hasn't been what he once was for, 4 seasons now. So what are we really getting out of him? I think most Steelers fans, I don't want to say are nonplussed about this, but we've been thinking about it for so long that we've played out all the angles in our head already, and there's not much surprise to it. It was just more about the timing and when it would get done. So, it is. I think the reaction from Steeler fans, actually, guys, is very similar to the reaction we got from the books yesterday when this news hit, which was, oh, okay. With no reaction, basically, right? We're not going to change the win total. We're not going to change the Super Bowl odds. Even the line on week 1 doesn't move. So nothing, I think, has changed in many Steelers fans' minds. And I think that's reflected in what we saw was very little movement at the books in what's expected out of the Steelers this year.
Yeah, so your co-host, Mark Caboli, ran a poll, and I voted in it just because I wanted to see the results, because obviously you guys cover the Steelers, and I thought, okay, his demographic probably is a good indication of how Steelers fans really feel. So he tweeted out this poll that said, are you for or against Steelers signing Aaron Rodgers? And the for got 68% of the votes. I was kind of surprised at that. Like, were you surprised by those type of numbers? Because I understand what you're saying, that people are saying, okay, like, it's a fine move. Like, we're not going to wave a flag or go for a parade or anything. But I feel like for the longest time, the knock that comes from Steelers fans is that we are tired of living in 9-8 land. We are tired of being a team that simply makes the playoffs, and then, like, that's it. For, like, the past, decade, that's kind of been the case for the Steelers. So I was surprised by those numbers.
Yeah, I think, a lot of Mark's audience, I think, skews more in the direction of being Rodgers fans. But nonetheless, it's still an interesting number because, it's not that Steelers fans necessarily hate this move, right? It's as much about we don't think it moves the needle the way, and anything else could have. And look, they backed themselves into a corner by going with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields last year, and then letting each of those two walk, and then not really making any significant moves. Maybe a peek behind the Sam Darnold curtain, maybe one quick phone call to LA when the Matt Stafford dust-up was happening. But really, they never looked anywhere else. Once Fields signed with the Jets, they were backed into this corner, and they decided to get into bed with Aaron Rodgers, which means waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and they were okay with that. Mike Tomlin has been the driver of saying, hey, whenever he comes in, and we'll be all right with that. And he's been the primary point of contact, really, with Aaron. So that relationship I'm not worried about. Rodgers' ability to occasionally, pull a lightning bolt out of his rear end and, some of those fourth quarter comebacks that people have talked about, that's a real thing still. It's very similar, actually, to late-stage Ben Roethlisberger at the end of his career, when there were some bad games, there was a whole lot of average, and there were the occasional lightning bolts that stole you a game in the fourth quarter. I think that's what we're going to get from Rodgers. Does that move the needle past 8.5 wins, 9-8, maybe 10-7? I don't think so. I mean, if everything went perfectly well for the Steelers this year, maybe you get 11-6. But that's everything going well. This, again, is going to be a wild card team if they enter the playoffs, and probably a one and done in the playoffs. So, I said it last time we talked about Aaron, hit over 8.5 wins. I still believe in that. I still think Rodgers, when you go back and look at some of those games, especially late in the year with the Jets last season, it's still in there in little drips and drabs. But you're not going to get it consistently for an entire 17-game season. You may even not get him for an entire 17-game season based on the physical ability. If there's an injury at some point, Rudolph starts a couple of games. They're a 9-8, 10-7 kind of team. And I think that's why Steelers fans, to bring it back to your original question, just kind of go, okay, that's fine. It's better than what we had, which was, a lot of Steeler fans, while they're in on Rudolph, aren't necessarily waving pom-poms for him as well. They've kind of resigned themselves to, okay, well, that's what we got to do.
Chris, I'm curious, what is the solution for the Steelers to get out of this purgatory that they've been in? Because, it's a fascinating place to be, and that, of course, you want to win. You don't want to lose, but there is some hope in losing a lot, because then you can maybe build draft picks and you can build capital and build from the bottom. If you're at the top, you're at the top. But when you're just kind of sitting there, middling, like, how do you get out of that spot, which the Steelers seem to be perpetually in?
They're going to have a year where they win 6 or fewer games, which, as I just alluded to in talking about Mike Tomlin, doesn't happen, right? Never happened to the guy. Last time they had a season like that where they went 6-10, they ended up drafting in the top 15. They got a franchise quarterback, but we're talking over 20 years ago now. That would be what they would need. Now, there is a possibility, given how many draft picks they've started to accumulate for the 2026 draft. They've got between 10 and 12 picks, depending on the compensatory formula when that gets all figured out next offseason, that they could package some of those picks and move their way up in the draft. So let's say they go 7-10. Rodgers gets hurt. Knock on wood, that doesn't happen. Rudolph doesn't perform well. And, they just bad year. Mike Tomlin, first losing season, 7-10, and they're 11th or 12th in draft order. They could take some of those picks, package them together, maybe move up a few spots and get into the top 10 if there's a quarterback they really like. That's one possibility, but that's the kind of year they're going to have. And like I said, it's very hard to see the Steelers having the kind of year. If everybody stays healthy on defense, if TJ Watt is himself, if Cam Hayward somehow continues to turn back the hands of time, if Minkah Fitzpatrick starts turning opposing quarterbacks over again the way he's done in the past, and the offense performs to just a modicum of success, and you do have Rodgers and Metcalf maybe finding a little bit of chemistry. I mean, if everything goes well, that's certainly not happening. If everything goes well and everybody stays healthy, they're not losing 11 games.
Right. And I'll say this about the Steelers. It feels like no matter who their quarterback is, it feels like they always play their divisional opponents pretty tightly. So let me ask you this. Do you think that if all things go well, can they win the AFC North?
I think you'd have to have all things go well for them, and you'd have to have some major issues in Baltimore and Cincinnati. Again, I'm never wishing injury on anybody, but you'd have to have Lamar Jackson out for a considerable length of time in Baltimore. You'd probably have to have a similar issue with one of the big offensive weapons in Cincinnati. And then everything going well with Rodgers, right? Rodgers maybe finding a little bit of the fountain of youth effect. And like I said, the defense performing well, unlike down the stretch last year. And there's a window, there's a world toward where you can look towards that possibility, that 1% chance that everything goes well and they win 11 games and Baltimore and Cincy don't win more than 10, and they win a division and they get a home playoff game for the first time in forever. And they don't lose it to Blake Bortles this time around, which is the last time they had a home playoff game. Is it a possibility? Sure. A probability? I'm not betting on it. The bet for me for the Steelers is still over 8.5 wins. They'll go 9-8, and we get a similar Steelers season to what we've had, like you said, for the last decade or so.
He is host of the Quilly Mac podcast, host of the BetMGM Network, and extra points for the Blake Bortles reference to bring us all down. It is Chris Mack.
Glad I could ruin everybody's Friday by referencing Blake Bortles.
Oh, man. I was doing great until I heard that. A little cut to the stomach there. Thank you, my friend. Have a great weekend.
Have a great weekend, guys.
All right. See you, buddy. I mean, the Steelers are in an interesting spot. You don't want to ever try to lose. You don't ever want to root for your teams to perform poorly, but like he was saying, it's been 20 years since the Steelers had a season that might put them in a position where they might have a top 15, top 10 pick. They're going to have to ultimately make some sort of move. I don't know what that move is. I mean, Chris was sort of trying to, talk about that on the fly. Well, maybe they do this, maybe they do that, but you can sense, not even sense, just talking to Steelers fans, it's like, hey, great job, Mike Tomlin. We love our black and yellow. Like, we got to do something here. We're running in place, and we've done it for way too long.
I feel like everybody talks about like a rebuilding phase of their franchise and say like it wouldn't be that bad until you're actually there. Jenks, you've been there following the Commanders. It's terrible. And as a Titans fan, I will say I would much rather have my team sitting in that purgatory where at least they're fielding competitive teams each year and the franchise feels like they know what they're doing, as opposed to a team that has fallen into, the rebuilding mode. Because I think it's just really hard to climb out of that. Like, obviously the Commanders made it look easy, but for most teams, once you're in that mode, it's extremely hard to rebuild a culture of winning.
No, it is. Easier said than done. But if you have the right ownership and general manager in place, it's a lot easier to make it happen. I mean, I feel like the Steelers have that in Pittsburgh. We'll see if they actually make a move or not. But for now, it's been the same old, same old. Coming up next on the show, the Pacers with the advantage after their stunning win last night. We'll talk about it with Sean Devaney from Heavy.com next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Great to have you with us on a Friday. Double D, give you a little something here as we head to the weekend, baby. Coming up on the show, a look back at the Indiana Pacers pulling off the last-second upset over the Thunder in the NBA Finals. We'll talk with Sean Devaney from Heavy.com. Dylan, you'll find this, or Denton, I should say, you will find this interesting. In fact, maybe everyone will find this interesting. This is a headline I read on the way to work today. Here in D.C., D.C. resident links abandoned casket to apartment complex. I'm like, an abandoned casket? So, in Prince George's County here in D.C., okay, a resident called the police and said, hey, there's a casket here right outside on the side of the road. So, an apartment complex manager right here in Navy Yard, down the street from where this studio is, saw this story, saw this picture, and goes, I recognize that casket.
What?
And I was like, what? She said that, yeah, we went into one of our abandoned apartments or an apartment that someone had moved out of, and there was this casket there. We put it down on our loading dock here in Navy Yard. Navy Yard is a long way from Prince George's County. So someone took this casket from an apartment complex not far from where we are right here, and somehow that casket ended up way north of here in a different part of this area. This is a story I did not anticipate reading this morning, but that's the city for you, I guess.
All right. So do you have any theories on what they were doing with this casket? Like, literally the only thing I can think of is somebody is trying to act out the meme gif of The Undertaker coming out of the casket and be like, I'm back, boys. Like, maybe somebody did that. Like, maybe, that would be fun to reenact. But, like, I don't even want to get in a casket. Like, doesn't that just feel creepy? Maybe.
Yes.
Like, right?
At least there wasn't a body on the inside. I mean, it was just an empty casket. This feels like a prank to me. Like, hey, because Navy Yard is... Didn't you say Navy Yard is youngish in residents, maybe? I would say so. So maybe as a joke, someone said, hey, let's take this casket. Let's steal this casket and just take it somewhere. I mean, nobody was hurt. Nobody was injured. I don't know why you would steal a casket and take it somewhere unless it was just for fun. What a bizarre story. I mean, thank God.
I feel like that's one of those things that, like, you don't do just because it's bad juju, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, that's why, I mean, I also used to play Ouija board on top of graves when I was in high school. I mean, not that there's high schoolers here, but you do a lot of dumb things when you're younger. And that was bad juju. I've never been the same ever since. You know what I mean? But I would not want to mess with a casket for sure. I mean, who knows? We'll have an update for you if we find a body or anything like that. We'll let you know. Very much alive and well, the Indiana Pacers, after that stunning win last night against the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. So we bring in Sean Devaney, NBA insider and content editor for Heavy.com. Sean, how in the world did the Pacers pull off this comeback?
It's a good question. We've been asking that repeatedly throughout these playoffs. Where you look at the game cast thing and it has the percentage winning and Oklahoma City's at 95% chance of winning this game, and somehow the Pacers come back and where they did it against Cleveland, they did it against New York, and here they are doing it again. And for the Thunder, that certainly puts them on a back foot. But for the Pacers, it's been business as usual. I mean, this is a team that is just remarkable with the way they can execute in the last couple of minutes of a game, starting with Tyrese Haliburton, but really all those guys. They all sort of chip in, make some big shots to get them in that situation, and then Haliburton, of course, buries the big shot with less than half a second to play. So it's something that we've been asking about this team throughout basically going back to April.
Yeah, it feels like at some point we have to say, hey, maybe this isn't just dumb luck. Maybe this is actually a good team. So from a betting standpoint, we always look at games and try to see, okay, is this an anomaly or is this a trend or something we can bank on happening again? So last night's game, I feel like there was a couple things. You look at the Pacers and say, hey, they had 25 turnovers in this game. Do you say that's an anomaly and they're going to clean things up, or do you give credit to the Thunder defense? Because we've seen this defense be extremely pesky all postseason long and dating back to the regular season. So I think if you look at it from a Pacers lens, you say, hey, if they don't commit all those turnovers, imagine how good they'd be. But you could also look at it from a Thunder lens and say, hey, this is what we've seen all postseason long. Which side of the coin do you fall on? Do you think that the turnovers are something that is a trend throughout the postseason, or do the Pacers clean it up?
Well, the thing about the turnovers is you can look at the big number and say, all right, 24, that's a lot. But I think you've got to break it up. They had 19 in the first half. I mean, they had 19 turnovers in the first half. One thing, you're watching it at halftime and you say 19 turnovers, this has got to be a 40-point game, and the Thunder were only up 12. And that was sort of a little bit of a warning sign that, how do you have a team commit 19 turnovers, which is a lot for a game, let alone for a half, and you're only up 12 points. So, yeah, the thing to take from that, though, is that the Pacers then only committed 5 turnovers in that second half. And you have to think that, they sort of figured something out, that, they were Oklahoma City does that. They blitz you in a way that teams aren't used to. Obviously, Indiana made an adjustment, made things a little easier, a little simpler on how they were making their passes. Some of the stuff was just nerves, it looked like to me in that first half. But they really did in the second half. They put all that behind them, and 5 turnovers and a half, you can live with that. So to me, going forward, that's probably the big thing is don't just look at that 24 number. Look at the second half. The Pacers definitely made an adjustment there.
We're talking with Sean Devaney. He is the NBA insider and content editor for Heavy.com. So, before the season, during the season, Tyrese Halliburton was voted as the most overrated player in the NBA by his peers, and maybe that sort of trickles, out into what fans think. How much has that perception, do you think, changed during this postseason with the way that Hallie has played?
I mean, I think it's one of those things where he's taken it and he's owned it and he's really used it as fuel. And anybody who would still vote him that way, you'd have to be insane at this point to still vote him that way with the clutch plays that he's made and just the winning plays and the way he makes his teammates better. He does everything you want a point guard to do. That it's funny because that vote was taken among NBA players, and they pulled 90 NBA players. It's about a fifth of the league. And I think it was something like 11 or 12% had Halliburton as the most overrated player, which breaks down to, I think it's like 9 players or somewhere around there. It's like 9 or 10 players who actually voted him out of the 450 in the league. So, it's not, the whole process of that, you can kind of question it. I think a lot of it was about the fact that he made the Olympic team, and some players felt he shouldn't have, and thus he got labeled overrated. But he's taken that and used that in the best way possible here in these playoffs, because he has absolutely turned it on his head. Where you could, if you were to take a vote of the most underrated player, he might win that at this point.
Yeah, and it just feels like there's never any pressure on him. Like, he feels so cool under pressure where he keeps making these shots. And the team in general just feels so resilient, where it feels like no lead is safe around these Pacers. Do you feel like all the pressure is on Oklahoma City to win the finals? Like, looking at the numbers, they're huge favorites. Do you think that plays a role in, maybe some of the X factors of this series?
Absolutely, and Indiana has used that to its advantage throughout the playoffs. Really, Cleveland came in as a 61-win team, and had a lot of pressure on them to win that. And Indiana went into their building and won the first 2 games. And then you go to New York, and obviously playing in New York, being the Knicks, and being a team that is under so much scrutiny all the time, hasn't been to the finals in 26 years. So there was a lot of pressure on those Knicks as well, and the Pacers turned that around, used it sort of against them, and won the first 2 games on the road. So this is something that Indiana has definitely used. This is a team that's not supposed to be here as far as everybody else is concerned, and they kind of use that lack of pressure to their advantage, and it really does allow them just a certain amount of freedom, it seems, where like they're not supposed to be here. They're playing completely with house money, so they're sort of just letting it rip. Especially you get to we're down 12. Well, let's just fire up some threes and try to create some chaos, and they seem to thrive in that chaos.
So Sean, here we are. Pacers lead game 1. Thunder still favored to win this series. They're favored by 11.5 in game 2. We've discussed this back and forth. Even now, whether it's betting or not, it still feels like that the Pacers just aren't getting any respect. This has been a common theme throughout the postseason. I don't think you feel that way. We don't feel that way. But why does that still exist even now?
Well, they don't have the superstar player. They're not sort of built the way that you expect teams to be built. They were they were the number 5 seed in the 4 seed in the Eastern Conference. So there's a lot of reasons just looking at it logically. But if you've watched them going back to around about March 10th or so, is when they really hit their stride, and they've gone something like it's something like 30-5 since then. They've had this 30-8, including the playoffs. They've had this incredible run where everything just clicked. They had a lot of injuries early on. They play in a small market. You can put all that in, and that's why they aren't thought of as a potential NBA champion. But they've shown that they can find different ways to win. I mean, they have 56 rebounds. They are undersized compared to the Thunder. They have 56 rebounds. That's the 4th best rebounding performance by the Pacers this entire season, regular season and playoffs. They did that in that game against a much bigger team, and that just kind of shows you that this team will find a way, and that is, when you watch them you can see that, but when you're betting on them you can't see that. You're just looking at, I don't know who this guy is, I don't know who this guy is, I don't know who this guy is. I'm taking the Thunder, that's part of what plays into all this.
All right, so a couple minutes left. So we have waved the flag for the Pacers, and I feel like we've talked about them a lot. But what is the case for the Thunder to still win the NBA Finals?
Well, I mean, they did this against Denver. Don't forget that they lost that first game. If you go back against that Denver series, Aaron Gordon makes that crazy dunk on the Jokic miss in game 1. Oklahoma City comes back in game 2 of that series and wins by 43. So that's the case, is that, okay, Oklahoma has been here before. They've seen this before. They know what to do. They won by 43 in their second game, and they could come out and put that kind of whooping on Indiana here. So I mean, this game 2 is obviously huge. Oklahoma needs that sort of statement kind of game, and they've shown that they can do it. They had this game in hand, and it's one they should have won. Again, the same case can be made for that game 1 against Denver. There's still plenty of time. This is a better team. They can't allow Indiana, if you're going to play at the pace of Indiana, you're probably going to lose. You've got to keep the score below 110. 110 is the magic number. Right now, 13-0 for the Pacers when they score 110 points. So Oklahoma's got to slow things down, play things more in the half court. They can do that, and they can still win this thing.
He is an NBA insider and content editor for Heavy.com, also a Buffalo wing enthusiast. I'm going to ask him about that next time we have it on, because we certainly will. It is Sean Devaney. Sean, we appreciate the insight on this Friday. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, guys.
You bet. Wow. Man, I had forgotten. That's a very good point about the Pacers winning game 1 against, or I should say the Thunder losing game 1 against the Nuggets and then coming back and dominating game 2. So maybe that's a factor in why we're seeing such an elevated line here coming up on Sunday. But still, it's not enough for me to want to lay those points.
Right, and on the Pacers side of things, it feels like they either win outright as big underdogs or they just lose and don't cover. Because we've seen that. Like, that's the metric that we've seen throughout the postseason, is that they're now 8-3 straight up when they are getting points. But in those 3 instances where they lost, they didn't cover the spread in either of those games. So sometimes it's like they win outright or they get blown out. So maybe we do see that in game 2, but I'm not going to bet against the Pacers. I just won't do it.
When you die, is it going to be an NC State casket probably for you?
Oh, man. So they can let me down one last time. Isn't that the thing?
Literally.
Right. People
right
do
underground.
That. I don't know. I haven't looked into it yet, Jenks, but maybe I'll do that this weekend. Sounds like a fun activity for me.
Yeah. One for the whole family. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'll do it for you. You know, take a little load off. Coming up next here on the show, let's end the week with some winners. And that means no Atlanta Braves bets. That and the Dogster. Coming up next in the Daily Tip. It's on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Friday morning good time edition. Double D. Always thrilled to have you with us, especially at the end of the week. And Michael Jenkins, she is Chelsea Messenger. Got the Donkster here, Best Bets, coming along shortly. Chelsea, let me ask you this. I want to know what you're doing this weekend. I'm going to annoy you and ask you that question like I always do. So tonight, we got a text a couple days ago from our friend Sarah. Haven't seen Sarah in a while. And she's a longtime friend of mine going back many, many years. And she kind of travels everywhere. She does a bunch of freelance work for ESPN, Fox, wherever she's needed. And she's a big Longhorns fan. So we watch a lot of games together, too. And so she texted me and the lovely Catherine and was like, hey, haven't seen you guys in a while. What are you doing on Friday? And so we said, well, we have a late dinner, but we'd love to do happy hour. But we can't do late because we have a dinner schedule. She's like, okay, when, where? Like, when do you have this dinner? And we're like, oh. So at first I was like, does she not believe we have a dinner? And then I realized, no, it's not that. She's just trying to figure out logistics to figure out what time our dinner is and where it is so that we can have a happy hour close-ish so that we maximize our time together. So it's so funny about how, text messages, as you know, can get misconstrued, things like that. And it wasn't a thing or anything. But my initial reaction was like, whoa, that's pretty sharp. And I was like, that's not what she means, Michael. And so I reeled it back a little bit. Does this happen to you at all on a regular basis? You're not a big texter, I feel like. So you're probably like, no, I'm in and out.
I feel like I don't have that many friends. So like the friends that I do have, I talk to them in person a lot.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's really hard to skew their conversations the wrong way because like you see them in person so much. Because I think this happens when you don't see a person for a long time or you don't know them that well. So like you don't have that like baseline where you assume like, you assume they're in a good mood or you assume that they're like thinking the best of you. And I'm not saying that's the case with like your friend.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it doesn't happen as much when you talk to somebody in person a lot. Because, like, I'll give you an example. My best friend Holly is the worst texter ever. I will ask her something, and she doesn't respond to the question, and she just says, oh, Paisley has something in her mouth. Is this stream of consciousness? Like, I asked you what you were doing on Friday. This is not an answer, and in fact, I don't care what she has in her mouth. I hope she's okay. But, like, she's just a bad texter, and I just know that about her. Like, it's nothing personal. So I give her a call. I say, okay, get that out of Paisley's mouth and tell me what you're doing on Friday. And I say those exact words. If I said that to any other person, I feel like it would sound very blunt. But because it's my best friend, the opposite is true. She knows me very well, and she knows that I am simply just trying to understand what she is doing on Friday.
No, I get that. Like I have another close friend of mine, and he's not antisocial, but he it takes a lot to sort of get him out of his shell sometimes. And I used to see him more, but now he has a little boy and married, moved out to the country and everything. So I'll text him, and I used to hear back, within the hour or two, and now it might be 3 or 4 days. But I don't take it personal because I know him and I know we'll always be close no matter what. And I know how his life has evolved. So I don't take it like, oh, he's ignoring me. I'm like, when he has time, he's doing his own thing, he'll get back to me. So that's a very good point, that it also depends on the friendship, how frequently you see someone, the situation, all those different things.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing for time constraints. Like you said, there are certain people, they're just not on their phone and they just aren't going to text you back immediately. But the worst thing is, it's people that like you see them constantly on their phone and like you're at dinner with them and they're just constantly looking at their phone. And then you text them and they're like, oh, I didn't see your text. I'm like, did you not see my text? You're on your phone 24/7.
I'll start texting you things like your best friend texts you. I'll be like, my cat seems tired right now. You'll be like, great. Thanks for the update. What do you want me to do with this, freak?
Cool.
Okay, you just give me like the thumbs up, I'm like, okay, sounds good. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, always a good time with Joe O. And no, Joe O is not there. It's Sammy P and our good friend Kate Constable sitting in today. So that should be exciting. Also exciting, we got the dogs. We got the whole crew here on this Friday, okay? Now, I just want to say I'm going to let go of the negative vibes of the Braves giving me the worst loss I've ever had on this show. I'm going to let that go. We've got a new day and new bets, so let's try and cash, Chelsea.
Time to place your bets.
Place your bets, see? One bet on the card for Chelsea. Nice win yesterday, calling the Pacers with the points. What do you have today?
Yeah, best bet of the day is fading the worst offense in all of baseball and banking on one of the most consistent pitchers in all of baseball. So I'm going to go with Kodai Senga under his earned runs prop of 2.5 for -140. He is facing the Colorado Rockies, who I know have all kinds of confidence, and they just won 3 games in a row. They're chirping at Scotty Scheffler. They're putting MLB on notice, it feels like, in their heads. But listen, they're still far and away the worst team in all of baseball. And the numbers suggest that. They have the worst OPS in all of baseball. So you look back to Kodai Senga's last start, he just faced the Rockies. Only gave up 2 earned runs, and more specifically, he only had 2 hits given up in that game. So I know he gave up a couple of solo shots, but still, it's not like the Rockies' bats were all over him. In fact, as a team, they hit 203 in that game against Kodai Senga. He's only gone over this number of 2.5 earned runs once this entire season. He has been incredibly consistent. So if I'm putting my money on something, it's putting my money on Kodai Senga to have a good game against the worst offense in all of baseball. Let's go Kodai Senga of the Mets under 2.5 earned runs against the Rockies for -140.
Okay. You know what? I'll start with my second bet because it relates directly to yours. And that means Mets on the run line against the Rockies. But to make this playable, the run line has to be -2.5. Now, the last time I faded the Rockies, I said on this show, there's no way the Rockies can win 3 straight. I misspoke. What I meant to say was, there's no way the Rockies can win 4 straight. No way. Okay? I got the number wrong. They are not going to win 4 straight. They're not. They're going to get blown out by the Mets. Kodai Senga on the mound. You talked about how amazing he's been this season. Antonio Senzatella on the mound for the Rockies. Holy Lord. 1-10 with a 7.14 ERA at home this season. His ERA is 7.42. Opponents are batting .348 against him. He faced the Mets the last time he pitched. He lost 8-2. He's given up 7 runs in 4 innings in that game, given up 4 runs or more in 7 consecutive starts. I expect an absolute bloodbath tonight in Denver. Mets -2.5. It's -130 at BetMGM.
Ooh, it's a bloodbath. It's all about vengeance for Michael Jenkins after being scorned by Scott Blewett and the Atlanta Braves.
Guy, what are you doing?
Yeah. Well, his last name's Blewett. I still can't get past that.
I'd change my last name.
You're a relief pitcher? Yeah, you got to change it.
Oh, I'd go Smith. Just something basic. Johnson, Whitaker, anything. Anything but Blewett. Oh, God. Terrible. Okay, one more bet for you. Had to search and find this number, but I got it. Rangers at the Nats, first 5 over 4.5, -129. Patrick Corbin on the mound for the Rangers. Mike Soroka going for the Washington Nationals. Yes, Patrick Corbin coming back to D.C. He's been pretty good with the Rangers this year. He has. But he will give up runs. He's given up at least 3 runs in 3 of his last 4 appearances. His ERA on the road jumps to 4.44. On the other side, Mike Soroka. Hoo boy. Given up at least 3 runs in 5 of his 6 starts this season. The Rangers are a fairly light-hitting team, but I think Soroka's struggles will be enough to help us get over the number here. Over 4.5 -125 is the play of the first 5 in D.C., Chelsea. Yay? Nay?
Yeah, I like it. I like that you're still being aggressive, because once you started the week off 4-0, I was like, oh, he's only going to do 1 bet each day. But you've still remained aggressive, and I respect that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I like the bets. Let's see what happens tonight. Can't get any worse than yesterday. That is for sure. Okay. Well, we are done. We have one more bet to give out, one more member of the team to talk to, and of course, I'm talking about the Donkster. Donkster, get on in here.
Good morning. Has anyone adjusted the lighting in here? I look great.
No. It's the same lighting as always, Donkster.
I just want to say no one understands the Aaron Rodgers situation more than me. Every team needs a great leader.
Oh. So you're our leader?
Yeah, a few months ago, Andrew came to me and said, Donkster, your bets are cashing. You look better than ever. We don't want to lose you to anyone. Name your price.
Oh. You got a raise?
No, I took the high road. I said I don't want your money, but if you have any contacts at the Sugar Shack, send them this way.
It's the Sugar Shack.
You don't want to know.
No,
I
actually, I don't.
Wasn't gonna ask.
I don't want to know. None of us want to know. Give us a bet.
Okay, Tarek's Cabal, Tigers, run 9, hosting the Cubbies.
Nailed it.
Wow, so good, Donkster. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, it's Sammy P, Kay Constable, and guess who's here? No one.
No one.
Sweats. It's just us. It's just us hanging out. But I'm sure it's going to be a blockbuster show. Does anyone else have plans for the weekend? Denton, you want to jump in?
Wifey and I doing a little picnic.
Oh.
We're doing a little picnic. There's a little park where you can watch the planes fly over.
It'll be fun.
At Reagan, so we're going to do that. And our dog jumps at every single one.
Oh, really?
Every time a plane, he just gives a little jump as if he's going to catch the plane. He's over. Maybe that changes this weekend.
Yeah.
Who knows? I think that sounds like a great summer activity. Like, that sounds like something if, like, the wife suggests on a college football Saturday, you're like, no, we're not going apple picking. No, we're not doing a picnic. So I'm glad that you're getting these activities out of the way in the summer.
Oh, that's a great idea. I think I know where that little park is, too. And that's the little green area right there.
Yeah, it's like a mile away
from
where we're sitting right now.
Oh, that's cool. All right. I like that. All right. Well, I hope everyone has a great weekend. We're set. We're ready to go. Chelsea, anything on the docket exciting?
Oh, you know who's really excited for the weekend? My cat, Dabby. She is currently scratching on the door and meowing. She says, it's time for my pets and my treat. So Dabby's ready for me to get off of here.
All right. Well, we can't keep Dabby waiting. We're out of time for this edition of the Daily Tip on a BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, Denton Day, Dylan Mitchell, David Double D Dykstra, that big old piece of meat, and the Donkster. I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a great weekend. We'll see you on Monday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Good morning. Welcome in to Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM Network. He is Sammy P. I am Kate C. for the next week in for Joe O. You guys with your one initial last names. I mean, the only show on the network that does that. Gotta love it, though. Sam, it was a tough night last night for the NBA Finals are boring crowd. Like the ratings, the small market, we hate this because we got ourselves an absolute, well, one, a buzzer beater, but just a gem of a first game of the NBA Finals last night with the Pacers and Tyrese Halliburton doing what he's done the entire postseason of bringing his team back and hitting the game-winning shot.
I don't know how many people are willing to admit that they turned the game off, but I know there were plenty of them because I was getting texts from people that were telling me third quarter, midway through, this is over, game's over, series is over. Not so fast if you follow this Pacer team. And I think it's very difficult to explain how it's happening because they have been outplayed now in 4 games where they've won every single time. Game 1 against the Thunder, Game 1 against the Knicks, Game 2 against the Cavs, and Game 5 against the Bucks. A game in every series, which is even more wild. And their percentages in terms of win probability are in the 2-3%. Some even less. I mean, they had a 3% chance to win last night's game. And they come back and do it. And it's Halliburton again. And it's very funny because he wasn't really that good for 3 quarters. And then he makes the shot to win the game. So he continues to be a roller coaster. The team continues to be a roller coaster. A 9.5-point dog wins game 1 outright. And people are shocked this morning.
Yeah, I was having the conversation with my husband at halftime of so many people talking right now about is Halliburton a superstar or not? And we were saying he's getting there, but you can't be a superstar and have 6 points at half. Like you can't have single-digit points in a game in the playoffs. And he had a couple of those or 10-point games, 11-point games a couple times throughout the Knicks series, in previous series. And it looks like that was what he was going to end up with was a lower scoring night. Once again, I mean, 14 points, that's not a superstar stat line. Sure, he had 10 rebounds, 6 assists. I guess he's 4 assists away from a triple-double. But yet he comes up big in these clutch moments. That is just insane. The Thunder went from minus 700 favorites, depending on book, but I mean, that's kind of consensus, to now, after dropping game 1, minus 325 favorites to win the series. Pacers were plus 500 prior to game 1. They are now down to plus 260. So that number nearly slashed in half. And Sam, I mean, the trends on X this morning, on SportsCenter, all of that of you're going to see all these stats going forward. Teams trailing by 9+ points in the final 3 minutes of the NBA Finals. They were 0-182 heading into last night. Yet the Pacers, once again, are that one team that defy all odds. And you're right. Like, I was close to turning the TV off, going to brush my teeth late in the third quarter, get ready for bed, put my PJs on, call it a night. That was not smart for anyone who did that. So do we have ourselves a series? Is this now like not just a Thunder's just going to roll like everyone and their mother thought it was going to be prior to last night's game?
Thunder could still win this in 5 or 6. I think they have to definitely take this team a lot more seriously now, and that's the reality. I just don't remember a team turning the ball over 25 times in the finals and winning the game. It's unheard of.
20 times in the first half, Sam.
Final count on turnovers, 25-7. 25-7. So an 18 margin on turnovers, and the team with 7 turnovers loses. The team with 25 wins. It's very difficult to describe what happened. If I were just to read you these stats and you've given some, I've given some, you'd say, oh, okay, well, the Thunder won by 10, right? No. And Halliburton, if you watch the halftime show, was getting destroyed by all the analysts on the set. He can't score. He can't do this. He's not clutch. And then he hits the most clutch shot of the entire game. I was thinking to myself yesterday on the show, and Joe and I talked about it throughout the week. If the Pacers can win that first game, I would look to come in on game 2 on the series price. And I was expecting like $4. So here we go. I mean, some books are at $3, some books are at $3.20, some at $3.40. This would ideally be the time to buy the dip. But also, Indiana had a lot less rest than Oklahoma City. And we had Nick Friedel on the show, and I asked him point blank, aren't these the scariest games for the favorite? When you haven't played in what feels like 2 weeks, you've been rested, you've been sort of rusty, and it really came down to that. Indiana just hit the gas in the fourth quarter and was able to fight back into it. I don't want to say the Thunder didn't try or didn't play hard, because that's not the case. It's really difficult to pinpoint how Indiana won, because their best player wasn't great. Oklahoma City's best player was, and you factor in all the turnovers. It's just a very indescribable result. I don't think the Pacers are winning the series. I'm not sure how you feel about it, but you give them all the credit in the world. And I thought SVP was great. I was watching SVP after the game, and he had Halliburton on the set. And they were kind of jiving about, counting teams out and doing this and doing that. And he looked at Halliburton and said, look, I've got this pad of notes right here, and it's all about the Thunder winning the game. And here we are. And here you are sitting right there. And Halliburton said, well, you're a real one for that. It's very, very tough to explain what happened, but we have to give the Pacers their flowers for game 1.
Yeah. You mentioned the turnovers, 19 in the first half. OKC took 18 more shots than the Pacers in the first half too. So you count like all of that, and yet the Pacers were still down by like just 12 at the half. It was just weird. Like, it felt just an odd game, and like the way it was flowing, you would have thought that OKC would have been up by 20 at half based on how the Pacers were playing. OKC got off to a 7-0 start. Their first 3 buckets just right at the hoop, like just bullied their way into the paint. Like they did no wrong early on in that game where the Pacers were caught on their heels. But that's just the Pacers' MO. Like, they're just a weird team. They thrive off of chaos, and that game yesterday was very chaotic to say the least. SGA for the Thunder finished with 38. I believe he was 3 or 4 points shy of Allen Iverson's record for most points in a player's first NBA Finals game. He finished 5 rebounds, 3 assists. Lou Dort was huge, 5 of 9 from deep, finished with 15. But I mean, defensively, he was great until that very last possession where it was his job to stop Halliburton on that shot. And also interesting, Sam, the Thunder started Cason Wallace over Isaiah Hartenstein. So before the game even starts, before the series even gets underway, Mark Dagnott is already making adjustments. What did you think of Cason Wallace being inserted for Hartenstein before any adjustments were even necessarily needed based on court play?
Yeah, he went small, which I don't think is the worst idea, and it's not why the Thunder lost. I mean, they had a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter, and Wallace didn't play in the fourth. I mean, he barely did. He played early in the fourth when a lot of the subs were in, but final 6 minutes, Cason Wallace isn't on the court. So, coaches always say it's not who you start, it's who you finish with. And, Cason Wallace was not the reason the Thunder lost this game. It was because they just completely melted down as a whole. And I don't know that there's blame on the coach. I know the Knicks might fire their coach if they would have lost this game, but and they did. I look at the spread for game 2, 11.5. So the market isn't worried. The books aren't worried. They opened 10.5 and now 11.5, which we're going to talk about throughout the course of the show and coming up in the next segment. The one thing we did talk about yesterday in terms of bets for the game, because we didn't lay the points. We didn't want to lay the points. We weren't exactly excited to take them either. We shorted Halliburton on points and on points, rebounds, assists. It was 31.5. He finished with 30 combined. And then he had, as you said, 14 points. So he goes under on points, under on PRA, but it's the game-winning shot. So whatever, man. I don't know. I'm sounding like a broken record. I don't know what I watched. I don't know how it happened, but it did, and the Pacers lead 1-0.
I mean, that's what we've been saying throughout the entire playoffs with the Pacers and all the madness that they have ensued in the final, seconds of games. It is very funny to note, though, Sam, a Halliburton buzzer beater yesterday was 41-1. He hit that shot with 0.3 seconds left. It was not a buzzer beater.
Nope.
If you took Halliburton to hit a buzzer beater, you did not cash on that. You were 0.3 seconds away, which is a tough pill to swallow. We will continue talking about the NBA Finals Game 2 coming up in this next segment. We'll give you some bets and things to look at there. Later on in the show, 11:20 a.m. Eastern, we have Tommy Lorenzo. He is the host of Cover the Weekend Sports Betting Podcast. He's going to join us to talk a little MLB and maybe some NFL college football action as well. We've got the MLB card from today coming up, College World Series, all of that good stuff. But we also, Sam, have Aaron Rodgers going to the Steelers. He finally has told us what he's doing. This has apparently been in place forever. I don't understand Aaron Rodgers. The guy drives me absolutely bonkers. If you knew this was going to happen and you'd kind of had a handshake agreement with the Steelers, why do you play these games? What are we doing here? I don't get it.
The books, I think, expected this too, because the win total didn't budge. A lot of these markets on Pittsburgh didn't budge. Now, some of them went down a little bit, to have the worst regular season record. That was at 50-1, 60-1. Now it's 30-1. So some of these things budged a little bit. But in terms of, the question we always get, how did it affect the win total? How did it affect the Super Bowl market? It didn't really. I think they sort of expected that this was a halfway move to begin with. I mean, they certainly didn't rule out the possibility of Rodgers going there. But the total in the morning yesterday was 8.5. And now it's 8.5. So I don't think that they're afraid of Aaron Rodgers. They're now, 6-1 to win the North at BetMGM, 22-1 to win the AFC, and the Super Bowl market is 50-1. Some books were a little bit higher, Kate, yesterday, but this isn't a drastic change. This is a guy in his 40s who's coming off of, 2 weird years in New York, one where he blows his Achilles out game number 1, and the second where he was okay. He certainly wasn't great statistically. I just don't know what he is at this point in his career. And they're going to let you come in. You want to bet them to win the North 6-1? Come on in. They're going to roll the carpet out. You want to bet them 22-1 AFC, 50-1 Super Bowl? Come and get it. They're going to give it away because they are still extremely challenging on offense to figure out. I don't know. I mean, they go out, they get Metcalf. Now they bring in Aaron Rodgers. This is a good offense 5 years ago. 3 years ago, but in 2025, I'm not so sure, and neither are the odds makers.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Not so sure, especially with the offensive line that the Steelers have right now. They have a lot of first-round picks from 2023, 24, so a young offensive line that's going to be maybe reshuffled a little bit this season. And then also the fact that, Aaron Rodgers, just with his age, how many quarterbacks have succeeded at the age of 40+? One. Tom Brady? Right? So yeah, like you said, the books are going to let you bet whatever you want on this because they're not afraid of Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers team at all. Tom Brady, the only quarterback to have won a Super Bowl past the age of 40. Aaron Rodgers, I think he led the league in passing attempts last season. Well, this is an offense that typically thrives on the defense propping them up and running the ball. So now you have Aaron Rodgers coming in who wants it just feels like a disaster waiting to happen, which has kind of been what it's been with Rodgers for the last 2 years with the Jets. I mean, the first season wasn't exactly his fault with that injury, but it will be interesting to see kind of how this all plays out because it's just Aaron Rodgers and a Mike Tomlin team that is usually very buttoned up and doesn't deal with all of the outside stuff. But here we have a quarterback that's 40 years old coming in, bringing in all sorts of outside stuff. So Gertch made a good joke in our chat. When did the Steelers trade for Alan Lazard? Rodgers' guy.
Yep.
Do we see any of that stuff come in the next couple of weeks, Sam, that maybe would shift odds in some aspect, some markets?
No. I don't think
No.
so. Yeah, I'm waiting for the call to Alan Lazard, Randall Cobb, Jordy Nelson. What's Donald Driver up to these days? Maybe they can just bring the whole band back. Just have a bunch of guys with walkers playing wide receiver. You know what would be wild, too, because I think a lot of people worry about legacy. Rodgers doesn't care, but a lot of people do. People in our walk of life. Can you imagine if Rodgers is the quarterback of the first Tomlin team that doesn't finish 500 or better? Can you imagine if he's the guy of all the quarterbacks that Tomlin's had to trot out there? If Aaron Rodgers is the first one?
That would be my Super Bowl, watching that go down. I would love that. Anthony Richardson also out for a little bit with a shoulder injury. We'll dive into that later on in the show. But coming up next, we talk game 2 of the NBA Finals. Can the Pacers win again on the road? That's next here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Game 2 of the NBA Finals. Sunday afternoon-ish. Pacers take game 1. Shocking everyone. Tyrese Halliburton hits the game winner with 0.3 seconds left, something he's done multiple times throughout this playoffs. In fact, he's done it 4 times in this postseason, which is he's done it 5 times in his career for this postseason. That is second all-time, behind only LeBron James for most game-tying or go-ahead field goals in the final 5 seconds since 1997. LeBron James has 8 of those. Halliburton has 5, again, for this year. Reggie Miller also has 5. We'll see if maybe Halliburton can add to that as we continue on. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. He is Sammy P. I am Kate Constable in for Joe O today. Sam, opening line for Game 2. 10.5 quickly moved up to 11.5 in favor of the Thunder. That's where we're sitting now. Total sitting at 227.5. We finished game 1 at 221. So books not adjusting a whole lot for this total in terms of like bringing this way down. Money line, Thunder minus 600, Pacers plus 425. Something tells me the Pacers are not going to be winning this game again, based on how the market, the lack of adjustment in the spread on this game. Game 1 was 9.5 in favor of the Thunder. Now we're 11.5.
You would think that, oh, well, the Pacers just won. The Pacers were a 9.5-point dog. The spread will be lower. Not how it works in the NBA. This is the old zigzag theory at its finest. I know a lot of guys last night that were happy to lay 10.5, and then others were laying 11. So here we are, out to 11.5. Now, BetMGM still has one of the lower numbers in the market for game number 2. I see them. They just got hit. So they were 11.5 this morning. But in the last 5 minutes, the Pacer money came in at BetMGM. I'm looking at Odds Logic right now from 11.5 to 10.5 in the last 5 minutes. So somebody at an MGM account somewhere likes the Pacers. Okay, that's one person's opinion, or maybe a group's opinion. But most books are at 11 to 11.5. I see South Point coming down to 11 right now. So this is probably a good two-way number in terms of you're going to get the Pacer money come in at plus 11, 11.5, but you're also going to get that resistance if it comes down through the 11 again, because people have proven they will lay 10.5. This is probably a really good guess on where the number is going to close for game number 2. Was this you, by the way, yesterday? I saw this. There was a huge bet in Vegas. I figured maybe this was you. It was $1 million bet on the Thunder to win the series. Was that you? Yes or no?
Yeah, that was just some pocket change I thought I'd just throw out there, right?
This person allegedly, according to Ben Fox, walked into a book in Vegas that was an MGM shop, bet $1.05 million on the Thunder to win the series at minus 700. It's $1 million bet to win $150,000, and it's the biggest reported finals bet so far this year. Not a good start. If you walked in, bet $1 million, and you lose at the buzzer as a 9.5-point favorite. So I imagine whoever that person was, Kate, I know it was you, $1 million to win 150 smacks. Not a great start. Can you imagine?
Yeah. I couldn't join you guys yesterday, Sam, one, because Joe still hadn't left for his trip, but I called up the PJ. I flew it out to Vegas quick, walked in, posted that bet, and then just got back in order to prepare for the show today, because if I'm able to drop $1 million on a bet, certainly I will be doing this show with you at 8 a.m. the next morning, right? So that makes a whole lot of sense. Yeah, that person's probably not feeling great, especially because now with the Pacers winning game 1, you could get a whole lot better series price, and you're not laying minus 700 there. I had a friend yesterday, Sam. He is the worst gambler in the world. Like, awful, awful, awful. And put 500 on OKC money line at minus 700. Like, if that doesn't tell you he's the worst, like, awful. Texts us 5 minutes before the game ends. He's like, yep, we're good, in the bag. No. I don't understand that. And like, maybe if you're super confident at like a minus 300, something, minus 700, that's a really dumb bet, right? Especially in game 1. Right? When crazy things happen?
it's always difficult to get that gauge on game one, especially when you have a team that's been resting, 4 days, and then the Thunder, who felt like they hadn't played since the middle of May, for crying out loud. I know it wasn't that long ago, but these game ones are very difficult. And, Joe and I have talked about usually leaning to a dog in game one. Dog didn't look great for 3 quarters, but the dog wins the game outright. It's very similar, I think, to the way that Lakers and 76ers series began in the finals many, many moons ago, early 2000s. Iverson goes off in game one, and the Sixers win game one. And everybody's going, oh, my goodness, maybe the Lakers are overrated. Maybe the Lakers are this and that. And then the Lakers win 4 in a row. So I have this gut feeling that Indiana may have woken up a giant. At the same time, though, this is a Thunder team that doesn't have a championship pedigree. So, you could break this second game down in more ways than one. I'm inclined to think that you do see a better performance, most importantly, a better finish from the Thunder, because they were solid for 36, 40 minutes. But the Pacers go on that late run, the 12-2 run, get them right back into the game, and it was really quick because it was three-pointer, three-pointer, three-pointer. How about Miles Turner hitting that weird off-balance fall-away three that goes off the backboard and in? I mean, a lot of things had to go right for the Thunder to lose that game. But to your point, I would never, I know hindsight's 20/20, maybe 20/10 for that matter, but I would never lay a big money line in game one because weird things can happen in game one.
So I laid -5.5 in the first half for the Pacers, for the Thunder rather, yesterday. And that hit. Now the first half line, 7.5 for game two. My inclination here is to take the Thunder, and the way I want to back them is their points total. Over 18.5 over at BetMGM, -135. I'm sorry, 19.5. 119.5 at -118, or even over 120.5 at even money. I think this is like you just said, the Pacers kind of awoke a giant here. And I thought the Pacers defense was actually pretty solid in that first game. And the Thunder left a lot of points on the board in the first half. Like, of all of those turnovers for the Pacers early on in that game, almost 20 in the first half, the Thunder only had 9 points off of turnovers. So they were missing a lot of shots or just not capitalizing on those opportunities. That's not going to happen 2 games in a row on their home floor with that crowd behind them. So I'm not willing to lay the 11.5, 10.5 at BetMGM. But I would certainly look to back the Thunder in the total points market. I mean, even money is a nice price at over 120.5 for me.
And you look at some of the games they've had in this postseason, 124 against Minnesota, 128, 118 against Denver, 149, 125 against Memphis in the first round, 131, 117. So they can definitely capitalize on offensive chances for sure. I just don't know how they didn't have a bigger lead at half. A lot of analysts last night were saying a lot of the same stuff on social. If you don't put a team under early and let them hang around, this is what happens. And you're right. They did have, the lead at half. But, to be up 12 at half, I thought was in some weird way a win for Indiana. Given how sloppy they were with the ball, given how erratic they were offensively, they just looked a little discombobulated. But to only be up 12 when you probably should have been up 20 or more, that's on you. That's on Oklahoma City. You can't let these little pesky underdogs hang around. Not to minimize and diminish what Indiana is as a franchise or as a team. You just got to win that game, and you got to remove all doubt. And they did not. But as we've alluded to, there is no hesitation from respected players to come in on the open, lay the 10.5, lay the 11. So that was the first move, and now we're seeing a little bit of a buyback on the dog at 11.5, and some books buying it at the 11. BetMGM back down to 10.5. So I don't think a first half angle is the worst idea at all. I will probably, depending on the number that we get tomorrow night, I'll probably look at Or actually Sunday. Wow, they don't even play till Sunday. That's so weird. Why do they do this?
I know.
They should play tomorrow.
I'm so glad. I have a wedding Saturday, and I was about to try and figure out how I can watch the game at the wedding, and now I get to watch the game hungover on the couch on Sunday. After that, like, it's perfect. They did it because of me, Sam, right? I mean, hey, take my PJ to Vegas to put $1 million bet. I can get the finals to adjust the schedule based on my schedule.
I feel like it used to be every other day, at least when the series didn't shift. You know, when it was game 1 to game 2 in a certain city, it would be Thursday, Saturday, or Wednesday, Friday. Now it's Thursday, Sunday. Okay. Don't understand that, but it is what it is. And that's, let's see, what time is the tip on Sunday? Oh, Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Another, you could have that game at 7 o'clock. You can have it at 6 o'clock. I'm not going to get into times again. I did that yesterday, and somebody on X was very unhappy that I was talking about the start time. We're talking about the Stanley Cup Final starting at about 8:15 at night and ending at midnight because the game goes to overtime. Anyways, Halliburton has already come down in terms of points and PRA. So yesterday, Joe and I lightning bet under 31.5. How about 30.5 and 29.5 at a couple books? Now, BetMGM still holding steady at 31.5, but other books are already much lower, 30.5, 29.5. So the adjustment has been made there. As for the point number, over under on points for Halliburton, it was 17.5 in game 1. It's down a whole point to 16.5. So the books are always going to catch up on stuff like this. I think if you have that 31.5 right now on PRA, you bet it now because other books are already moving, have already moved for that matter. And I don't expect that 31.5 to last long. Here's the thing though. If they gave us a fourth quarter point market, I would not bet the under. If that makes any sense. You short him over the course of the game and then maybe sit back and watch him do his thing in the fourth. But, he went into that fourth quarter and he had about, I think 19 or 20 PRA combined. So he needed to get 10 in that fourth quarter to make it interesting. Still stayed under the number, but he was very, very passive in the first half, in the first 3 quarters. And then fourth quarter, he ends up hitting the big shot. So that's just something to pay attention to. As you said earlier, not many superstars have a point prop of 17.5 down to 16.5, but maybe we have a much tougher grade. I don't think it's easy to be a professor and grade Halliburton's game because it's not black and white.
No, it's all over the place, and in a good way, I guess, if there is a good way to be all over the place. But I mean, he certainly shows up in the big moments of each game. SGA took 30 shots last night, Sam. Finished with 38 points. His prop 34.5 at BetMGM -120 to the over. That's a ridiculous number, right?
It is. And we were laughing yesterday because he was -5,000 to have the most points over the series. And that number is even bigger today. We're like, how could you lay -5,000? Well, watch him score 38 in the first game. Watch Halliburton score 14. Halliburton was the second favorite in that market. And probably not going to catch SGA. 34.5, I would lean under. I don't know if I have the stones to bet it, though.
Yeah, I would stay off of that versus betting the under. I'm also not going to take the over. I mean, he shot almost 50% from the field and finished with 38. Like that's a tough line to replicate. I am on Pascal Siakam to lead the series in rebounds and at 5-1. Aaron Nesmith, 12 rebounds yesterday. I don't think he's going to repeat that in another game this series. So I like where I'm sitting with Siakam. I also think Siakam's points over in game 2 could be a look. 18.5. He finished with 19 yesterday. But the most important thing is that the Thunder, they went smaller yesterday, sitting Hartenstein to start the game, starting Cason Wallace. And then you look at the very end of the game and there was no Chet or Hartenstein to finish that game. And so you have your bigs off the floor for OKC. That opens things up a little bit more for Pascal Siakam, especially if Halliburton is only going to put up 14, 15, 16 points for you. You need another big time scorer. So I like Siakam over 18.5 tomorrow or Sunday.
Siakam down to 13-1 to win the MVP. Halliburton's been cut to +340, and SGA, who was -5,600, is now minus 300. So that could be another alternative. If you don't want to lay Thunder series, you could lay SGA. One more thing on the finals. Can we get finals on the court? Can we get the trophy on the court like we used to? It felt like a regular season game. They just put the trophy on the court. The image, like the decal of the trophy, the finals script. You couldn't even tell it was a finals game, Kate.
It was YouTube TV. That was the biggest promotion on the floor yesterday. Not ideal. NBA taking a lot of flack for that on social media. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Coming up next, we will touch on a little NFL news. Plus, it's Belmont weekend. Who are we backing to win that race? That's next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Back here on Bet Sweats, Kay Constable, Sammy P. Got some NFL news over the last 24 hours, Sam, that we'll dive into and then touch on a little Belmont Stakes that is taking place this weekend. Starting, though, on the gridiron, Anthony Richardson, Colts starting quarterback, out for the foreseeable future, at least the start of camp here for the next week with a shoulder injury. Re-aggravated the AC injury that he had in the 2023 season, his rookie year, that kept him out for quite some time, that rookie season. And now here we are again, Anthony Richardson out for some time. Like, the guy just can't stay healthy at all. So can you count on him being on the field week 1? I think that's up for question. And then also just staying healthy throughout the season. Right now, Colts are 3-1 to win the division, tied with Jacksonville. They're plus 160 to make the playoffs, and win total over 7.5. So in your mind, Sam, how does Anthony Richardson's injury potentially affect how you want to bet on this Colts team going forward?
I think any Colts bet has to be considerate of this kid's inability to stay on the field, right? This is not the first time and probably not the last time. He plays a violent style of football. And when you are that big and that strong, I think when you do it at the high school level and college level, when you constantly are running around the ends and running over linebackers, I think oftentimes a lot of these young quarterbacks come into the league and think, oh, I can still do that. It's just the NFL, no big deal. And there was a game or two in his career so far where he has knocked himself out because he's welcoming contact from these grown-ass men that are professional NFL defensemen. And now, I'm not saying that's why this injury has happened, but, this is why he's been, banged up over the course of his very short career. And, not participating in minicamp isn't the end of the world. Remember, he did have surgery on that AC joint. So this is like inflammation around an injury that he's already had. And according to Jonathan Jones, who covers the NFL, he is saying the belief is this will not impact his availability for the start of training camp. So he's going to miss mini camp, but maybe not training camp. I just don't think this is a good way to start his, not off season, but start his progression towards training camp and into the preseason, into the regular season. I don't expect him to play 16, 17 games. He's going to likely get hurt at some point because of the way that he plays the game. He was also, I believe, he was benched last year for performance too. So this is really, I don't want to say a make or break year, but when you take a kid in the top 5 in the draft, he's got to perform and he's got to stay on the field. And I don't think he's really done either one yet. Now, I think the easy thing to do would be to look at the depth chart and go, because it's not very great. I mean, you got Daniel Jones at the backup. I didn't mean to scare you there, Kate. But you got Daniel Jones at backup, and then Riley Leonard, the rookie from Notre Dame, is QB3. This is not a great quarterback room to begin with. I mean, I'm not fond of QB1, let alone QB2 and QB3. So this could be a very, very long year in Indianapolis. And I'll tell you what, you look at this AFC South, the Texans burst onto the scene 2 years ago with CJ Stroud. And, they go to the playoffs and Stroud wins Rookie of the Year and got some MVP votes. And, they just paraded into the postseason. Last year, they had that sophomore slump with Stroud. And maybe it wasn't all his fault. I mean, there were so many injuries in the receiver room. They had some issues on the O-line. But this is shaping up to be one of the very, very clear paths to a division title in this league. It's not that the Texans aren't it's not that the Texans are great, I guess I should say. It's just I don't believe in any of these other teams. I don't believe in the Colts. I certainly don't believe in the Titans. And I'm on the fence with Liam Cohen in Jacksonville. They brought him in. He's saying all the right things. The GM is saying all the right things. But Trevor Lawrence has to prove something to us as a betting collective. He's been very average in his career. So you look at this division price for the Houston Texans, plus 110. I'm only looking in that direction. I'm not looking at any of the other 3 teams.
Well, talk about a make it or break it year for Anthony Richardson. I know Trevor Lawrence just got paid, and so maybe based on the contract that he just signed, this isn't exactly a make or break it year, but Trevor Lawrence at some point has to come and play and prove himself in this league because he has not done that at all yet. Sam, I tore my AC joint. I had a grade 4 tear in my AC joint in college, and that was one of the most painful things I have ever had. I could not lift my arm, and I had surgery on it and everything, and it's never been the same. Granted, I'm not a professional athlete. I don't have the recovery tools, the therapy, all of that stuff that Anthony Richardson does. They know how to get those players back on the field, but one big hit to that shoulder, and all of a sudden he's out a couple more games. He's already missed 17 games throughout his career, 12 of those with that shoulder injury. I am not confident that he stays on the field, one, with the shoulder or any other injury based on how he plays, and two, just his talent level and what we've seen from the last couple of years. I think they could be maybe not quick, but at some point they turn to Daniel Jones throughout the season. And for as bad as Daniel Jones was with the Giants for the start of his career, like maybe a change of scenery, a change of coaching staff, a change of scheme could be good for Daniel Jones. So they do have that to try out. Again, this is the NFL. Are you just like testing things throughout the year? No, but I'm not confident in this Colts team with Anthony Richardson as quarterback. Not exactly confident with Daniel Jones. So I am right there with you in that. Not betting anything on the Colts this season. Not betting them to make the playoffs. Not betting them to miss. I'm just staying off the board with the Colts altogether because there are 31 other teams that maybe I feel like I have a little bit greater of an edge on in terms of betting those, where we don't have to bet the Colts and every single win total or division title. And certainly in this division, you laid out the path perfectly for the Houston Texans. Bobby Slowick being replaced this year. Texans took a step back last year with Slowick. Like people thought Bobby Slowick was going to become a head coach 2 years ago after CJ Stroud's rookie year, and then his sophomore year, and all of a sudden the Texans are not as good. So they certainly will be, I think, better without Slowick as their offensive coordinator. So yeah, this division is just an odd one, I guess you could say.
Yeah, it really feels like the Colts have tried to find a quarterback ever since Andrew Luck retired. They've just tried and tried and tried, and they haven't been able to hit the bullseye yet on the dartboard. One more quick point, and then I want to tell you where I'm driving today after the show. Can't wait to drive 3.5 hours in a rent-a-car. But your point about Trevor Lawrence cannot be dismissed. I just said I don't believe in Anthony Richardson, and these top picks have to hit. Trevor Lawrence in his career as a starter is 22-38. 22-38. 3-14, 9-8, 8-8, last year 2-8. If Richardson needs to be better, so does Trevor Lawrence, no doubt. I found out on Tuesday night, into Wednesday morning, actually, got a text because Fox is headquartered in Los Angeles. So at 12:20 a.m. Eastern Wednesday morning, I got the green light that Jeff Schwartz and I are going to be doing some digital content at the Belmont Stakes. Good stuff, right?
It's fun.
It is. It's exciting. I didn't know about a hotel or transportation, though, until yesterday. So it's a very last-minute push. Yeah. And I will be going to Logan Airport to get a rent-a-car and driving the 3 hours to Saratoga. And we're going to do digital hosting on Fox Sports, I think for like 5-6 hours, day of the race on Saturday, which I'm excited about. It's a little last minute. And now I'm in all these production meetings like, hey, we need a bet for every race. We need to know all these things. I'm like, whoa, a little more time would have been nice to put all this together. You get an email on Wednesday like, hey, we need a bet for every race on Saturday. I'm like, I don't even know who I'm betting yet. I know who I like in the big race, which I know we're going to talk about here. But the last minute audible to send us to Saratoga is certainly something that I didn't expect when I laid my head on the pillow Sunday night into Monday morning. I had no idea that I was going to be going to cover the Belmont Stakes. I'm excited. I don't know that it sounds like that, but definitely a whirlwind of a 48 to 72 hours over here.
Okay, so you've started your research on horses you like, and you said you kind of know who you're targeting in the big race. Tell us, Sam, who's winning the Belmont Stakes?
Well, the popular ones are Journalism and Sovereignty. Of course, Sovereignty won the Kentucky Derby. Journalism got bumped and had a race of a lifetime to win the Preakness. Those are the two heavy hitters here. I think you're rewarded, obviously, if you go down the board. The one thing to note about this race is that it's actually, as I mentioned, it's at Saratoga because Belmont Park is under construction. So usually the Belmont is 1.5 miles. This year, it's 1.25 miles. And that might not sound like a big deal, but it is in horse racing. And it gives opportunities to horses that aren't closers. So you look at Bob Baffert's horse, Rodriguez, who I'm looking right now, morning line. He's the 3 horse in the race, 7-1 right now. This is the early speed. And the plan for that horse is to get out in front and just hold on for dear life and try and hold off Sovereignty, Baeza, and Journalism. The favorites are going to be the guys that have run the best races so far. That's Journalism and Sovereignty, 6-5, 7-2. And then you have Baeza. He's the 3rd favorite right now, 3-1. I'm going to probably do an exact the box with Sovereignty and Rodriguez. So it could go Sovereignty Rodriguez or Rodriguez Sovereignty. I think Baffert's horse is going to have a nice showing here. I don't know, Kate, that he can hold on, though. So if I bet the 3 to win and he finishes in second, I'm going to be pissed. So what I can do is I can do that exact the box, put Rodriguez in there with Sovereignty, and hope that it goes either 2-3 or 3-2. That's what I'm thinking. As for the other 13 races, I'll get back to you when I get back to Fox because I don't know yet.
Well, you've got 3.5 hours to figure it out on the road when you're driving there. Have
Yeah,
you ever been to the race before, Belmont? I know it's at Saratoga,
No.
but have you ever been to the Belmont Stakes or Kentucky Derby or anything?
No, all my horse acumen was learned at Balmoral Park in Crete, Illinois.
Do you have like a pastel blue, a baby blue suit you're wearing? Like, are we dressing up for this one?
They told us to be casual, which I hated. I'm like, I want to wear a suit. I got a hula shirt I'm going to wear, I think. We'll see.
Okay, that works. It's casual enough. Friday's MLB card, today's MLB card, plus some news from the White Sox. That's next here on Bet Sweats with Sammy P and Kate Constable.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM network. We will dive into today's MLB card in just a few moments. We also have the Stanley Cup Finals Game 2 to talk about. That's coming up in about 20 minutes, some WNBA news, and we'll get back into some NBA Finals bets as well. Sammy P.K. Constable here. Sammy, you're looking, you're glistening right now. The forehead is just, you got little beads of sweat dripping down, a little shiny. We got to get you like some powder or something. What's going on over there?
If you would like to send me some powder through the mail, that sounds really bad. Some makeup through the mail, I would be very happy about that. So it's ironic. Everything comes full circle on Bet Sweats. Also ironic.
We literally sweat on this show.
So the last time we worked together, I believe in your home, the AC was out. So you were sitting there.
Not switched over yet.
It hadn't switched over. Okay, so it was still in that sort of
I live
hybrid
in a
where
high
it's
rise
hot.
where it's old. The whole building has to switch over at once. They hadn't done that yet. So it was 83 degrees in the room when I was hosting with you the last time I was on. And I was literally sweating, like beads dripping down my back type of sweating, just sitting here talking to you. And now you get to enjoy the same luxury I had.
So I didn't join the network until last August. It was the very end of August. August 26th, I believe, was the first show. I can double check that, but I think that's it. Pretty good memory. August 26th. The good news about that is that the temperature in Boston declines a little bit. So I missed June, July, and August. Long story short, this house was built in 1794. It's a Cape house, 10 minutes outside of Boston. There's no central air. So when you start to get into the 80s, 85, 90 degree range, that's the temperature of the house, more or less. Now, there's a fan in here, which I just turned on, and I was asking Kate, I'm like, hey, can you hear this fan? Because I need it. So the first hour was fanless. Hour 2, the fan is right there I could touch it if I leaned a little, well, maybe not. It's about 10 feet away.
We've got your
and I
hair
was
blowing
making
in the
sure,
wind.
Well, if I jacked it up to like Mach 5, you'll see things start to blow in the wind here. But there is no central air here. And there's fans or AC units in most rooms, but when we're not in these rooms, we don't have the units on because that's ridiculous. So last night, as I was telling you during one of the breaks, you go upstairs. It was our first 85-degree day here in Boston. So I wasn't upstairs all day because I don't work upstairs. I don't go upstairs until it's time for bed. Get upstairs. The thermostat on the wall upstairs says 86. So immediately you got to jam that wall unit up to max speed, max power, crank it down to about 65, and then balance out the room. It's an art, really. It's an art form. So while I felt bad for you that one Friday, I need your pity all summer long here in Boston.
Yeah, at least mine was only one day. Yours is a continuation over the next 2.5 months. That's it. Okay. Would you rather be hot and like sweaty and unable to cool down, or cold and freezing, unable to heat up?
I'd rather be cold 9 times out of 10.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I would rather be hot. I hate being cold. Because like when you're cold, I guess it's the same way when you're hot. When you're cold, you can't heat up. When you're hot, you can't but sweat, like that's different. When you're cold, you're miserable. Your whole body is shaking. When you're hot, lay down, you can take things off. You can't take it off on the show though, Sam, please don't do that to us. But there's a way, I guess, a little bit way around it.
No, the fan is fine. I have the fan blowing. There's 3 speeds on this fan. It's at 2 right now. And as long as you can't hear the bzzz, I'm good. I had to audible, Kate. I couldn't sit there for 3 hours. I would slowly melt into this chair. A little surprised though. Aren't you from Minnesota? You don't like being cold? I love being cold as a Chicagoan.
Yeah, I'm from Minnesota, and I think that's probably why I don't like being cold, is because I was cold my whole childhood. We're cold for 9 months out of the year. Now, the summer months in Minnesota, I don't know if you've been there before, Sam. Beautiful. Perfect. Summer in Minnesota is the best thing ever. But you only get about 2-ish months, 2.5 months of that type of weather. So, yeah, I think it's just because I have been cold my whole life. Like, school in Chicago is canceled when it, like, the wind chill is below, 0 or whatever. We were like minus 20 standing at the bus stop back in the day. I sound so old. Back in the day when we walked to school uphill both ways, we were standing at the bus stop. But that's what I grew up with.
Ironically enough, I've only been to Minnesota in December. I don't know why that is. It's just the way it is, and it's 10 degrees or less.
Yeah.
But no, if it's 40 out here in Boston, I'll go jeans and a hoodie and I'll be fine. I don't do coats until it's 30 or less. So I'm wired to survive in the cold.
Weird guys.
If it's not, yes, well, that too. If it's 95 degrees, I'm miserable.
Yeah. Okay. Being warm is when you're sweating, being warm. That's pretty terrible, but I would still take that over being cold. It is, I don't even know what the temperature is in Chicago today, Sam. It's sunny out, which is all that really matters here. So I will be getting outside at some point today. But some news out of Chicago yesterday. I don't know if you and Joe touched on this, if it had broken when you were on air yet, but Jerry Reinsdorf finally making some moves to sell the team potentially. So Justin Ishbia is partnering. I don't know what exactly you want to call that, but he will be providing some relief investments to the Chicago White Sox. So he's going to provide capital. Then you have 2029 to 2033. That's where Jerry Reinsdorf, if he decides to, will transfer any sort of control, and Matt Ishbia, he owns the Suns. Justin Ishbia will be the controlling owner for the White Sox. So great sign for White Sox fans who have been frustrated with how Jerry Reinsdorf has owned this team and what he's put into it in terms of money. How much do you think this actually changes the way the White Sox are viewed and their on-field performance with Ishbia taking over control again later down the road in 2029, 30 plus?
Yeah, it doesn't change anything now. This is such a Reinsdorf move too, man. He just can't relinquish control. So he'll have the option to sell in 2029 through 2033, which is weird. Like, oh, okay, you're going to have a pocket where you can give up control of the team. Also, Kate, Jerry Reinsdorf at last check is 89 years old.
I saw that yesterday because I I knew he was old, but 89 years old. And so what, we're going to wait another 5-8 years potentially for him to relinquish control? Because once we get to 2034, then Ishbia can purchase everything from Reinsdorf if he holds off that long. But that's a lot. He's going to be almost 100 by that point.
This is a strange agreement. I understand it for Ishbia. I mean, if you want to own a Major League Baseball team, I get it. It's not like teams pop up for sale every other day. And I think it'll be interesting to see what happens after Reinsdorf eventually gives up full control, which I think is going to be a long, long time. It won't happen until he's, really having a hard time health-wise, which I'm sorry, it happens to people in their 90s. I'm not wishing ill will on anybody, but he's 89 right now. And if he takes it all the way to 2033, he's going to be 97 years old running the baseball team and the basketball team, which actually his son, Michael, is running the day-to-day of the Bulls, and Jerry still runs day-to-day for the White Sox for the most part. But it's a strange agreement. He just can't let go. To give somebody the option to buy the team from 2029 to 2034 is a strange agreement. And unfortunately, it's not going to make the team better anytime soon. Like, it doesn't change really anything on the field. I wonder, though, does Justin Ishbia eventually want to move this team to Nashville? Because Nashville wants a baseball team, and the White Sox will always be second fiddle in that city. And I say that as a kid who grew up loving the White Sox. We will always be second to the Cubs. Always.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt on that. I wonder, there's talk about a new stadium being built. Do they hold off on this new stadium until after Ishbia finally purchases the Sox? Because if you think there's a shot that he moves the team to Nashville, why in the world would you build a new stadium only to leave 6-7 years later?
Why would you keep Rick Honor on for a second rebuild? I have a lot of questions about what the White Sox
That's a good point, Sam.
So I don't know. I'm more confused than I was before this. I mean, not really, I guess, but Reinsdorf will have the option to sell controlling interest from 2029 to 2033. And then after the 2034 season, Ishbia will have the option to acquire the controlling interest in the team. Okay. And Reinsdorf will not make any transactions before 2029. So this is a kick the can down the road. And then I kind of still want the can, actually. So I'm going to hold half the can. You hold the other half. And then maybe in 2031, I will let go of it. It is strange. It is strange. White Sox take on show favorite Jack Caglione and the Kansas City Royals today. I will say, though, Kate, as a show that has been driving home this buy Caglione stock, he is 1 of 12 at the plate. He is hitting under 100 right now. No, it is not. And I got people torching my ass in my, nice call on Rookie of the Year. Whatever. We bet 70 and 50, and we're saying bet 40. Now he's 10 or less, but not a great start. White Sox a very, very short dog here, and I think I lean to the Pale Host today. I'm gonna take a pop. BetMGM plus 130 right now. I think that would be one of my dog bets I would play today in baseball. I would take Davis Martin and the White Sox at a plus price, not because they're selling the team potentially, but because I think this is a really good bet on a really, really solid Friday for Chicago.
Okay, one quick note, Sam, and then we can move on to some other bets because I know we're a little short on time here. But the White Sox, they're calling up Kyle Teal from AAA, and he is apparently, I don't know, like the farm system. I'm not deep into all of that, so this doesn't mean a whole lot to me. He's the number 2 prospect in the White Sox organization. Does he move the needle at all? I know he's not a Caglione, but is he someone that you've had your eye on?
Yeah, he was one of the crucial pieces in the Garrett Crochet trade. So when Crochet was traded to Boston, Kyle Teal was the highlight piece of that trade from the Red Sox. All these prospects, I think it's good to get them some run in the show. He's not going to come up and dominate, but they have a couple kids that they like. They have Tim Elko, who had a game-winning hit over the weekend. Now they have Teal up here. Edgar Quiero eventually is going to come back up. It is very White Sox, though. They have 2 top 10 prospects, and they're both catchers, Teal and Quiero. Okay? So one of them will have to be either a first baseman or a DH. Yeah, okay. Let's just hoard catchers, I guess. But I'm excited to see Teal. I don't have high hopes. He's certainly not going to save their season, but it's nice to see talent getting up to the major league level. Now, the other thing is, can they develop them? The White Sox have never been able to really develop position players, but they're great at developing pitchers. How about Dylan Cease? How about Chris Sale? How about Carlos Rodon, who's having a fine year with the Yankees? Crochet. All these White Sox prospects that were once pitchers in the farm system are now showing off in other cities, which is a different story for a different day, maybe. All
right, your neck of the woods, Red Sox. They are playing Yankees today. I guess the game is not in your neck of the woods. Yankees have won 5 of their last 6 home games. Sox lost 8 of the last 9 road games. We've got Walker Buehler going up against Will Warren. Warren's ERA 5.19, but he has an expected ERA of 3.82. You're leaning to the Yankees here. I don't want to lay minus 200 at the Yankees, but I think they win this game.
Yeah, maybe some run line action if you want. Lay the 1.5, win by 2, 3, 4, whatever. Buehler and Bayo have been very popular names on this show to fade. So we have been very excited to maybe go against those pitchers or look at the total over. But money in this game is actually swung under. Opened 9 over 20. Now it's 9 under 20. So a nice shift toward the under there. I would lean Yankees, but I'd have to do Yankees run line. Not Yankees money line. The only other game I was thinking about today was the Dodgers at a plus price. They give the ball to another kid that people don't really know much about, Robleski. Cardinals minus 120 at home. Dodgers get that even money price. I'm looking White Sox and looking Dodgers today. Anything you love?
I kind of like first 5 under in Cubs Tigers. You got Screwball going. He's been dominant lately. I know the Cubs offense is the best in the league, but against Screwball, I'm not sure they're going to have all that much success. And then the Tigers offense has struggled lately. So I'm looking at first 5 under in Cubs and Tigers. We've got Stanley Cup Finals Game 2 coming up, plus a little College World Series action. That is next here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Talk about a thriller in game one of the NBA playoffs last night. Woo! Game one of the NHL playoffs. That was also a thriller. Overtime game. Oilers win it with about 30 seconds left. We were close to going into double overtime in game one, Sam. I mean, that would have been wild in the best way possible. You get a double OT game in game one of the Stanley Cup Finals, a rematch of the same two teams last year. I mean, one overtime is fine as well. I mean, I can handle one overtime, but two would have been pretty fun. Instead, the Oilers win it. They're up 1-0 in the series. Game two in Edmonton tonight. Oilers minus 130 on the money line.
So I don't know if you know this, but I'm on hockey sabbatical.
Are you? Why?
Well, it's very simple. I had Colorado against Dallas and needed them to win that series and had Colorado going deep. Then Dallas rallied in game 7 and won. So that stung. And then I went full heel and went on Dallas against Edmonton and bet them in game 1 and continued to bet them in 2, 3, 4, and 5. They lost 2, 3, 4, and 5 to McDavid. And I told Joe, I said, I will not. I refuse. I refuse to sit here and give bets when I am clearly not locked in on hockey. And I almost, it's so funny, on Wednesday night, it was Wednesday because hockey does it right and plays every other night. On Wednesday night, I had 2 guys tell me, you got to bet Florida tonight. And I was, you know, when you hover over the app and your tongue's out and you're looking at the bet and you can't quite get there. I stayed true to my boycott. And I did not bet Florida. Can you imagine if I would have come out after all that in the postseason and then bet Florida and then lost in overtime? Oh, I would have been crushed. So it felt like a win, not placing that bet. I didn't win anything, but maybe I won everything staying away. And Joe said, eventually I'm going to crack like an egg. Eventually I'm going to make a bet on this final. I don't think so. I'm not really excited about betting against Edmonton. It feels like now Florida's going to win in 5 or 6. I look at them on the power play and I look at them when they're down. They, in some weird way, they almost play better when they're down. Like they need that.
You're talking
that
Edmonton?
factor. Yeah, Edmonton from behind is scarier than Edmonton from in front in some weird way.
That's like the Pacers.
I would rather, I know that doesn't sound ideal, but when they were down against Florida, they hit the switch, man. And they turned it up. The pucks went on net. They played at a bigger pace, a faster pace. Look, you're going to see a lot of support for Florida today, and I understand it because that was an evenly matched first game. But that Edmonton team is doing it right now. And, you know, to blow through the Kings and then get through Vegas and really dominate that series against Dallas, they just look like a team of destiny. And this is, ironically enough, the same time, you know, you look at Connor McDavid and where he's at in his career, this is the same time, same age bracket that Jordan won his first title with the Bulls, 28. It's the same time. I don't want to make that direct comparison, but the similarities are impossible to ignore.
Well, you also go to the fact that this is the first finals rematch in about 16 years in the NHL. And back when Wayne Gretzky played in his first Stanley Cup Finals, lost to the Islanders, the very next year comes back, rematch. He wins the Stanley Cup final that season. Sidney Crosby, 2008, his first Stanley Cup final, lost to the Red Wings. The year later, rematch. He beats the Red Wings, wins his first Stanley Cup final. Is this going to be the same thing that happens again? Connor McDavid last year loses to the Panthers, comes back. Can the Oilers get it done this year? Panthers, I mean, their second period in that game one was dominant. The 65% shot share, they had 17 shots on goal, only get 1 goal out of it. Third period, 2 shots on goal, dominated the first start of overtime, and then caved. So, like, the consistency just wasn't there period to period for the Panthers, which I feel like is a little concerning. I know they're on away ice, but you just need more consistency across the board from a team like the Panthers. So zigzag theory, you would expect Florida to win tonight. But like you said, Edmonton does kind of feel like a team of destiny. And I think winning that game in overtime, a lot of momentum then coming into this game 2 tonight at home.
If I had to make a bet, which I don't, and I won't, I would take the under 6.5, which is going away sort of as we speak. And over the last few hours, this opened 6.5. And now you see a book like Pinnacle's down to 6. BetMGM is at 6. But there's still plenty of 6.5 available. You got to lay a little bit, minus 120, minus 125 or so. But I think defensively, Florida is going to be much tighter. And, you know, if you want to look at the last game and see all the chances and all the goals and all the scoring, fine. But sports betting isn't that easy. Just because something happened in game 1 doesn't mean it's going to happen in game 2. So I lean to the under. In all seriousness, at 6.5, I think this is like a 2-1, 3-2 final. But on the side, I cannot get there. I just can't. I am going to try and stay strong for those that are doubting that I can't. Hopefully make it all the way through game 2 without a bet. But I assure you, at some point today, probably multiple times today, I'll be on the app. Oh, I have to do it before I drive, though. Oh, this is perfect. I can't bet it late. Well, I could. I mean, there are ways around that. But if I'm leaving my home state, I'd have to have money in a New York account.
You're already figuring out the ways around it, Sam.
Wow. I'd be lying if I said I didn't have other ways to bet. Yeah, no, I was like, well, I could give the company answer and say that, oh, I don't have money in BetMGM in New York. But that doesn't really stop one, does it?
No.
I'm not going to do it.
Really doesn't.
Do you believe in me, yes or no?
I believe in you today. Do I believe that you will not fire any further NHL bet throughout the series? I do not believe that. What if the Oilers go up 2-0 back to Florida? You're going to play you're not going to play the Panthers in game 3 in some aspect?
No, because that's going to be minus 180 or something like that, and I just don't. Well, maybe not that high. Okay. Maybe minus 150. I'm thinking now because if it's Edmonton minus $1.15, Florida'd have to be because Florida was favored. Yeah. On home ice.
Especially if they're down in the series, that number's not going to be great.
Yeah, so series price when it opened was Edmonton minus 110, and then it got bet out to minus 130. Edmonton wins game 1. Now it's $2. So, I mean, that just tells me on neutral ice, Florida's obviously favored. So if Florida's back home in that desperate game 3 down 2-0, yeah, you're going to see $1.55, $1.60 potentially. And you're going to see a lot of people saying, oh, well, they can't go down 3-0. Why not? Why can't they? The one thing about the Panthers that still hasn't hit them yet is the fatigue. And I know this has been discussed on this show throughout the postseason, and it hasn't really affected them yet. But to go to a Stanley Cup final and lose, to go all the way back to a Stanley Cup final and win, and then get to a third consecutive Stanley Cup final, that's a lot of hockey. That's a lot of hockey. The Blackhawks couldn't even do that, as great as they were. So maybe it eventually hits, and maybe it's now. But that would be, I mean, we do Where's the Room on this show. Florida moneyline game 3 would be 1A in hockey if it is 2-0 Edmonton going back to Sunrise.
Yeah, I think that's fairly certain that you could count on that happening if that's the situation. Help me understand Conn Smythe here. We have Connor McDavid minus 155, Bobrovsky 4-1. Draisaitl 425, Sam Bennett 13-1. He had 2 goals in that first game. He and Barkov are both 13-1. Like they're only down 1 game. Is McDavid just the runaway regardless of who wins this series? Like Sam Bennett's been really good throughout the playoffs. 12 goals this postseason. That's the most single playoffs in franchise history, most goals in a single playoff. And yet he's 13-1. I know his team is down right now, but the Conn Smythe is the full playoff MVP. Is he that far away from McDavid and I guess Draisaitl?
Well, statistically, McDavid has the huge edge right now. I think the one question you have to ask about the voters, do they give it to a guy in back-to-back years if he loses? That would be a wild feat to lose the Stanley Cup in back-to-back years but win the MVP of the playoffs. I would hope they would reward somebody on Florida if the Panthers do get this done. And, Sam Bennett, solid bet. I really do think it's this simple. If the Oilers Oilers. I combined Oilers and oil there. If the Oilers win, it's McDavid, hands down. If it's Florida, it could be one of 5 guys. Bobrovsky, Barkov, Bennett, Tkachuk, maybe not Marchand anymore. But I would argue Marchand, I'm looking at his price right now. One book has him 75-1. Without Brad Marchand, they're not here. Brad Marchand was the one against Toronto that had the goal in overtime to save their season. Yeah. And then he was really good the rest of that series. Already has, some markers in this series. So he's been very, very solid for them. But it feels like it could be Bob, Barkov, Bennett, Tkachuk. And if it's Edmonton, it's probably McDavid. That's where we're at.
I think that's probably pretty fair. Most bet, if we're doing a little, where's the room? Connor McDavid to score an anytime goal, plus 150. That's the most bet prop. McDavid to score the first goal, 10-1. Any of those interest you?
What's
Just
third? Tell me Draisaitl's third.
Draisaitl to score an anytime goal, plus 110.
Of course. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the room, this is a de facto room segment. The room is taking Edmonton's best players to score. Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. I'm looking at the list now. Amir just put these in the chat for us. No goal in first 10 minutes.
60 seconds into the game, we had a goal.
Damn it, Kate. I hate when this happens. That's the bet.
Yep.
Goal in the first 10. Fade that one. That's the bet.
Yeah. I think so. But Sam, if we're getting a goal in the first 10 minutes, are you still taking under 6.5?
Oh, I'm not taking anything. I'm
all right. You're not betting anything. I forgot about that.
When you see the public come out of the woodwork to bet no goal at plus a quarter, you know what to do. We've had this conversation on the show many times. When the room loves no goal first 10 at a plus price, there's usually a goal. You don't see the public come in and bet plus prices a lot.
That's a good point.
Sam is gouging claw marks into his desk right now, trying not.
Yeah, he wants so badly.
I'm shaking. I don't know if you can see my hand, but I'm shaking right now. That's where I'm at. All I want to do is I can't do it. I can't do it.
All right. Well, then let's move on and do a little college baseball. Being we got Jake on with us right now. Super Regionals going on. Arizona, North Carolina playing early right when we get off the show at 11 a.m. Central. We got Miami, Louisville, Florida State, Oregon State, and Coastal Carolina against Auburn. What are we betting today, gentlemen?
There is exactly one team that I trust to cover a run line and that I want to lay runs with, and it's North Carolina. I don't trust LSU after the debacle that was the Little Rock game and the 2 Little Rock games to end last weekend. But North Carolina, they just keep showing up. And they went to an elimination game with Oklahoma. Here's 10 runs on your head. And their pitcher today, Jake Knapp, is going to be a finalist for pitcher of the year. He had a 1 ERA. He was unbelievable all year. So I'll lay it with North Carolina on the runs. And I'm going to keep betting the Racers. I'm going to keep betting Murray State at huge prices. I don't care. This game's not till tomorrow against Duke, but you can get plus 290 out there. I saw almost 3-1 for a Murray State team that made it, is now in the Supers. It's not like they're going against Arkansas, or it's not like they're going against LSU. They're going against Duke, who didn't even expect to be here. Duke was playing terrible baseball to start in the middle of the year and to start the year, and then they go on this run at the end of the year and they kind of sneak in. And Murray State, they kind of have the juice right now. So for the price, I'm going to keep betting the Racers. But as far as today goes, I'll lay the runs with North Carolina. That's getting bet right now. As I'm looking at it, it just went from minus 115 to 125. So people are betting that as we get closer to game time, obviously. And I like Florida State too. People are betting Oregon State. Okay. Go bet against Jamie Arnold, who's going to be a top 3 pick in the draft. Have fun with that. I'm going to wait until the last second. This game's at what? 5 o'clock Central Time. I'm going to wait until 4:58 Central Time, and I'm going to bet Florida State because it's moving as we speak, and Florida State might close as a plus money dog, which is wrong.
Jake has been hammering Murray State. Hammering.
Oh,
and here they are.
Monday was so awesome.
Yeah, that's a team that probably not many people expected here. Kate, I just need Carolina to win today. I have them to win the whole thing. We're now best of 3 super regionals, so just come out and get me a win. I want to find out once I arrive in Saratoga that the Tar Heels won game 1. That's all I want for Christmas today.
I'll text you a bunch of foot emojis, Sam.
Oh, the foot emojis. Yes, clever. I mean, I got my Tar Heel blue on today. I guess I got to bet Tar Heels too. Baby blue.
Good.
Let's go. Tar Heel show. Coming up on the other side, what's going on in the WNBA? Are we just soft or what? We got some news to talk about. Plus, Caitlin Clark not in action this weekend. That's next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back into Bet Sweats. Kate Constable, Sammy P here, joining you for the next hour and 20 minutes or so throughout the show. We have coming up a little later on, 11:20 Eastern hour, Tommy Lorenzo. He's going to join us to talk a little MLB and college football. We also have our 2-minute drill coming up at the top of the hour. We'll do a little NFL, college football, all that good stuff in there. But right now, Sam, we got some WNBA drama. What's new? A lot of drama in the W, whether it's between Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, which I just want to point out, if you want engagement on social media, just talk about Angel Reese or Caitlin Clark. It makes things go nuts. I feel kind of like a slime ball, Sam. I don't know if you're on TikTok, but I've been told I need to bolster my social media presence a little bit. So I'm working on some TikToks here, but I just talk about Angel Reese missing layups and the videos just go nuts. Or Caitlin Clark being better than her and everyone just loses their mind. So there is always drama following the WNBA, and that was the same this week with the Seattle Storm. I don't know if you heard this, but there's an investigation because allegedly, we have to make sure to use the word allegedly, a coach for the Storm directed profanity. Can you believe that? Profanity at a Las Vegas Aces player after the two teams met the other day. At what? This is professional sports, and we are complaining about profanity being used? That's why a lot of people think the WNBA is a joke. This cannot be happening if you want to be taken seriously as a professional league.
I have actually been to a couple WNBA games, believe it or not. And I have heard the players shout all kinds of nasty things at each other. It's part of the game. People act like women don't talk smack. And then this story comes out. And you're like, wait a minute. I thought there was a misprint, or I thought it was April Fool's. One or the other.
Yeah.
I saw the tweet at Yahoo Sports from Christina Williams, is the reporter who had the story. And this is verbatim the tweet. There is currently an investigation being launched into the Seattle Storm coaching staff by the WNBA. And I'm like, oh, wow. What? I'm like, let me go make some popcorn. This is enthralling. What is this scandal? And then the second paragraph says, the league is reviewing a complaint from a former Storm player who alleges an assistant coach directed profanity at them. What? That's a scandal?
That is a scandal. I mean, that was my reaction immediately too. And I thought maybe alleged assistant coach, what she said to the former player, if that had anything to do with race or sexual orientation or anything like that, then I understand. Then yes, the league would need to launch an investigation and that sort of thing, because you can't be doing that. Profanity, that is everywhere in professional sports. I mean, that's just everywhere in general. And it sounds like, and again, this is all allegedly, but Jewel Lloyd played for the Storm last season. She is now with the Las Vegas Aces. So this assistant coach for the Storm, after a game in which the Storm and Aces played, said something profane to a Aces player who was a former, so she said something to Jewel Lloyd. And Jewel Lloyd, I believe, I don't know if she was at the center of this, but the Storm were in a investigation last season because there was a coach that was alleged player harassment, bullying towards those Storm players. So it all feels like it's kind of all combined in the same thing, but I would have to imagine this has something to do with Jewel Lloyd being, she is a player on the Aces that is a former Storm player, but you can't handle a little profanity. Feels like you're going to tattle on the boy down the street, Jimmy, going to tell Jimmy's mom that Jimmy said the F word to you. It's just weird.
I just don't.
This is professional sports.
I don't understand how. I mean, I don't understand a lot of things with the WNBA, including how some of the other really solid players seem to hate Caitlin Clark. I mean, I saw Brittany Griner the other day saying some nonsense from the bench, and we know Angel Reese doesn't quite get along with Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark has helped elevate the reps, the TV opportunities, the buildings are sold out when she's there, and players hate her because people like her. I don't understand. It's too bad, by the way, because Indiana and Chicago do play tomorrow, and Caitlin Clark will not play. Yeah, she came out and said, I will miss this weekend's game. After that, it's day-to-day. So there is a possibility Clark comes back on Tuesday, June 10th. But she will not play. And you're looking at a number right now. Indiana, let's see, -4.5, 5 at Chicago. The game is at Wintrust. So I don't know. I mean, I know Indiana's been in a funk as of late. They have a couple other injuries as well. Colson and Cunningham are banged up. So this is not a healthy team, on top of the fact that you have a lot of new pieces in that rotation. And I still don't think there's any continuity there. I mean, it's very difficult. They didn't have any to begin with when everybody was healthy, because you're acclimating a lot of new pieces and new players. But I mean, Chicago's nothing special. So any thoughts on, are you going to go, number one? And number two, is there a bet on Indy -4.5 at Chicago?
I will not be attending that game. May have considered
you got the wedding.
Caitlin Clark.
That's right.
I got the wedding tomorrow. I know. But that's not until, the game's at 7. Yeah, I couldn't go regardless. I wasn't going to go regardless, even when Clark was in. Ticket prices were outrageous. Like, you're playing over $100, get in the door ticket. With when Caitlin Clark was in, they're now down to like $25, Sam. Like, that's the Caitlin Clark effect. And it's awful for the league and for these two teams. Like, this game was moved to the United Center. That is the largest arena capacity-wise in the NBA. And it was going to be sold out. And now Caitlin Clark is not playing there. Like, that arena is going to be empty tomorrow. I would lean towards the Sky getting the points at home because of everything you just said about the Fever. Like, the continuity isn't there. Sophie Cunningham is, she's a game time decision. Not that she's a needle mover that much, but she's a great shooter and kind of gives you that 3-point threat, stretches the floor, similar to what Caitlin Clark is able to do. So without her, everything just kind of condenses. The Fever's defense, they'll get better as the season goes on. At least that's my hope, with Stephanie White as their head coach and a better defensive mind than what they had last year. But this Fever team, they're 3-4. Like, they're not all that great. And then you see the odds on Caitlin Clark to win MVP drop drastically with that injury. And I'm not sure that it's worth betting into at all, because yes, she says she's going to be day-to-day and potentially could be back after this game, but that's a soft tissue injury. And those linger a lot too. So if she misses any more time, the WNBA season is short. Like, you don't have the luxury of a long season to deal with injuries and come back. And then with the way Nafisa Collier is playing right now for the Minnesota Lynx, like, she's a heavy favorite, and I don't see her going anywhere right now. So betting on Caitlin Clark and the Fever, while start of the year, it looked like they had a real good shot at least being one of the top teams, potentially being a finals team. It looks like that is dropping off a little bit with this Clark injury, and then just the way this roster is coming together over the first few weeks.
I will take some responsibility for the Clark stuff, because I did write a story about how professionals were just hammering the Fever to win the title and Clark to win the MVP. The story went up on Friday, the Friday before, and then she got hurt on Saturday. So I will hand up. I will take some responsibility for that. But let's also understand this. Even though the Fever are 3-4, at full strength, this is either the second or third best team from a power rating standpoint. Now, games aren't played on calculators, as we know, but if everybody is healthy, it still goes New York and then either Minnesota or Indiana. So you can take this early season dip with a grain of salt, according to odds makers that line these games. And then you look at the market, team to win a championship, right? There's the Liberty, some books plus a quarter, some books plus 140. Then the Lynx 3-1, then the Fever at 350, 4-1, 450. So this is not really a concern, assuming she comes back relatively soon. Now, if she's going to miss extended time, like you said, and it lingers throughout the season, then maybe there's a chance they don't make the playoffs. But it's so early in the game. I mean, you're only 7 games into a 40-game season. if she comes back, everything should go back to form. And this is a team, if healthy, Kate, nobody's going to want to see in the playoffs, especially if they're a lower seed. You know, if they're one of those teams that has to go in right away and play New York or Minnesota. I assure you, the Liberty and the Lynx do not want to see the Fever at full strength in the playoffs.
No, I'm right there with you on that. I mean, I even think if Clark is out another couple of weeks, like this Fever team still has, as long as the Fever make the playoffs, they have a shot to win the title. And right now, there are only 4 teams that are what the books are telling us are viable options to win. Like Mercury 16-1, Storm 20-1, especially with what's going on with the Storm. Like there isn't any other team further down the board than those top 4 teams that you mentioned that I would bet on right now to win the finals. Like the WNBA is very top heavy. And so I'm right there with you in terms of if Caitlin Clark comes back and is healthy and can stay on the floor the rest of the season, this team makes the playoffs. They are certainly would be my pick to win. And maybe that's a little bias. I went to Iowa. Caitlin Clark went to Iowa. So I keep, a little closer tabs on that or have a fandom there. But the Aces have not been doing anything special so far this season, right? Like they're always one of the favorites and they've gotten off to a slow start. So other than the Lynx and Liberty, like everyone's just been kind of average in the league so far.
And apparently there are a couple teams you can just swear at and they'll crumble. So we have to weigh that into our handicap going forward.
And one of those being the Aces. So maybe you don't want to bet on the Aces because that I almost used some profanity. We can't do that here on the show either. Otherwise, we might get in trouble. I
want to ask you. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just going to say, girls do swear sometimes.
Trust me, I know. Also, is Angel Reese filming content like during the season? I'm seeing her twerking with
twerking. Yes, the twerking video. I don't know. I want to know what her PR team, like, are they the ones scheduling these? We got to get her a better PR team.
It's mid-season. What are you twerking with Sexy Red for?
That's a question that I don't have the answer to, which is why we're going to take a break here on Bet Sweats. We'll be back here on the BetMGM Network in just a couple moments.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
This is Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM network. Our 2-minute drill coming up in just a second here. We'll talk a little NFL, some college football. 20 minutes from now, we have Tommy Lorenzo, who's going to join us to talk some MLB and college football as well. And then we wrap things up. Our final hour on the show here, 11:40. We have our lightning bets, best bets for today. Sam will not have any NHL bets included in this lightning bets, at least if he keeps his promise from earlier in the show. No more betting NHL for Sam. For this final hour here from 11 a.m. to noon Eastern, Bet Sweats is on Nessun Nation. And you can catch it on the available following platforms: Amazon Video, Amazon Prime Video, Roku, Plex, Samsung TV, and LG channels. So again, for the next hour here, Bet Sweats on Nessun Nation on those various platforms. All right, 2-minute drill. We bring in Jake the Snake.
Hello, again.
Hello.
For the second time. Great to be here. Hi, Sam.
Before we start, do you have any thoughts on Angel Reese and Sexy Red, Jake?
No, I'm good. Have not seen.
That's not what you told me earlier, Jake.
Yeah, Jake.
Yeah, surely. Kate, don't release those texts to the public, please. I beg you. Don't go on Twitter and have us have a very public falling out, please. We don't need that.
All right,
People
fine.
don't want.
I would love this. By the way, not to continue to seg this off the tracks, but I heard a pocket of You Better You Bet the other day where it was basically a Jake Hassan therapy session, and I don't know how I feel about it, Jake. I don't know. I mean, I feel like
Jake,
Costos was putting you up in a position to fail there.
I mean, listen, no, it was, so Kate, to recap, it was centered around my music tastes when I work out, because Nick Costos of You Better You Bet fame, happy birthday to him, by the way, and he was saying that, like, his daughter's, like, lunchtime song, or, like, whatever, nursery rhymes are stuck in his head constantly, to the point that he's listening to them in the gym. And so I said, wow, that is not like what I listen to in the gym at all. And then I mentioned one of the songs that I'd listened to that day, which was called Funeral Derangements by a band called Ice Nine Kills. Great band. Highly recommend.
Ice?
And he was very disturbed. And then it turned into a whole thing. And then it went to me listing a couple of the other songs that I'd listened to that day, all of which were the songs and titles and the names of the band that Nick Costos found somewhat disturbing. So he was listening to Mr. Sun, and I was listening to that. What's up?
Do you go kind of emo at the gym? Like, that's your vibe?
Yeah. I lock in. I lock in. I just go to different parts of my mind that probably just aren't great for public consumption. And I mean, it wasn't a therapy session. I'm fine talking about it. I have fun at the gym. I'm having a great time, but some people found it somewhat concerning. That's all.
I'm going to read you. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Nope, you go, Sam.
No, I have to find the title of the segment. I believe it was quite literally Jake Hassan therapy session. I'll get back to you on that.
It was something like that.
Was this also, because I caught a clip too, and you had been left on red or kind of ghosted? Like, is that part of all of this recently?
Oh, no, this is separate from the Hannah Montoya saga. That's a separate thing.
Okay,
whole separate thing. The gym workout playlist is a years long running. This is this has been for years.
This is not
just
new.
who I am as a person. Yeah.
I mean, it's wild. So here's the episode on the You Better You Bet podcast feed 2 days ago. Jake Hassan therapy session, College World Series bets. That is the title of the segment. So I had to rip it and listen back. And Jake was talking about outrunning the Pillsbury Doughboy and stuff like that. I was entertained, but I don't know, Jake. I think the music.
Listen,
you and I have much different music.
There were claims of body dysmorphia, which I did not deny. It is what it is. I have a group chat called Body Dysmorphia and Gains. So
this is all happening at the gym, like at the office, right?
Oh yeah. This is
Which
like
makes
one
it a little
building
bit
over.
better.
Oh yeah, 1,000%.
It's
Walk
much
across the
different
hall.
because I like to work out to either hip hop or the Rocky
Mm-hmm.
IV soundtrack. And Jake is working out to "When I Was a Young Boy, My Father."
There is
You're
My Chemical Romance on the playlist. Not that song.
Yeah, I bet, Jake. I bet.
Well, not that
That was
song.
pretty good, Sam.
That was good, Sam.
I mean, were you a little emo back in the day? I guess
No,
we
I
all
can
kind of
just
were. Red Hot,
impersonate.
like those. That music was good. Blink 182, all that good stuff, right?
Kate, were you
Dashboard.
about to say the Red Hot Chili Peppers were an
Yeah,
emo
I
band? Is that
was.
what was about to happen?
It was, but that wasn't what was supposed to come out of my mouth. It's just like I had a little brain fart. Red Hot Chili Peppers is not emo. They're more like rock, right? How would you classify that? Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah, I
That
would
was my
say so.
first concert I ever went to.
Yeah, classic rock these days. Yeah.
Really?
Ooh.
Yeah. Middle school.
I mean, their first album was probably. This is
Red
great
Hot Chili
radio.
Peppers' first album would be what, like 90?
It was Stadium Arcadium. That's the one I went to.
1984.
But that wasn't their first. That was like
No.
That was one of their later ones.
It was self-titled, their debut album.
Self-titled.
Oh, way older
All right.
than I thought. I said
Yeah.
94.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah, August 10, 1984.
Back to
2-minute
betting.
drill.
Anyway, back to the 2-minute drill. Also, for an impromptu "Where's the Room?" really fast, we do have insights for tomorrow's NBA Finals game too. If anybody would like those, because
Maybe
I'm
we touch on
staring at-
those final segment before lightning bets.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, so that's what that's going to be. As far as the 2-minute drill goes, there's nothing here. So shout out Paul, love it, great. So as far as NFL, where do you guys want to go? We could discuss JJ McCarthy again. We could discuss Anthony Richardson. What's the vibe, people?
So we never really touched on JJ McCarthy. We talked about him in the break, Sam. So let's do a little JJ McCarthy action off the bat. You can start us off.
So I saw a post on X that was alluding to how successful JJ McCarthy's been at OTAs. And let me start by saying I take OTAs very, very lightly. It's not something that makes me want to bet a team to win a division or a conference or a Super Bowl. But I'm sure you have these very same friends, Kate. I told Joe the other day, I'm somehow in a Vikings group thread. I don't know how it happened, but I've been in it for a while, since 2017. I am smack dab in the middle of a 4-person Minnesota Vikings group thread. And ever since they got rid of Sam Darnold, that thread has been amped for McCarthy. And they wanted McCarthy last year. But Darnold comes in, takes the team to 14-3, and then turns into a pumpkin, as he always does. But this stat from at 42 CYC Cam, apparently somebody who was at Vikings OTAs. This is the report. And NFL, the NFL actually put this up on social media. So they shared the stat. So there has to be some validity to this. At OTAs, JJ McCarthy, 90 of 102, which is an 89% completion rate, 37 touchdowns, 1 interception. Not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It is OTAs. I think you got to take it with a grain of salt, but at the same time, look at some of the other young quarterbacks around the league and how their OTAs are going. I mean, I know Caleb Williams had a couple picks the other day, and that defense that JJ McCarthy is going up against is also really good. So you have to give him credit for that too. I think the Vikings are going to be fine this year. I mean, they are tied over at BetMGM with the Bears to finish last in this division. I don't see that happening. Not with the defense, not with the offensive weapons that they have, not with Kevin O'Connell. And certainly if JJ McCarthy plays anything like he's playing in OTAs right now, and I know that's probably not going to be the case, he'll struggle a little bit more once the regular season comes and you're facing real teams in live action and other defenses. Like, he's not going to have that completion percentage. But I think this Vikings team can certainly finish above last in this division. I think there's a path where the Vikings could even finish first.
I am not a Vikings fan. Let me start by saying that. I mean, obviously not. But there may not be a team in this division that is more well-rounded in terms of 53-man roster,
Yeah.
coaching stability, and home field advantage. I think those 3 boxes are all checked for the Minnesota Vikings. I mean, defensively, they have gotten so much better in the last couple of years, mostly because of how they've drafted and developed. But the offense is loaded. I think the only concern is that it's a rookie quarterback. But if this kid plays like CJ Stroud, who knows? I'm not drawing a comparison there, but if he's better than people think, this is a team that could be surprisingly good. And you look at their win total, a lot of people are saying it's just about right. And they're going to regress. They won a lot of close games. But what if McCarthy's better than Darnold? And it's not also this case where he's a true rookie. I mean, he was in the building all year last year. He was around the team. He was on the sideline. He was in the quarterback room. He is clearly powwowed with Kevin O'Connell. This is not your average rookie that comes in right out of college and has to learn the playbook and has to get acclimated to what it's like to be a professional athlete. He's already done that. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to have a huge bet on the Vikings week number 1 against the Bears. I will, because I'm reading things out of Bears camp right now. Oh, Ben Johnson's like, yeah, we learned how to break the huddle today. I'm like, what? You learned how to break the huddle? And then he said something really weird. Like, oh, we changed Caleb Williams' front foot. He wasn't leading with his proper foot in the shotgun. That's where the Bears are right now. They're learning how to break the huddle. That's not a good sign, Kate.
Yeah, Ben Johnson is having to reteach the basics and the fundamentals to this Bears team because of how bad things were under Eberflus the last couple of seasons. So while the Vikings are starting at, scale of 1 to 10, maybe the Vikings are starting at 5-6. The Bears are starting at 1-2. And are having, they're going to be behind most teams because they're having to go back and relearn all those small little things of how to be an actual NFL organization. So many things that I've been reading about the Bears is just the attention to detail that Ben Johnson has been showing this team of how to do those types of little things. Kevin O'Connell is not teaching his team how to do the little things, how to do the details, how to line up properly. They already know that. They're on step 12 while the Bears are on step 2. So I'm with you. I haven't bet anything on that week 1 game yet, but certainly the Vikings, with what we're hearing coming out of that camp and JJ McCarthy having plenty of experience, whether that's, not on the field, but he's been in that building, which almost does it almost put him at the same level as Caleb Williams after the year Caleb had last year? I don't think you can take a whole lot away from Caleb's rookie year and say that he's leaps and strides more experienced than JJ McCarthy because again, you're having to go back and reteach Caleb all these things. I know he's played in more games and had those live reps, that aspect. Sure. But again, we're going back. We're not going forward right now for the Bears.
Yeah. You're seeing another quarterback learn his second offense early in a career. It happened with Trubisky, it happened with Fields, and now it's happening with Caleb Williams. So
and his third play caller too, not just second offense, but third play caller among all that.
It's ridiculous. And the Bears are a 1.5 point favorite right now at BetMGM. And if that ever, oh my goodness, if that got to 3, if that ever, I don't think it will, but if it got to Chicago -3, I will be betting a lot of money on Minnesota week number 1 Monday night.
Speaking of week 1, to close out the 2-minute drill, Steelers, Jets, week 1, it's almost like the NFL knew this was going to happen. Steelers, laying 3 on the road in New York against Justin Fields. Week 1, anyone interested in the Aaron Rodgers revenge spot in the last 90 seconds we got?
Give me Jets +3. No. Just a straight, I don't like Aaron Rodgers, fate of Aaron Rodgers, and take that with a grain of salt, everyone listening. I haven't bet it. I probably won't end up betting it, but what, you're going on the road? Aaron Rodgers, is he going to be he's 40 years old. He's 40 years old. A brand new offense, a poor, not a bad offensive line, but a fresher offensive line, not as experienced as he's used to. I don't think Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers are having success this year.
That game could very easily be 16-9 final. 17-2. Something obscure. Something
winning?
weird. I don't even care. I'd go under. What's the total? 39.5? That makes sense. That's the first to 17.
Aaron Rodgers. Hopefully this is the final year we're talking about Aaron Rodgers heading into the NFL season. Coming up on the other side, Tommy Lorenzo joins us to talk a little MLB. That's next on Bet Sweats with Kate Constable and Sammy P.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Come up in 20 minutes. We wrap up the show with our lightning bets. Sam is headed to the races this weekend. We'll see what he is betting at Saratoga. Also got game 2 of the NHL playoffs tonight. Game 2 of the NBA playoffs on Sunday night. So plenty of bets coming your way in just a little bit. But right now, we got to talk to Tommy Lorenzo. He's the host of Cover the Weekend Sports Betting Podcast. You can find him on X at SportsbookTom. Tommy, we appreciate you taking the time to jump on with us today. Going to talk a little MLB, maybe some college football. We were talking in the break about Saratoga, so maybe we'll get your thoughts on that as well. But how has baseball betting been going for you over the first half of the season?
Well, a little bumpy road in May, but June has gotten off to a really good start. So looking good. Focusing more on totals a little bit. I think that's where I think every bettor should look at what they're stronger at and attack that. So far so good. Major League Baseball. June's been great, and hopefully we'll keep it rolling.
There was a buddy of mine yesterday who had the Royals blow a 3-run lead in the 8th and lose to the Cardinals, game 1, 6-5. This same guy, who I love and respect dearly, had the Atlanta Braves on the money line, Tommy. They gave up 7 runs in the 9th and lost. Mm-hmm. What do you do as somebody who has dealt with these bad beats in baseball? I know you have because you've been doing it a long time. When you have a Thursday like that, and it doesn't have to be a Thursday, it could be any day of the week. When you have 2 games that you should win and they fall apart late, what's the advice to somebody who is about to go on tilt and fire a bomb on the Dodger game, if you know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, I think you should keep good records and see what you're strong at. If you've been hitting more overs, more unders, if you've been hitting, home favorites more or run lines, and maybe just focus on that at least in the short term to kind of maybe get some momentum and bet what you're good at. But, with baseball, the regression is real, both positively and negatively. So rough days like that are going to happen. But, the days where you're down 2 runs and your team scores 3 in the 9th inning, is surely around the corner when it comes to Major League Baseball. So you just got to keep at it. You can't bet baseball without expecting, that kind of nonsense to happen sometimes. So that's the advice I'd give.
All right, so we've got a full card today. Are there any totals that you have your eye on?
Yeah, actually, speaking of the Dodgers and Cardinals, I like the under in that game. I think Wroblewski, the youngster, lefty, I think he'll go all out for 3 or 4 innings, and the Dodger bullpen should do the rest. The thing is, you got Sonny Gray on the other side there, who has looked very well. He's pitching at home, so we'll see here. Coming off the doubleheader, sometimes the hitting, there's a little bit of fatigue that comes into play. Dodgers are traveling after their game yesterday with the Mets, so this popped up at 8.5. I'm going under on the Dodgers cards today.
So we have a bunch of interesting matchups this weekend. As you know, you got San Diego and Milwaukee, I think is an interesting series. LA and St. Louis, Atlanta and San Francisco, and what feels like a gotta have it series for the Braves. You got Seattle and Los Angeles. Los Angeles been playing better ball, but I'm probably going to see that taper off. And then you got Boston and New York. Maybe not from a standings perspective, but the Red Sox and Yankees always sort of bring out the best in each other. Walker Buehler is a $1.70 dog on the road, and that means, of course, Warren the youngster comes back -200. Any thoughts on any of those games? You take it wherever really you want to.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Buehler and Warren's going against him, if I'm not mistaken, the rookie, he's coming off a pretty bad start, but you got to give him a mulligan on that because his other underlying numbers have been just great. I think Walker Buehler is still trying to, get his legs under him. Very inconsistent, but, you can't lay that number. So I think there's other opportunities out there this weekend. When you talk Padres Brewers, I think that's a really interesting series because, the Brewers have woken up a little bit. And tonight especially, I think the Padres have a gas can on the mound today. His ERA is just under 4. That's Vasquez, ticking time bomb. I really like the Brewers today in that spot. And there's been a little steam on the Brewers too overnight, which I don't mind seeing. You got to lay the -140, but I do think that the Brewers are live in that one. Dodgers Cardinals, classic series. We'll see how it goes today. I think there'll be, not a lot of runs today, but then, you've got Yamamoto going tomorrow in that game with the Cardinals too. And I like the Dodgers in that one. But, those are always tough games to handicap when you got Yankee. You even got Pirates Phillies, which, in-state rival there. So that's good. Wheeler's going in that series. And I like the under in that. If, you're asking for today's games, Phillies and Pirates with Zach Wheeler, I think he bounces back as well. Those are a couple things. Yankees, Red Sox, you'd like to have those numbers a little tighter so you can kind of pick a side and go for it. But, laying minus 200, even though the Red Sox aren't playing very well, it's kind of just sit back and watch type of thing unless you have an opinion on the total.
Tommy, what do you do in a game today like Cubs and Tigers? The total is 7. You have a Cubs team that, in terms of runs per game, is leading the league, but you got Skubal pitching today, and he's been phenomenal over his last, 5-6 starts. So how do you play a total in that type of game?
Well, with Skubal, you're playing with fire if you're trying to fade him because he's going to give a good effort every time. Now, will he have a road bump eventually? Probably, but trying to guess when that'll be is hard to do. You maybe can look first 5 on that and try to extract some value on the total there, and not let the bullpens get involved and hope that the total stays pretty low. But when Skubal's on the mound, you can't expect a lot of runs. So it's either under or nothing for me. But I would attack the first 5 on that one and just keep riding Skubal until he shows otherwise. He's lights out.
Yeah, that pitching staff, man, you want to talk about first 5 in full game. I mean, you might be better off with the Tigers bullpen than that Cub bullpen, which actually has been a little bit better as of late. But, your top 5 bullpens right now in Major League Baseball, the Giants, 236, the Mets, 288, the Padres, 310, the Rays, 316, and the Royals and Tigers on line 5, 327. So those have been the best bullpens in the league. Are we going to be able to take these teams? I'm looking at the flip side of this now. The worst bullpens in the league. Athletics, awful, 625. Nationals, 593. Angels, 575. If those teams have anything solid at the deadline, teams are going to come in and poach their best players. So this could be a case. Like, I always look at these worst bullpens after the first couple of months and then see if things somehow get worse, where your best pitchers either get traded or, sent packing somewhere else. These bullpens could be worse down the stretch, Tommy. And the other bullpen that's eventually going to fall flat is Colorado. When the ball gets, into that atmosphere, the weather gets warmer, the ball starts shooting into the gaps or over the wall. Those are bullpens. Colorado, Los Angeles, Washington, and the Athletics that could all be very bad for a while and could get worse.
Yeah, very much so. And it's already, that's rearing its head with the A's already. They got off to a pretty decent start, but that bullpen, obviously has not performed and has been a big reason why they've lost, 19 out of 20 something games. It's been dreadful. But you got to see, the Nationals are a pretty interesting team because they have, with Gore in that rotation, and they've got some good hitters. We'll see where they're at. I mean, yeah, I think you're right, Sam. They're going to be sellers at the trade deadline, but if they're hovering around there, because I don't think the Braves are coming back in that division. I really don't see it. And, if the Nationals can get anywhere near a wild card, we'll see what they do because they do have the hitting. But I think you're right. You really have to focus on bullpen, especially during the summer months where the humidity's higher, it's hotter, and it just throws another monkey wrench into your handicapping if you're trying to, go a full 9 and, are hanging your hat on bad bullpens.
We're talking with Tommy Lorenzo. He's the host of Cover, the Weekend Sports Betting Podcast. You can find him on X at SportsbookTom. Tommy, we're getting into the thick of the season here. Looking at the futures market, is there anyone to win the World Series, win their division, win the pennant that you are targeting maybe a little bit further down the board as a value play?
Yeah. Well, I think the Tigers have to be taken very seriously. The Yankees are going to get all the money in the AL market, but I think the Tigers need to be taken very seriously. They have a great 1-2-3 punch with their starting pitchers, and you would assume that they're going to be active in the trade market and bring in more arms there. So I do like the Tigers. I'm interested in where the Braves are. I haven't checked lately. I did make a play on them to not make the playoffs that's been at plus money the whole season. I don't know if it's gotten to minus money yet, but I think fire away if the Braves are still at plus money to make the playoffs, to not make the playoffs, excuse me, on the no. I think that's certainly, it's not a 5-6 to 1 shot, but any plus money on Braves no to make the playoffs, I think is still a play. Haven't checked recently, but I did make a play on that one.
You could kiss that goodbye. MGM to miss the playoffs minus 220.
Wow.
And there's another book at minus 280. So you did your job. That
has plunged because that was plus money up to about a week and a half ago, I think. I bet it twice just because I just didn't like the signals. Guys weren't hustling. Batters were just terrible at bats. I don't know if that manager is going to be there very much longer. There's too much talent on that team for them to be playing that way. But we'll see what happens. But I think the Tigers are for real, and any number you can get on them based on the Yankees getting all the money, I think the Tigers are a good play. To win the AL East, I don't think that's a terrible play at all. Easy for me to say that you have one of the best records, if not the best record in baseball, but you still get that value when you have the Yankees sitting next to them.
Tommy, I see you got the Dodger cap on. Oh, sorry, Kate. I was going to say, You got the Dodger cap on. How would you describe how impressive it's been for them to get to where they are with 8 major league pitchers on the shelf? I mean, they have an entire rotation on the shelf, basically, and they're still a first-place baseball team.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy when it's Yamamoto and then a bunch of other guys that probably should be in the bullpen. What's going to be interesting to see is when all these guys come back and when they come back. But you can't depend on those bats every game. If you keep, and the bats are there, you've got a great lineup, but you can't keep depending on that game in and game out. And, you got to get these guys healthy, but it is pretty incredible what they've been doing with just kind of a Band-Aid type of starting rotation. Kershaw doesn't have it anymore. Gonsolin probably belongs in the pen. He's not, he's not been doing anything in his starts. You got Roblensky going today. They, shipped him up from AAA, and he hasn't been lights out in AAA either. So it is pretty incredible. You just have to put it on the hitters and the fact that this team, the group, really knows how to win. And they even though they're called the glamour team, the big money team, they're gritty. They go out, they work good at bats. You have Shohei there. Whenever you have Shohei in the lineup, things are going to happen. So if Snell and Tyler Glasnow can get healthy, who knows what they do in the trade market leading up into August and September. They're going to be very formidable. They just kind of have to keep doing what they can do with this, pitching rotation that's really a bunch of bullpen guys, to be honest.
Tommy, switching gears real quick, and we got about a minute or so left. College football season is not far away. Is there anything that you have fired on quite yet or are looking to as we near the season?
Yeah, I tend to go towards unders when I'm looking at the season win total market, unless I love a team, and then I'll pull the trigger on the over. Penn State, 10.5, there's a little bit of juice attached to it. Everyone loves them. A lot of them are saying national champions, but I don't know. James Franklin has cleared that number only once in his career, 11 wins. And there's plenty of landmines in that schedule for them this year. Obviously, you have Ohio State. They get Oregon at home in a positive matchup in terms of rest and things like that. But they got to go to Iowa. They have Indiana. So I like the under with Penn State. Also took the under with UNLV, 8.5. I think there's just too much turnover there, new coaching staff. Again, there's other landmines in that schedule as well. 8-4 record for UNLV. I don't think anyone would see that as a disappointment. They get to a bowl game and have a good season. But I like those two unders so far in college football.
You are always going to zig, man, when everybody zags, and that's why we love you. Everybody's talking Penn State, and you're like,
everyone loves them.
Go under. We have less than a minute. We got less than a minute here, Tommy. What are you doing at the Belmont?
Belmont, you know what? I'm with you, Sam. I like Rodriguez. I think he'll put in a good effort, but I can't get off Sovereignty. I've loved that horse the whole 3-year-old campaign. I loved how he's running. He's freshened up. I think he's going to be a tough customer come Saturday at Saratoga there. But I like Rodriguez as well. The only fear I have is that Crudo horse, who can maybe burn him up a little bit, but hopefully he holds on there. Sovereignty and and Rodriguez on an exacta. Tough handicap, though. Baeza and, journalism is a very tough customer. But I listened to you earlier, and I'm on board with that. I was looking at Rodriguez, and you got to figure Baffert's going to get something done in the Triple Crown here. He's not had a lot of success the last couple races, the Kentucky Derby and Preakness, but I think in the Belmont, Rodriguez should give a good effort. Probably win place on Rodriguez as well.
He is Tommy Lorenzo, host of Cover the Weekend Sports Betting Podcast. Tommy, we appreciate you taking the time and joining us today. We'll talk to you again soon.
Have a great weekend. Thank you both.
You can find Tommy on X at SportsbookTom. Coming up on the other side, our lightning bets. We've saved our best for last. That's coming your way next here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Wrapping things up here on Bet Sweat. Some quick news out of Dallas. The Stars have fired their head coach. No longer running that organization, or well, not running that organization, but Pete DeBoer out. Stars general manager Jim Nill just announced recently. A lot of people on social didn't exactly see that one coming, being that they, had a good playoff run. We are going to give out our lightning bets for today, but before we do, Sam, we've kind of saved this for last, is a de facto where's the room real quick for the NBA Finals, Game 2. I'm going to read a couple of these off to you. You can tell me which ones you're fading, because of course we're gonna fade the room on at least a few of these. Tyrese Halliburton under 9.5 assists. That is -145. Tyrese Halliburton under 27.5 points and assists, -120. So we are fading Halliburton in Game 2.
Not really a surprise there. I did it last night. I don't know why they're picking and choosing though. Like they're doing points and assists, but not rebounds. I like adding the rebounds in there because even though it doesn't inflate the number that much, it gives you a little extra wiggle room. Under 9.5 assists, -145, huh? Oof.
That's a hefty price to pay.
Yeah, I'd rather just fade the points. I'd rather fade points. I did it yesterday, PRA yesterday. Eventually, it will get too low if he has another dud of a game. Again, I'm guilty of saying a dud of a game, but he hit the game-winning shot. I'm so perplexed by what he did in the first 3 quarters and then wins the game. Let me be very clear. It was not a total dud of a game, but I think given what we're used to seeing, it was not the greatest 48-minute game.
It wasn't a superstar performance.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. And I think, the numbers coming down, very obvious that the books paid close attention to his lack of aggressiveness early in that game. And to drop his point number a whole point and drop the PRA from 31.5 down to about 29.5 now, they're paying attention. I still think, that 31.5's gone at BetMGM. I was just checking. We told you off the top, bet that 31.5 under. It is 30.5 everywhere now. So not really a surprise. I would do the PRA under again. I would not do this rebound or this assist and point or the assist under. I'm going to just package the whole thing together and hope that he doesn't have a big scoring night again.
It feels like the public is looking at the stat sheet yesterday and saying, oh, Tyrese Halliburton, 10 rebounds. Like, wow, we can't include rebounds because if he has a number like that, again, it's going to go way over. Like, Halliburton isn't giving you double-digit rebounds on a consistent basis, at least not that I recall. Am I totally off there? No, he's averaging 3.5 boards a game. So I feel like maybe you should be adding that in. Another under here, SGA under 7.5 assists, -155. SGA finished with 3 assists in Game 1. The thought here, and I'm not laying 155 with this, but that SGA is going to be doing more of the scoring than assisting. Like, he's just going to take the shots himself. He's not going to facilitate a whole lot. He's going to attack and look for his shot first and foremost. I think that's fair. 7.5. I would probably lean under that as well. But again, I don't want to lay 155. I'll just skip that price.
The room loves it. -145, -120, -155. Those are the first 3 props on the sheet. I have no interest in that under at -155. None.
All right, we love a good first field goal, don't we? No, we really don't. Pascal Siakam, 8-1. Score first. If you're going to do a first basket, throw some darts and take someone further down the board, right? That's how I see it.
Yeah, I'd go Cason Wallace if he starts again. Why not? Think of the price there. That's how I would do it. I would bet a very small amount on a player at double figures, 10-1, 12-1. Siakam's 8-1. So Cason Wallace, I haven't looked because I don't bet first field goal, but I imagine he's a lot higher than 8-1. Hell, he could be 18-1 for all I know on first field goal, and it only takes one. It is a total dice roll on that first field goal.
Very much so. Benedict Mathurin, the last one here. I mean, all unders here across the board. So Rome is liking unders. We may like some overs here, but Benedict Mathurin under 2.5 rebounds. Sam, that's minus 160. What are we doing here? I think, well, thought process here, if I can put my mind in other people's heads who's bet this, maybe Mathurin's not going to get enough minutes in this series. Maybe his minutes are going to decrease as the series goes on. Only played 16 minutes in that game one. Wasn't great. -8, 1 of 5 from the field. You're not playing too many minutes. It's going to be hard to rack up assists, but still, I'm not laying minus 160.
No, I'm not either. I'm looking at the price now. Ooh, they have cut Kason Wallace down to less than 10-1. So they have clearly caught on there. Halliburton first field goal is 10-1. That's interesting. That he's not higher.
So Siakam has the lowest odds on the Pacers side?
Yeah, it's SGA's 1, Holmgren's 2, Williams is 3, then Siakam.
Okay. Huh. All right. Mathurin under assists, minus 160. You playing that?
No. Yeah, the only room bet that I am trying my damnedest not to fade is this no goal first 10 minutes tonight in the hockey game. I'm thinking there's a very good chance, wink wink, that we get a goal in the first 10. When the room comes out of the woodwork to take no goal at plus 125, that should tell you everything you need to know.
All right, so I guess we'll let you start off lightning bets then. Does that make your lightning bets card?
No, I have to stay
No.
even here. No, I can't do it. I'm gonna go with the White Sox here and Davis Martin. Ooh. I think the move has clearly come in on Chicago. Plus 130 you can find right now on the Pale Hose at home. I'm gonna do that. And then here's what I'm gonna do for the Belmont. I'm gonna do an exacta box with the gotta have my numbers up here where we are. Sovereignty the 2, and I'm gonna go with Rodriguez the 3. So that means it could finish 2-3 or 3-2. Only 2 horses in there. I'm not gonna put anybody else in there. So I'm gonna go 2-3, 3-2 in the exacta box. And then I'm gonna play the 3-horse Rodriguez to win and place. So he could finish 1 or 2. That's a win place bet. On the 3-horse Rodriguez, 7-1. That is the speed. And it's the real speed. What did Tommy say about Crudo? Fake speed or cheap speed?
Yeah.
I love that term. Basically saying Crudo's fast, but not fast enough. Rodriguez should have the lead at some point in this race. And if he can hold on, I think there's a huge payout potential there, especially if he hits the board first. So if it goes 3-2, I'll be a very happy camper. But I'm keying a lot of my bets, and I'll make more bets tomorrow, which you can see me making bets on foxsports.com and the Fox Sports app. I'm going to do a lot of things with the 2-horse Sovereignty and the 3-horse Rodriguez.
Love it. I'm not going to do anything on the race tomorrow. I may just tell you, you're the expert. You're going to be there. I am going to go to baseball, and I'm going to take that first 5 under 3.5 in Tigers and Cubs. I know the Cubs offense has been great, but Scooball has been phenomenal lately. And Tommy Lorenzo was on with us in the last segment and said, not interested in fading Scooball right now. Like at some point he's going to dip, but probably maybe not happening today, not at home. So I like the first 5 under in Cubs and Tigers. And then I'm going to go to Sunday's game 2 in the NBA Finals. And I like the Oklahoma City Thunder over their team total. Minus 119 at minus 120, minus 119. The total, team total, 119.5 minus 120. Or you could take it over 120.5 at minus 102. I think I like that one better. I think this is just an absolute, maybe not necessarily like smash spot for the Thunder, but their offense comes alive. Like there's a great chance that the Pacers offense can keep up enough to hang within the number of 11.5. But that's why I'm just going to target the Oklahoma City team total. So I'll go over 120.5 at minus 102 over at BetMGM. Jake, would you like to come on in and give us any of your bets for today or this weekend?
Guys, I would love to. Nothing would make me happier than to talk to my friends to end this Friday, even though, I'm going to be here for 7 more hours. But that's neither here nor there. I'm going to be on North Carolina. I'm going to lay the run line. There's a minus 2.5 out there. I'm going to lay that. I want to back Jake Knapp. I want to back this Tar Heel team. I think Arizona's kind of fraudulent. And more importantly, I want Sam to be driving and for him to get the notifications out of this game just me sending him a picture of my feet so that he knows that the Tar Heels won. That's what's going to happen here, as he requested, to keep the bet going. I'm also going to be on Florida State. They're still sitting at minus 105 right now. I still think that that's going to end up at even money. I'm going to wait until the last second and bet them. I'm going to back Jamie Arnold, and if for some reason somebody has some information that Arnold's not pitching in game one, for whatever reason, I don't know why that would be the case, I still think this Florida State team is getting underrated. So I'll take them on the money line. Tomorrow, I'm going to be on Murray State. I'm going to keep riding with the Racers. Let's just keep this going. It's a price play for me. So that's going to be what I do in college baseball, and I'm very excited. And then I can't wait to watch Sam on Fox Sports Digital and just do whatever he does for the races. Not in
Thanks, Jake.
Right.
If it takes a foot picture, Jake, for the Heels to win, I'm in. That's fine. I don't like it, but I'll allow it.
Yeah, Jake says he's going to send the foot emoji. Are we sure it's an emoji and not Jake's actual feet?
I'm going to send a picture of my actual foot because, Kate, you missed it. There was a request that wasn't a request that I got from Sam a few days ago. So,
okay,
that's
not how Sam
that's
rolls.
Not what happened. I know North Carolina won. I sent the foot emoji. Jake hit me with the question mark. I said North Carolina. And he said, I thought you were asking for feet pics. And I said, well, I didn't not ask for feet pics. So that's the joke.
It was ambiguous.
Jake, you got to make sure you're charging, though. If you're sending feet pics to Sam, make him pay.
Yeah, well, Sam's going to be Sam's going to be the barometer. We'll see how it's received, and then we'll go from there if we're going to start a business venture.
Perfect.
I mean, you could make some serious money with feet pics.
Oh,
I've debated.
You've debated? Yeah.
Not seriously, but like we've had that conversation. But like the thing is, like, how do I go to my tax guy and be like, this is all the money I made from selling my feet this year? That would just be an odd conversation. I can't do that.
Sounds like you just say that.
Yep. Sounds like you have it covered, Kate.
Yeah, maybe I do. All right. I am going to get a pedicure today. So who knows? Maybe some feet pics coming. OnlyFans. Next. That's going to do it for us here on Bet Sweats. Sam and I will be back with you next week. Have a great weekend. We'll see you then.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.